just about continuing to build that confidence going into playoffs.
Exactly.
They're going to try today, and they're going to, focus in, see what they can build, what they can learn from this match.
And the entire story for them in Split 1 when they went on and won the playoffs was about confidence. So building it right here is so crucial for 100 Thieves heading into it.
Oh, yeah. Here's your series layout: Ascent, Bind, and Lotus if necessary. What do you make of this series layout here, Mimi?
Ascent means we get Tui's on the Jet most likely. It's one of the 2 maps we've seen him swap over to the Duelist, and honestly, it looked damn good.
Yeah.
Starting on the attack side, though, I think that's going to be a big test of the fundamentals of how well the calling is working since that change.
Yeah, no, for sure. I want to see more Tui's in that Duelist role. I think it was exciting. It was what the team did need at that moment in time. It's good to see him step up into that, and, well, he's going to be potentially going up against a brick wall in Cryo, potentially, if he does have one of those pop-off games that we are expecting him to have, especially going into the playoffs here, Doug.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what both Arden and Mimi were saying on the desk earlier, was it's all about confidence, it's all about what they're leaning into and building a lot of that momentum heading into the most pivotal part of the year for them.
Both maps as well, so comfortable for EU. He was the best player of their last series, and I think has been slept on for how good he has been all year for this team. His util's on point. You heard in the comms earlier how vocal he is for this team. And I mean, he is performing super well this stage as well.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. You were mentioning that comms video. That was something that was kind of turning my head when I heard it as well. The amount of calls that guy is making is a lot. So has to see him continue to grow. I think both him and Busio obviously fitting into this team and finding their place in it. Busio obviously bringing a lot of energy to the team, and that is something they sorely needed at the beginning of the year.
When Busio won a world championship, he had a vocal secondary caller doing a lot of the mid-rounds too when he was with Ethan. So to see EU filling into that role as well, I think is a great sign for 100 Thieves' continued success.
Yeah, of course. And, you can't help but, you see Busio on that side of the field, and you can't help but feel like, oh, and there goes Tui's, right, locking down that Jet again. So we are going to see Tui's back in that Duelist role. But I was just going to say real quickly, just honestly, 100 Thieves, they got to find that stride right now. And this is a great opportunity for them to do it. Busio is going to be the guy that I'm really paying attention to really kind of like, as always, bring this team to the promised land.
I think it goes around Boosty, and I think it goes around Cryo, as we've talked about. But look at Boosty's already out of his seat. I don't think he's sat down yet. He's already starting off his
I heard him when he walked out. He was talking trash to the Sentinels fans who are already in the audience.
Dude, nobody is safe.
I also already see him with the Sheriff on the pistol round, so that might be a little telling of how this game's going to go for
Oh,
Boosty.
boy. All right, folks. Well, let's go ahead and get this show on the road, shall we? Riot Games Arena, let's make some noise and have a good time. As you get ready for map 1, let's send it over to your casters, the totally unbiased Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Great way to tee up this game. And, of course, for 100 Thieves, plenty on the line. Why they could finish as high as 4th here. And in terms of seeding going into playoffs, that makes a big difference. This team wants to run it back with another successful postseason run in Americas.
Yeah, absolutely. A win here, and then a bit depending on the game after this as well, in terms of where Sentinels and G2 end up. So a lot in their hands if they can get this win, and a little bit out of it. So we'll have to check in on the game following this to make sure where they're going to end up as well. But on the opposite side with Loud, they're in danger of, for the first time ever, not being the highest placed team in a tournament from Brazil. I mean, the first time ever.
If they would fall below Fury with a loss here.
Yeah, they would lose the head-to-head to Furia in a loss here, which would just be crazy. I would really, that being said though, like to see them play with the pressure alleviated at this point. Sadox has been feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders this year.
You can see it on his face in the arrivals.
You absolutely can. So I want to see them relax a little bit, have fun with this game. I honestly think that's the key to their success.
Yeah, EU realizes he doesn't quite have enough time to let that shot go as quick as he would have liked. Tui's has already gotten in. Now on the Jet, something we've seen a little bit less. The Rays maybe not so convincing. And is the Duelist going to step up here for Loud? Well, so far he's going to be sitting down the rest of this round.
Already, such a perfect flash from Asna. Phenomenal on the KO here.
Spike down B.
It's all up to Pancada. He's stuck on Speedway, and Cryo picks up where he left off. That last series we saw for 100 Thieves, we said, okay, Cryo's not exactly on his Jet. He's playing controller a lot of the time. When he got to finish that series on a SEN against EG, he came alive. We're like, that's the Cryo we've been looking for this stage.
Yeah, until that series, that map against EG. In the Stage 1 playoffs, Cryo left off with a 1.33 KD ratio, and in Stage 2 was at only 0.89. Such a significant drop-off. But right now, getting right back into that electric form he had in the playoffs. And it might just be right at the right time. And we talked about 100 Thieves peaking at the right time. If they peak here again just before the Stage 2 playoffs, they can make it to champs.
They did it in Stage 1, and it started with a win over Loud in the knockouts. Then they went on to beat Leviathan and make it all the way through. Great opening here for Cryo. The shot over towards Tiles. Easily snapped up as he looked to take part of mid. And 0 point as well is going to reveal a little bit more than 100 Thieves otherwise expected, and this will shepherd Loud in towards the middle of the map. Cryo, though, again, will be waiting. And don't count out Arsena. Sat here with the Bulldog waiting for this push.
Cryo already 4 on the board.
Contacted!
Off Arsena here. Ready to fight with him.
Arsena hardly taking a scratch there. More than happy to trade some blows with Penkata. Someone's hungry!
Yeah.
Cryo gets involved as well. And now we're down to 2 Loud players forced to play here from A main. At least an orb for their troubles, as yet another 0 point reveals them. And it's an open book for 100 Thieves, and they are ravenous readers.
Cryo already now 6 on the board, 2 rounds in. And headed into this playoffs, as a viewer, I'm also just interested in seeing what form he's going to be in, what form will 100 Thieves be in. Their fundamentals have been shaky for a lot of Stage 2, but they're definitely on the upswing. How high they will go, though, that is the question. I want to see where they're going to leave us off at in this regular season, headed towards the playoffs next week. Cryo already operator in hands. 100 Thieves will always play to getting Cryo that round 3 operator on the defensive side.
Yeah, so these first couple rounds have been optimal for the 100 Thieves duelist. Cummins in doesn't dare to test mid. They probably should suspect that Cryo has it up in hand already.
He was hit by that 0 point as well.
Unreal.
Pushing out of the smoke. What a timing to find. Lovely from him.
All of Loud here grouped up over towards A main, and in they go to his. Inside the cloudburst here, bang. TPing away from Gen now to help. Arsena bites his time through door. There is a smoke in the way, but bang! Oh! Arsena combines and the Bulldogs go to work. It's just Sadak here, and he gives a damn good account of himself, but still 2 players in his way, and 100 Thieves claim the gun round.
Arsena just finds 2 perfect timings by the millisecond in that round. The push down cat out of the smoke with Cryo holding deep for him despite being hit by that KO knife, deactivating his potential to dash away if he was in danger. Held that angle for Arsena. He gets this push down, and that timing as well. He was out of flashes, which typically you would need to get out of that smoke towards door, but waited to play off bang, and the second bang took contact. Swings through, free kill again for him. Looking very clean already. Huge impact kills.
Loud looking all too readable right now, as each and every time they've sort of walked into a setup for 100 Thieves, waiting for them. Their control of tree for the Thieves has been excellent. That mid presence they've had. Either Cryo holding an angle down mid or Arsena making his way up to take a shot towards Tiles. It's been very hard for Loud to deal with.
And that was a less common, fast-paced attack round from Loud as we have a quick tech pause here. I was looking at some of their previous games and I was kind of blown away that both of these teams in their most recent Ascent games played 20 total rounds. 100 Thieves last game, where they beat EG, lasted 45 minutes.
About normal.
And Louds, which was also 20 rounds, went for a clean hour, which is just a testament to
it's a 3-minute round.
The difference in the IGLing styles, especially on attack. We saw against EG how fast 100 Thieves were, how many quick hits that they went for.
Busio just calling A, go B, go A. It was not particularly elaborate, but effective.
Very effective. Whereas Loud, Sodhawk,
I want to work the map.
Prefers to take his time, be a little bit more monotonous with map control taking.
Here we are, Cryo 7-0 here. 12-4, first kill, first death against EG, and even on Omen, he was 5-1 on that Lotus game. He was +8 on the Jet of Ascent. Already it's looking like a Cryo game is brewing. Let's walk straight up into that one. Easy contact taken by Cryo. He might have more if he dares to stick around. Sees the head. Doesn't offer it up though. Tui's will be denied that opportunity.
Tough second shot to hit. Doesn't connect, but first kill more than enough. Tui's breaking the alarm bot, and with that smoke going down top mid, feigning a potential B split in the works for Loud, so 100 Thieves have to be concerned about this.
Still Loud have that tree control off the Aldro.
And with that concern, it got the drone out of EU, re-clearing info on Tui's opposite side of the map. Kalamzin finds an opening towards tree. Triggers the exec as well.
They'll have their split onto A pretty comfortably here. They have a player set up in hell. Cryo knows Tui's is still lurking towards the mid-side of the map and hasn't been able to take a shot elsewhere though. Busio's anchoring well. Deals with Pancada and eventually Cryo wins out against the Jet in mid. Now a 2v2, but Arsenal is on his own for the time being. Risky business, but he brought Sadak down. It's just Kawanzi with the Sheriff. Cryo sticks the landing. Perfect 10 from the judges. Another 3K and 4 on the board for the Thieves.
Oh, they play that 2v1 so well at the end there. Cryo popping that Blade Storm, which he had years ago already, has gotten so many kills. A flat 10-0. Simple opening onto Les, switches his early round positioning. Prior round playing in mid, this time towards Cat.
Be faster.
We talk about the elaborate mid-rounding from Sadak, but then we have someone like Les there just walking up mid into an expected operator play. Cuts the legs out from under Loud.
Loud do have that null command, the KO ultimate on offer. And because of that, actually, wow, I mean, right now, 100 Thieves, I was just looking at their KJ setup, extremely spread. Molly's towards both sites. Loud are going to slow things down. They have to be weary about this operator. Cryo is opting for a more passive angle, though. If he was playing up close and that null command gets popped, if he loses that dash, could easily go down.
Busio can play off the contact of his turret in tree though, so a lot of information able to be garnered by 100 Thieves. Mid has been taken though, and you see the defenders on B have fallen into the side itself, expecting a mid take from Loud.
And how you can see Busio, he's actually had to pick up that angle towards spawn, a very, very passive one. It's Loud. Pop that ultimate, work into the B split.
And they know the null command's coming, so they really try and play to the extremities of the map. Now Busio going to start rotating, but Arsenal strikes from the sides, through the wall no less. Lit up, of course, by EU now, ready to receive a push from Speedway. Pancada the last one standing, and he may well have been seen there with that updraft. But either way, that spike is a long way from him and hit by the recon. Blinding. Loud are getting absolutely nothing here. Denied everything. And it's bang to get the job done.
Just styling on him a bit. That swift rotation from Busio was all the way towards A by tree. Just sends it through spawn to assist that initiator duo who are anchoring back B and EU. Got that recon off just before the null command was in range to get Asuna the simplest first kill, playing that tight corner, playing that crossfire. 100 Thieves are fluid in motion right now.
And that's where they're playing, basically, Roadhouse on that B side. So EU does have enough time to get rid of that recon before the null command comes in and shuts his abilities down. That was so well read by 100 Thieves. Again, 5 defensive rounds on the trot. And again, Loud down to pistols.
Cryo was holding close towards a main, and 0 point gets broken for him. 3 players from 100 Thieves on this site, ready to deal with the oncoming hit.
And they got no choice but to contact now. The null command was thrown up. Sadak walked headfirst into Asuna. And same again, less clearing mid. Slowly, methodically, yes. But Busio gets the better of him with a better weapon. And now stuck at top mid are the last 2 remaining Loud players.
Enemy remaining.
This team has shown us so little in this game. 100 Thieves have beat them to every corner, every edge. Kawanzi, normally the standout, at least recently for Loud, the highest rated player on their team, 8th in the league on rating, or kills per round rather, has done very little of that this game.
Yeah, very high up there in all the statistics, leading Loud in pretty much all of the statistics, which is a little surprising, but certainly has displayed an incredibly high level on the initiator, has done since joining the squad last year. But up against 100 Thieves on their Ascent defense, this was, of course, Loud's map pick. But 100 Thieves on this side have been phenomenal all year long. The anchoring from Bang and Asuna towards that A site, how they play off of each other. And obviously when Cryo gets the operator online here, this map is the Jets' playground. There are so many great angles all across the map on defense to play with that operator, constantly throwing off your opponents, forcing out a lot of that information utility to either push him off a line or just even check if he's holding the line that you're trying to go towards.
And inside the null command, they obviously can't do that to him. That's why Cryo gets a free peek over towards tree. And then they get split up because Arsena throws a molly over towards Sardak and actually doesn't even need to go for the fight. You see it briefly there. He sort of swings. Sardak, who's playing out towards Cat, just kills him. Doesn't have to do that, really. Could fall back, could just buy more time. But no, this 100 Thieves team are brimming with confidence, and now they have some serious momentum under their feet. This time out, I mean, not a moment too soon. Loud now have another opportunity for a gun round. This one's going to stick. Less of all people, yet to get on the board here. Getting these mid-round lurks up mid, getting shut down by Cryo or Boostio, whoever it is. No purchase has been found by the Cypher.
Yeah, on the opposite side, it's EU with 0 kills, but he's having one of those games where your team is obliterating everyone so hard that you can't do anything. You can't even take a duel, you can't find anyone. They're making it look all too easy. As Loud are gathered up outside of B right now. Hunter's Fury into this round in the hands of Cowanzine.
It's a lockdown round here as well for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, so might just have to save that to counter it. Smoke was placed. Oh, that's to the left. I mean, Les is having a tragic time on these lurks.
Boostio as well. Here's that out drone, doesn't offer up anything. May opt to give this space up and then go for the lockdown for the retake. Oh, you're not getting out of here in one piece. We don't take the 2 for 1. Bang, playing off his own paranoia. Unreal! It's a gun round, Wyatt! What is going on?
Just holds it. This is destruction from 100 Thieves, and it's not the first time this year that they have done this to a team on a SEN defense. It feels like wherever you go,
This is a gun round!
you're running into the perfect setup. And a lot of this, it's nothing. Obviously, when you're playing this comp, you're not reinventing the wheel. They played against this a million times. This has always been the meta comp.
But Lau were one of the teams that experimented with the SEN comps earlier this year, right? They tried.
They were. 100 Thieves are just playing the meta to perfection. Their fundamentals look flawless at the moment. And that was really the key issue for me watching those early games in Stage 2 when they were losing to Furia, excuse me, back in week 1. Much improved.
2 years with the Blade Storm here. May have himself a duel with the devil. Cryo gets out, found Cowanzine back behind him. Tui's now going to sneak into market, at least some split potential here as Cryo rotates back around to cover CT. Dangerous Tui's has shown himself now. Takes some warbang damage and Sardak flashes, but Tui's opts not to play off of it. Oh, he tries the card burst and he can't get away. Cryo, bloodthirsty.
Just spotted him for the briefest moment and capitalizes.
Finally something for Loud here. Boostio is overcome, but Sardak is so low. And Les is playing an inserted anchor position here. Pancada might be the one to deliver Loud their first round. He snuck in past the alarm bot. That's why no one's expecting to see him here.
It's drawing so much attention.
30 seconds left.
Still holding. Oh my God, actually whiffs. That's the type of shot.
What is this?
Cryo would never miss for the confidence.
Spike down mid.
Outrageous.
And no one expects that level of audacity, surely. Pancada here cannot win it out. He got in deep, but ultimately wasn't able to unravel it to defenders. And that's 4 for Cryo. Put him on ice, son.
His defensive operator play is, bar none, absolutely up there with the very best in the world. He is just so consistent at hitting the shots when someone walks into his angle, which is why I was so shocked that he missed that one on the Sardak. That's one I don't think I've ever seen him whiff in the history of the game. This is, but again, just makes up for it immediately with that confident swing.
I think Pancada might have TP'd ahead of that alarm bot. That's how he finds a timing there.
A buy round for Loud. They have not been able to convert anything yet. Barely even gotten on the board in terms of kills. These rounds have not really been close. 100 Thieves are running away with this. And again, they have this double initiator set up towards the B side. Cowanzine still has not found an opportunity to use that Hunter's Fury, perhaps just waiting until Boostio uses the lockdown.
What is that scoreline, Wyatt?
Don't tell me he gets another entry onto poor Les, who just cannot find a moment to breathe in this game.
Oh, it's Sardak instead.
Spike down mid.
Captain of the ship felled for Loud. Now into troubled waters they sail.
But you have to ask in a situation like that, where is the drone from their Sova Why are we just contacting into mid when Cryo is destroying us in this fashion?
Until he walks up again into market. It's too easy.
17-0. I don't think I've ever seen a stat line like this.
Louder giving it up to 100 Thieves right now. Looking sadly uninspired on this attacking side, already giving up 8 rounds. Cowanzine steps up.
30 seconds left.
Still no targets offered. He can't light any with his own recon here. It's going to be Cryo. Casually being wall banged at. He'll wait here with the shorty. It's always a guaranteed kill once this smoke starts to come down, and there it is. Now onto the side. Pressure starts to mount. EU comes that one. But Arsenal finds a good timing. Just swings the ball, and it's good for 3. Could not be any easier for 100 Thieves.
That is 9 rounds in a row where 100 Thieves have gotten the first blood. 9 in a row. EU is just, he's gonna pass out on stage. He's so bored. He's 0-4-3. He's not even playing the game.
Passenger princess right now, Wayne.
Got the Discord kitten stat line. He's not doing anything.
He's in charge of the tombs, and that's it.
Asuna 12-2-9. I have to give Asuna massive credit always on the KO on this map. I mean, in the last game against EG, he finished that with 24 assists. His flash timings are gorgeous. I mean, even all the way back to round 1 on the pistol, hit the perfect flash for their backside player. I believe it was Cryo to pop off. So consistent on this map. And I understand why Loud picked it. It was a map where they had a duelist find success. I mean, that has just been the most tumultuous aspect.
And that was the second timeout for Loud.
Pancata, the world champ who had played with him previously, obviously a fantastic player, but it did not remedy this duelist situation.
We'll give it to you straight. Sardhog, lowest rated Neon in the league. 2 years, lowest rated Raze in the league. Hoping to maybe see the Jet come alive, have an impact here.
That was the one where he was rated very highly. His Raze game that he had against MIBR, or sorry, Jet game he had on this map against MIBR, excuse me, was really, really solid. So you can see why Loud would want to go to this map. But when you pick it and allow 100 Thieves to start on defense, you are going to be at a crazy deficit.
So far, this has not been a fair fight, folks. I'll give it to you straight. A-main the play here for Loud. Looks like it might be a fast hit. 2 years wants to move up. Already has a tailwind active. Boostio tucks now. Knows there's going to be a dash to the side. Bang! Steps up! Man, it was instant. Head ripped clean off, and Starlight gets pinged as he steps up. Now the spike's on the wrong side of the choke. A smoke is up for the defenders, and they are converging. Circling like vultures.
The rest of Loud just contained in main. Couldn't get out to help. Tui's was afraid of Asuna, I think, popping out of that flash. He was so trained in with the crosshair on door, wasn't ready for Fang to just backstab. It's crumbling again. And 100 Thieves posted up every angle around this spike. I mean, how can Loud even get back in right now?
Well, through the molly, it's going to be a tall order. I think we're going to get a little bit of argy-bargy in this part of the map. Bang knows that Pancata still able to win it out, though. Arsenal may be calling someone over towards that door direction. He'll get one, but the spray is wild. Lass is able to capitalize, but Cryo, always Cryo with the operator.
You just can't walk into his angle, man.
Now we're going to push Cowanzine because we have no respect, apparently. Cryo falls. Cowanzine down to 8, though.
And here's the respect. Oh, EU, never mind just going to swing his weak, low HP Sova counterpart. Shut him down. 10-0 for 100 Thieves. And finally, EU's on the board. He got his. That's why he had to swing at the end there.
Finally, Cryo
Get me
dies,
on the board.
18-1 for the Jet. At this point here, 100 Thieves treating this like a warm-up for map 2. It feels like Pancata does want to win that fight out. Especially because his position was well and truly known. But I mean, the fact of the matter is there's nothing elaborate about Loud. They're walking up into these operator angles time and time again. Yeah, see? Even EU's got the bandwidth to stand up and get excited now. That's what you know 100 Thieves are feeling it.
Poor Cryo. Hopefully that first death doesn't hit him too hard. I hope he can keep his head in the game here, Mitch. That's my question as we try to finish this one out.
Our drone out of the smoke here. Let's spot the player in the back of the site. That is, of course, Bang. Okay, wild spray. Boostio might have ball here. Sardak brings him down, but Bang's there for the refrag. And stuck in tree is Sardak, who has to again hold his ground. But here come the knives. Cryo might be sharper than them. Maybe maybe not. Sardak rips him as he comes across, but another 100 Thieves round, still with 2 up.
Cryo still runs in, gets his 20 for 2.
Last round before the switch.
What can you even say at this point? What did I have in my notes about the 100 Thieves story? The 100 Thieves temperature check. Will they be good heading into playoffs? What's the form of Cryo going to look like? It's been tough for them in stage 2, starting out with that loss against Furia. Blah, 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 blah. Who cares? Who cares?
Really trying to editorialize.
6 doesn't even care at this point. I mean, holy, man.
11-0, 20-2 for Cryo.
I think they might be peaking at the right time again.
Oh, okay, this might be... As soon as we get contact confirmed in A main. Buso thought about it. Oh, no chance to do it now. I think he was hoping to preempt this. Got to be flashed up. This has been a good start for Lau, but can they capitalize on this util? Hardest Fury now, also being thrown in the mix. Busio, little sidestep, little no-see, no pass, but he sees Cheese comes in and he gets one. Zardak's able to trade out now, and Cryo wants to drop to the side. 2 players pinged though for Lau. They have to take a sidebar. A peek punishes Cryo. He can't capitalize. Now EU wildly sprays as he steps back. The double flash was good, but he wasn't in the position to play off of it. And now Arsenal is in a 1v2. Sprays the door down. It almost feels like 100 Thieves want to get to halftime, get some of those orange slices and gear up for the attack side.
Surely Arsenal doesn't win this 1v2. Surely not.
Well, they know he's here at the very least. Back on it. Okay, surely.
Oh, thank God for the IGL. Thank God for Sada.
Switching
I think the
sides.
first smile for Loud in this game.
Nothing like it, the ironic raise of the fist. But for Loud, folks, it's a pretty grim story. 1 round gained on this defensive side. Attack side, rather. Sardak 9 and 11 to stand down, but that's not saying a whole lot. Bustio tanks that one here. Oh, there's a player right behind him. Awkward moments.
Yeah, what was that?
Good looks from EU there. Sardak for 3 in that round.
One enemy
To
remaining.
finally get Loud on the board. Unfortunately, it may just be a little too late. Oh, man.
May just be too late. Maybe an understatement. I think we might be headed to bind. Something tells me.
All right, well, Loud have a chance here to recoup and try and get themselves a pistol round win. We're going to head to a break. We'll come back for the second half of Ascent, which might be a little brief.
I mean, they added Bengata in. Sardak and Toys are, swapping Duel's role. And I think I saw an interview where Sardak got pressured off of Duelist, which is unfortunate, because I definitely feel that, where you face a lot of pressure and you feel like you shouldn't even play this role. But, hopefully he believes in himself in our game, because, you always want to play the best form of your opponent. And, it's the last game of Loud for this year, and I hope that we can play a pretty good game. Last time we played them, we kind of stomped them, but it's probably not going to be the same, especially with Pinkata now and no QCK. So, yeah, going to be tough. And, they have nothing to lose, so, yeah.
Some thoughts there, of course, from Arsena. Was hoping for maybe a bit more of a competitive game than this one. And, yeah, talking about Sardak, obviously making that transition away from his time at Duelist. I'd say on the Loud side, though, their Duelist has been conspicuously absent. The jet gap is a chasm. 20 kills for Cryo. 1 for 2 years.
I mean, can't even be mad at Tuyes, to be honest. What is your Jet supposed to do when he's dashing to his inevitable doom on every side exec? The rest of the team getting so disconnected. Every crossfire is just being held steadfast. Those 100 Thieves players were never forced off. Nasna said he hoped that they would play a pretty good game today. He got his wish.
Yep. I mean,
unless they throw, unless they lose this 13-11.
I mean, let's set expectations a little bit. This will be the biggest comeback in history at this level. Bang, flashed up early. Nice little pop here from the defenders, but Cryo, oh, he's so man! The guy's Sub-Zero.
It's illegal. He can't be playing like this.
Oh, well, flagrantly defying the laws of this state at the very least, Wyatt. Pistol win for 100 Thieves. Coming back for a little bit of aim training before the break of bind.
And again, thank God we don't get paid by the hour. I'll tell you that.
Ain't
This
that the
is
truth?
the fastest game I've seen in a while. Holy man, 23-3. Remember how I was talking about that Cryo, his KD stat was,
Yeah, like
it was
it dropped
1.33 during
like
stage 1 playoffs, and then
0.9.
yeah, it was 0.9 in stage 2 here. It's going up.
Okay,
That's that.
good to know.
It's going up.
Yep. This will drastically affect his KD now I think of it. Oh, buddy. The kill death ratio of what, 20 or 23 now in this game? Must be nice.
Loud, obviously. They are on the force.
And they will be forcing for every round from here on out.
100 Thieves gather up towards A. We saw against EG, Boostio was calling a very straightforward attack half. A lot of faster hits.
Fancies a bit of a fight here, knows he has the better weapon. Does expect to be outnumbered at some point. Sadak! All right, brazenly takes the fight and throws a couple of extra bullets just to make sure. You never know.
He might have gotten up.
Yeah, he might get back up. Can't have that. Cryo into the cloud burst here, sets himself up. Deep now on this side, which Loud opted to play full retake on, and well, sometimes you get a freebie. Better lucky than good. Sometimes you're both. Then you're frightening.
Plan is going to go down back sight. Arsenal Cryo playing very deep. It's just going to be EU watching that A main flank, and now smoked off. We'll have to find the timing to swing through, help his teammates out.
All right, there it is. Cryo to the Vandal in his hands. Nothing Loud can do.
I mean, just
25-3.
send it to bind.
Les is about to do just that now, has to make the play here from heaven. Last player standing.
I mean, that is filthy work. I mean, that is an outrageous stat line that Cryo just put up.
Not a fair fight. That looked more like Hector being dragged behind the chariot in Troy. It was that bad.
I don't think I've ever seen
That wasn't a duel. That was an extinction event.
something like that. And hey, listen, for Loud, that's one, you laugh it off. You go back there, you get your orange slices, couple bananas, just head on into the next match.
The janitorial team to come in to scrape Loud off the stage, get them back on their feet for another run at it.
Oh my God. I mean, I would love to know how many first kills they got in that series. Did they get it every single round?
Oh, I'd say almost every one of them. Ridiculous stuff. We're going to step back though, and next GB and the real experts are going to jump in and break down map number 1.
Spike down B. 3.
Every time I needed a new phone, I had to switch carriers.
I told him, at Verizon, everyone can get the best deals. Like that iPhone 15 on them.
Switching all the time, it wasn't easy.
35. You're gonna be here forever.
I know.
Here's your wireless contract.
Do I need a lawyer for this? Those were hard days.
Representative, switch!
Now that I got a huge storage and battery upgrade, I'm officially done switching.
New and existing customers get iPhone 15 on us when they trade in any iPhone, any condition, guaranteed.
I really wish you told me sooner.
I did.
Red Bull gives you wings.
lado, faz a smoke, pancada, acerta o HS, vai pra Cuba!
Arsenal hiding in boathouse now. Timing is everything, but time is short for Derek, and he finds the swing, but Arsenal was quicker.
Smick standing here with Coach Zix after we see a very one-sided first map over Loud. I wanted to ask you about just the state of the team as a whole. Obviously, last stage went brilliantly for all of you and winning the whole thing. There's no question this was a little bit of a bumpier stage. What do you attribute a lot of that difficulty to? And lastly, notice that the last two matches and today's, that the team is really looking good. Cryo is popping off. So what do you attribute that improvement to?
I mean, to be honest, I'd say like a lot of it is we definitely recognize we had an issue of overconfidence. And I mean, looking at that result, I know it's going to bounce back a bit into our face. So yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that was definitely like kind of pushing us down. We went away from team play, and that's something that we're kind of getting back into. Obviously, like, we're a good mix of team play and individual play. Like, I mean, if we look at this match, it's like our team play was like decent, but it's like mostly it's our individual play that's like carrying. So yeah, I mean, I'd say overconfidence was the issue, and the thing that we're most looking at to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Sounds good. Well, best of luck on map number 2 in playoffs.
Breakdown there from Coach Zix about the squad, and I gotta say, it's definitely you definitely saw that play out like throughout the weeks. I'm saying like the overconfidence, and then they had to hit that slump.
Sure.
Really, but now the individuals are popping off. One.
I think the difference here is this obviously was a game a lot about the individuals. Cryo had a ridiculous performance in this one. The guy was owning. However, I feel like what defined this game for me was honestly the team play. When Cryo was making these kills happen, a lot of them were him updrafting, as Asuna is swinging. A lot of these plays to re-clear into mid, to flush out the lurks from less. Well, he had a utterly ridiculous game. I think the team play was there in a way that it wasn't for that earlier 100 Thieves that was slumping that Zix is talking about.
I will have to say, as much as I loved watching this game from Cryo, I think a lot of Loud players are just walking into his crosshair sure. when he was off and down mid for so many moments. Obviously, he's an electric player, but I will put a little asterisk on that scoreline.
I will say, though, yes, you're right. It did feel like at times, Loud guys were trying to just hard peek around those corners and stuff. But also,
look
Cryo,
at every single one of these kids.
But Cryo met the moment every time, right?
Yeah,
I mean, like, he's hitting those shots like that. And if you're taking those really just wild risks against Cryo, that's what's going to happen. So it's like you got to respect that guy because he puts up insane numbers like that.
Yeah, I do think there were also a lot of very individually audacious moments from Cryo as well. I think about the conversation we had on him holding the line mid and not dashing back into market or swinging out of his cloudburst to take the peek into tiles with the op. Like, he was not bashful in how he was playing the situation out whatsoever.
The casters asked about the first kills. It was 11-3. That tracks. I see where you're coming from, Doug, and I agree with what you're saying. I think he did have a lot of those moments where he lent into the confidence. I think what 100 Thieves needs is the team to have those players that are locked in, your EOs, your Boostios, that are really focused on like keeping the fundamentals up, not making the team overly take risks, while still giving room for Cryo to do things like that.
You look really comfy.
I'm so comfy. It's a chill game.
I don't know if I could do that.
You can do that.
I can't. My knees would just...
My knees can't do that.
You're like so elevated.
I can.
I think if I were to do that, you'd just hear my knees crack the whole way through. So I should really get that checked out. That being said, why go ahead and consult with the doctor? Let's go ahead and hear what's going on over at the Loud camp ahead of map 2.
Coach SDK, we've noticed that Tui's is now on Duelist. A couple of weeks ago, I asked you why Sadak got Duelist, as some people predicted it might be Tui's, and now it is Tui's. Last time you mentioned that it was due to really Tui's playstyle, that you thought it wouldn't really be conducive, but now we see that's changed, so talk to us about the rationale.
I think that Twiz is still a player that has like a more defensive characteristics, but Sadak was not feeling like very comfortable playing Duelist, so that's why we changed it. So Twiz like said, okay, I know that I'm playing controller for a long time, but I can do that for the team. So he's a really guy, the opposite of selfish, you know. I don't know the word, but he's really humble and they do the function for us. He's trying his best.
Thank you for sharing. That's really good to know, and best of luck on map number 2.
All right, so we're going to bind for map 2 here. And 100 Thieves, they started off this series on fire. I mean, well, Cryo literally was just at 17, and then Doug kept jinxing him behind the scenes.
He's only 17 years old.
I had nothing to do with that. Don't put that on me.
Oh, yeah.
And then I jinxed the other one right after
And you jinxed the perfect pass.
Still, it wasn't me.
He's never going to die.
Yeah.
Like, they're never going to lose a round.
Yeah, the amount of times you said that while we were watching a game.
When was the last time there was a perfect map?
And then it ended.
Last time there was a 13-0.
And then it ended. But, hey, let's talk about this bind here because, you know, look, there's plenty opportunity here for Loud to maybe try and, like, will themselves back into this. But, I mean, it just feels like this Loud team is they've ran into this brick wall. 100 Thieves just want to end this thing out. Go for it,
I'm going to be so real right now.
Be the realest you've ever been in your entire life.
The series is over.
Damn, girl.
I don't believe that there's much of a chance for a bounce back on Bind. 100 Thieves have had rough moments on this map, but I think they're so comfortable here, especially they'll put a focus on it after that EG loss. They play a comp where they're incredibly confident. I think this is
Do we see any experimentation, maybe?
Rolling.
Some fun experimentation?
No.
I thought if we were going to see it, it might be from Loud and it might be on Ascent. I thought maybe they run the Deadlock Cypher.
I've had enough of Loud experimenting this year.
That's fair. That's completely fair.
But that phase is behind them. They've grown up now. They're responsible.
I'm very surprised we have not seen the Deadlock Cypher from 100 Thieves yet. I feel like that style would fit them so well.
Hey, I mean, it would be cool to see. Don't think they'd bust it out in the last game of the season, though.
Thieves is going to experiment or try something new. I think they'll save it for playoffs and not show it today.
Totally agree with that one. All right, well, Uber and Wyatt are going to be back with the Agent Select after this quick break. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll see you on the other side.
Get cozy.
Welcome back, folks, to the top of Map 2. Bind is just around the corner, and if this one goes anyway, the last one did. It might be the last time you get to see Loud this year. And last time, Wyatt, we saw Loud come out with a neon comp on Bind, which, well, didn't really work out.
It left a lot to be desired. I am not a fan of the neon on Bind. Raze is so consistent on this map, so proven, and I just don't think the neon offers enough value in comparison. So we'll see if Loud opts to stick to their guns with that one, switch things up. When they last ran that comp, they lost to Furia, and no, they won't. So Sadhawk last time was playing the neon, and it was 2Es on Gecko. So
this is the Evil Geniuses comp now.
Yeah, they've swapped roles, bringing the Raze, and now, yeah, they've taken that EG comp, which 100 Thieves did lose to. 100 Thieves have been on a dry streak on Bind, which was their
3 in a
best
row, right?
map. Yeah, 3 losses in a row, which started at Shanghai, dropping it to Heretics. Couldn't beat EG on it either. Lost to Lev, who took their comp. So we'll see if they can begin to bounce back here on what was once their home.
See Omen making his return to Bind. Seen that a little bit recently. Damn. I ain't reading all that. Sure, it's important that I just ain't reading them. Again, a lot of these Omen one-ways can be a little bit difficult to play around, right? We've seen the one-way thrown by the attackers to, Octagon that breaks up the double face that we've seen 100 Thieves try and use. Something Leviathan used against 100 Thieves as well, maliciously. Something that EG really look to leverage as much as they can, and we've had the Omen lurking, right? Especially with the ult up, hits over to the other side of the map, towards Showers or something similar. Either way, here we go, folks. 100 Thieves start on the defense. Will be on board with Loud. On this map of Bind, again, a loss here would mean it's the last time we see them this year, so soak it up.
It would also mean for the first time they don't finish a season as the top team from Brazil. It would be Furia placed above them. They have the head-to-head advantage over them, dishing them that defeat earlier in Stage 2. Good Nate. 2Es and perfect C's from EU.
Kawanzine, okay, able to get a bit of damage on Busio. Eventually, 2Years brings him down. A one-for-one trade that does see Loud get out of Shower to the side. EU hides in wait. He's about to get awful busy. Oh, the right click's a little bit wayward. 2Years was able to get back with about half of his health, and now eventually he'll be brought down, but it's bang from the periphery. Who found 3. And Another pistol yet again for 100 Thieves.
Loud could just, they could see there was that blood in the water from EU, missing those shots. They knew he was low on ammo. If they swing him together, might even catch him reloading.
Such a passive angle for Bang to play from.
Use just a juicy little piece of bait there for Bang.
Dangled a lamb shank in front of Loud, and they went for it.
No one even looking at him. Playing a little bit of grid shot. And again, Loud starting down. They lost the first pistol at the beginning of Ascent. 100 Thieves take the first pistol here.
They give Bang that defuse as well. He's almost halfway to his Viper's pit. Away we go. This time attention towards Hookah, an area of the map that Bang tends to lock down pretty consistently. 2 years already. More kills he had in the first half of Ascent. Good sign. Here we go. Straight to the side. Flashed instantly though. And it's 2 more for Bang. Make it 3.
Oh my god, the TP is so fast as well. Asuna coming through.
Holy fuck, man.
It's just so decisive from 100 Thieves, so much confidence. Again, just peaking at the right time as we get into playoffs.
And Zix played down their team play in that first map. He said it was okay, and he felt like the individual skill was there. But the fundamentals here for 100 Thieves look better than ever. Against arguably a team that's maybe not texting them so much, but still, what a masterclass we have.
Loud on their bye. Let's see if they can get their second round here in the series. Try and shut down 100 Thieves from converting a bonus.
They disrespect the deep smoke. Now the one-way also thrown up. Side heavily flashed though. Loud, do you want to push through this? Unless he's waiting for Boostio on the wrap. A little bit slower through. Shower than the rest of his team. Cryo takes a ton of damage there to the molly. But Plunge 2 years out of the mix. Oh, the C's!
The C's nade!
Decent damage. Kawanzi now will limp away though. Will remain posted up here. Now 100 Thieves have to unravel this in a 4 versus 4, and that's a great start. Bang from the back of the site. Now we're going to have 300 Thieves players stacked up together.
And both of the Loud controllers are so deep down short. Time is dwindling though, hasn't even been tapped.
Paranoia timing for less is good. He hears the spike defuse. Bang sticking it, Bang sticking it. Eventually gets taken down. Now Asuna knows he doesn't have any time. And Loud able to navigate the rocky seas of the post plant. You might be standing at the end, but not for long. Loud get on the board.
And not quite with the clock there. Tons of damage done to Loud though. Look at the state of their economy. It's going to be an awkward buy going up against 100 Thieves full buy now. A lot of light armors lacking some utility pieces here and there. And perhaps Boostio getting a little bit ahead of himself, being caught. And I did want to point out too, I mean, already EU is like 2 for 2 on great seizes in this game. The fade util from him is sublime.
Bang
I don't think there's anyone like him when it comes to the fade.
Yeah, Bang with that 4th round Viper's Pit. Built that absurdly quickly. And now he's going to funnel out in the direction of Showers if they have any interest of testing A. Or walk into the ocean.
Townsend does have that Trailblazer to go through. Dizzy as well. One molly from Bang could stymie this.
Someone got ahead of the molly though. They're pushed out. Bang no holds his ground. Down to 33, but that's enough for the time being. Asuna can step up to reinforce that position. The pit is such an issue. Eventually Bang drops. But it took the judge inside the pit to account for him. Dizzy knocked off.
Cryo on the flank right now, down short.
Boombot thrown out there, and Cryo has such a perfect timing. No way Loud can be ready for this. Now the spike in the hands of Kawanzi has to really fight back. Getting a couple as he goes out, not too bad. 100 Thieves convert on that gun round.
And that's the economy broken for Loud. They went into that lacking utility, lacking heavy armors.
They forced up and had to use most of that util into the Viper's Pit at the start of the round to get there.
Try to ego that pit, try to catch Bang, but he falls back into lamps. Gets this nice first kill, Sadak on the chase, and as the round goes on, things just evolve. That swing from less there, solo effort entirely, and listen, you can't blame a player for trying to make a play that will even the odds, even the man advantage, back to a level playing field, but things are just not looking synced up, and it's versus 100 Thieves whose fundamentals are looking as smooth as I've seen them this year.
Bang once again in Hookah. Baited by the shoulder peak. Great stuff here for Kawanzi to capitalize. TP came through pretty quickly now. Boostio trying to get in there with some of that util, but this is getting awkward. Showstopper. Behind him, yep, catches Sardak coming through the TP. Not before Sardak deals with Boostio, though. And the result is a player advantage, and the spike left inside the TP. Oh, there's no way that's getting picked up.
Now Cryo is just gonna go right into the teleport and just wait.
Let me just keep an eye on this for you, Pancada. He's going to get crossfired here.
This one is all but done. The smallest of consolations is the fact that Pancada will have an orbital strike after going down to Asuna. Another 3 from him. The star rays of 100 Thieves picking it up for them on maps like Bind.
I like this though, good start. The TP play from Asuna though, again, he's a game that he's feeling quite confident.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it is all about denying the post plant. We saw what happened when Loud are able to get that spike down. It can be really awkward, especially on A, to retake that up against all that util, the post plant mollies, all that stuff. So 100 Thieves can play ahead of it, and they have been. Inside hookah, up A short with deep smokes. Maybe even some showers presence this round from Cryo too.
Cannot express enough how pivotal this round is right now for Loud. They have 4 ultimates available, 3 very influential in getting a round win, and their economy is on the line.
Boombot thrown up, and now orb secured for Loud, as they're at least able to get within striking distance of this B site. Already Cryo has been dragged over to B. And here comes Thrash from the attackers. Looking to check elbow, Obster back around here. So he can be recovered. I'll be in a slightly risky location.
Does a good job of getting some of this defensive utility out, though. That'll pay off later when Yergzak actually comes in and they're trying to pivot to A off the space that Les took in shower.
Molly, though, slows him down. Thrash again comes out. Dizzy also used by the defenders here. Showstopper 2 as he needs to get in there. Orbital strike! And everyone filters out into the path of the Showstopper. It's going to be Asuna brought down, and Boostio just surges through the smoke.
What a lovely sync of those 2 ultimates to force someone in the path of that Showstopper.
Smokes expire, and he used just a little sharper. Cryo will hide inside that dark cover.
I've got your trail.
Zeke is also used. That's a little bit too much. Provoke the TP away for less, but we are in the post plant here, and Bang is not ready for this very passive angle 2 users holding.
Enemy remaining.
Les deals with Cryo as he surges up towards showers. Clean around from Loud. 3 guns taken out of it. They get that post plant that we're looking for.
Nicely done from Les. Similar positions that we're used to seeing him in, lurking towards shower, but not a familiar agent by any means, playing the Omen within this, I'm going to call it the EG comp. They're the first team that I've seen play this, I think, all this year. That is the role of the Omen. A lot of presence towards shower on attack, finding timings. So we were seeing Superman do against 100 Thieves to a lot of success. Again, 100 Thieves just lost to this comp in their last Bind game.
Sentinels early in the year played a similar role with the Yoru. The gate crash across the map. It could be anywhere now, of course, with Les's TP up.
Go get him.
Serious opportunity now for Loud to get back in the game, tie things up. 100 Thieves economy hangs in the balance of this round, but they're on the verge of a couple pivotal ultimates that could turn the tides in their favor. Boostio one off a Thrash, Cryo one off that orbital strike. Cryo is playing towards A. If he can get one here on short, fall off, have that ultimate to further delay the plant, maybe even kill the plant.
Yeah, I mean, they don't, 100 Thieves don't use it to delay the plant most often.
Shut down straight away. Well done from 2Es.
Cryo, no chance here to build that extra orb. Have to be till next round. Boombot thrown by Asuna now, but the nade is going to force him back. He satchels in the direction of Vents. And once again, Loud have that post plant. Here's the Nightfall for the retake attempt. And again, Bang can't find the timing he was looking for. Cowanzine is good for it. And even with the Nightfall in play, 100 Thieves have no step to this site whatsoever.
What a 2-piece for Cowanzine. He's the man that's had the hot hand for Loud in this stage 2. Statistically, they're highest in kills per round, leading in most of the stats across the board for the squad. And it's good to see 2Es begin to heat up a little bit here too. Just had no opportunities on the Jet on map 1 to get anything going. Stats look tragic, but you can't even be mad at him. I can't even blame him. Things in entirety across the team were going awry, and when you're just trying to enter, you don't have that support behind you, you're not going to look good. But now with Loud as a unit beginning to get into the swing of things, he's starting to look good because of it as well.
And Bang has been getting thwarted for the last couple of rounds consecutively. on those late flank angles he's been prepared for. Loud waiting for him. And there's been a variation in the attacker post-plant position to answer the flank.
There.
Obviously, this Loud comp doesn't have a Sentinel, so they can't play off trips or anything like that.
And so that will be 100 Thieves' economy down the drain, an opportunity for Loud to tie up the game with a significantly better buy. It's mostly Sheriffs for the 100 Thieves side, unless for that one Vandal in the hands of EU.
Oh, they spot him. Well, they hear him at least. Okay. He just gets out. Only had the Sheriff to work with.
Holding that tight angle as well. Not going to connect the shot, taking risks, but risks you will take when you have the bad buy.
There's that one way. It's going to be irritating for Picardo to deal with. He shows himself. It's exactly the use case for that Brimstone one-way.
Just unaware that he was peeking out just barely on the right side of that Brimstone smoke. You can see Busio wants to tempt fate, recover this rifle, push up, and he's going to be able to do so. This position on short is great as well, with all of Loud just gathered up towards Shower. And again, here's Les, that lurking Omen. Does have the teleport ultimate though, so can show some presence. Pop the ultimate, meet back up with his team.
No one playing in tower here right now for 100 Thieves. Very far forward on the side in general, but you just get slapped. And Cohen's in, flashes that corner. Busio though is ready. Wingman gonna get the plant down now. DC's gonna be an issue. Busio has to time his shots there and nothing else to rely on. Again, Cryo will be coming on a late flank, but again, it's double watched here by Loud.
Is it though? Oh, nice turns! But Cryo connects!
Oh, he's clever. Shoulder peeks that one. 2 years reveals himself, but he wins it out. It's just bang. Oh! That was an airborne target. Shoulder peek is what shows 2 years. Close, but no cigar for 100 Thieves. Not about outing, though, for a pistol.
That is a lot of damage, but at this state of the game, the damage won't be entirely too relevant. Loud's win streak has their economy looking good. Finally coming to life, the Brazilian side. It's been struggles for them this year, and they'd love to end things off on a high note.
That's that one way being exploited. Boosty does want to get one here. The Dizzy makes his life hard.
Standing. One enemy
Oh
remaining.
my god, that is outrageous. I mean, Bang today is on fire.
And you make a good point, right? Even though only one gun gets taken out of that round, Loud had won the previous 3 rounds. Their economy is in a pretty safe spot. They've actually got multiple players still with about 4K, so they've paved the way here for the latter part of this half to have decent weapons for the next at least couple of rounds or so, and it's a timeout for 100 Thieves. They are allowing there to be plants. Trying to fight forward at times here, especially on that previous round when they only had those pistols to work with. Think back yesterday, Superman finding 3K in Shower with the Sheriff. Boostio trying to replicate something like that, but the Guiding Light was able to ping him out. He was forced to give that space.
And that's Coach Zix over at 100 Thieves taking a timeout before another round that carries a lot of weight. Economy once again on the line. Holding on to crucial ultimates to cross the finish line on this round 9 as well. Our 100 Thieves with that orbital strike and thrash that they got up just a round or 2 ago. So we'll see if they can convert. We'll see what the plan is. They used to run a lot of aggressive early set pieces on defense when they debuted this comp, when they were running it, more towards the stage 1 playoffs. And those have kind of gone by the wayside as teams have watched their VODs, are keen to a lot of those early plays.
Run, little man.
So we're not going to see anything like that off the jump here.
Horn thrown there into hookah by 100 Thieves. That is where Loud to hold up at the moment. Boostio might not get to recover this thrash if he throws it down long right now. We've got the info we needed, albeit at the cost of a little bit of his health. Still might not to capitalize off this. This is...
Does he want to send this? Doesn't even
audacious.
Really have help to play off of it. We'll just force them back and...
The Homer Simpson gif, he walks into the room, puts his hat down, picks it back up, leaves. There goes Dizzy.
Dizzy, but Alzin gets out of the way, and now the counter thrash.
So antsy, Boosty just wants to be active.
Oh, the spray down from Bang, though.
It's good. Trailblazer also cleared him. Bang unaffected by the paranoia here. He's in a position to do some serious damage. And that's 4 on the round for Bang.
30 seconds left.
Legend has it was this guy that spawned the universe on a round like that.
Austin, don't you dare.
Come on, buddy. What happened to the power of friendship?
Imagine Imagine making the smart choice when you could get an ace and saving your gun because your economy's trash. Could never be me.
Cowanzine here will be out at sea for the rest of this round. No chance for a plant, just hoping to maintain a weapon, even though economy doing decently. This just means it's a full buy for the next for Loud.
These parasites aren't going to take one step past this place.
What a round for Bang. Denied that ace. But again, still huge momentum builder for 100 Thieves, and a round that you sort of flagged as being pretty pivotal in economy.
When Bang is playing like this, when he is just the concrete wall on defense, he is one of the best anchors in the game. There are just parts of every map that you can associate with him in your mind on defense, where you almost just expect him to get a multi-kill every single time.
For me, it's Hookah. Like, he's always the 2-for-1 there.
Crosshair adjustments, those micro adjustments are...
We're going
fantastic. Yeah, this is so fast from 2Es into lamps.
Not bad. Arsenal trying to trade it out, but he can't. He just gets a rifle in his hands instead. Now he's banging Boostio. He's waiting for that one. And now it's up to Bang sat in spawn.
He really is starting to find these entries 2Es.
Love that pace variation. Yeah, nothing but a judge there. The satchel down A short. Audacious, but it pays off.
Sometimes you just have to remind those defenders that we really do spawn on the site. We could just hit it right away. The spawn is the A site. They just send it. Yeah, I do love that pace variation. Mixing that in.
It's one of the only parts of the map where there's not really like a neutral zone between the attacker's spawn and the site itself. You can be blisteringly fast. Search party out there looking for Bang. And he's tucked himself away on the other side of the map and will maintain that weapon. Again, an economy that 100 Thieves is still trying to stabilize now, heading into the last couple of rounds of the half. That fast hit follow-up was great though. Les is here to back up his duelist.
Yeah, perfect timing from Les. I love seeing his confidence from 2Es. He's pushing forward for more, taking that deep position, but he's getting the follow-up too. It's not just some pure solo effort. All right, 100 Thieves now again, economy on the line. With how back and forth this has been, I feel like I've been saying that a whole lot. Crucial round here though towards the tail end of this half. Again, Loud, they just want to explode down short, but Cryo going to deny that.
I don't know if Arsenal showed himself yet. I think he can have a free swing at this, and he does. Spike goes loose as Sadak lets it clatter to the ground. Boombot going to be thrown out to try and clear. And Arsenal might just straight up swing this smoke. Busy times as Cowanzine accosts him up close. Paint shells end up uselessly exploding behind it, but there's no plant yet. That's crucial. 100 Thieves still have these two anchor players, and Bang can't commit to A yet.
Oh, Boostio. He had to be worried. Was scared to push into lamps, knew that angle was a possibility. Great swing from EU.
He can play the clock now. Buy some time for Bang to get here, and they might have a crossfire through the TP though. Les goes. Trying to get to that B side as quickly as humanly possible, but Bang will have an opportunity here. Les can't just push through this, surely. TP onto the site instead, but still paid briefly. Bang attempts, but Les cleans him up on the second attempt.
What a shot. EU takes the teleport.
He's low, by the way, 70 HP.
Les flipping the site, trying to play from the back.
There's the C's thrown out. Les is caught inside of it, has to eat the Prowler. But he has 100 Thieves.
Thanks for the follow.
And that's what you love to see from the man that you expect to be the star of Loud, who's been a little bit faded, a little bit lackluster in this stage too.
It's going good.
The Omen, which is not something that we see from him. To some serious success. Lurking on this attacking side, closing out the clutch.
Great adaptation in the 1v2 there. Quick switch over to the B side. Definitely caught 100 Thieves off guard. Last round of the half here, Thieves are... Well, Boostio's a bucky, so I should explain it.
And Loud have been playing at this very quick pace. And if they want to do it again, they have Seekers and Showstopper to do it with.
Showstopper comes out instantly. You got to catch him on the cross. So sharp on the Guardian. Drops out of tower, but he's still with his own ult. That also gets shut down. No Showstoppers for anybody this round. Little tuck from Cryo lets him pick up Cowanzine, but now it'll be cleared by Util. It doesn't matter. Cryo gets the 2-for-1, and he is right behind him. Les can't do it again. And it's going to be even.
Wicked fast from 100 Thieves on the swings for each other.
Switching sides.
Just spilling through lamps. That was such a nice movement adjustment from Cryo, expecting that swing, where to place his crosshair despite that dizzy.
See, Asuna was sat in spawn because he knew he needed to quickly be at the side. He only had a stinger, but he needed to make use of the showstopper. Even after he got shut down with this shot here, Cryo finding 2 on that swing out after being tucked and picking up Cowanzine. EU just did the same thing. Come out of you all, took the shot. We're heading to halftime, folks. It's 6 apiece here on Bind. A must-win map for Loud to keep this series going.
How long did... What?
All right, so we decided to have some fun, do something a little different. All right, we got Caleb over here. He had a sign that said, "I know all of the voice lines in the game," and Mimi happens to know all the voice lines in the game as well. So I figured we'd do a little challenge. And the way it's going to work is we don't have a buzzer, so you're just going to slap my leg when you want to give the answer, okay? You know,
will you buzz?
We're kind of ghetto like that, and I'll buzz, yes, for sure. All right, first up. All right, who said this? You have good taste, my friend.
Chamber.
Where at?
Match start.
That is correct. Oh, well done.
Okay.
Well done. All right, next line. They say, we have one job, save this earth. No excuses. Oh.
Sage match start?
No. Who?
Astra?
Incorrect. No, it's KO. It's KO. All right.
KO.
Who gives the ult line? Here we go. Slap the leg, someone.
I don't know.
No?
Here we go?
Here we go.
No clue.
Yeah, it is Neon. It is Neon.
It's Neon. Caleb is right. Yes. Mimi's a fraud. Let's send it back over to the casters.
Wyatt, I can't believe they didn't get you in that game. You know all the voice lines as well.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't standing here stumped at all 3. See, now, why are you throwing shade at me? I was about to talk about how Mimi's getting fired. We found a new analyst.
I just thought I'd make something up.
To get her the hell out of here. All that.
Wow. They're between a rock and a hard place now. As are this Loud team, of course. A very lackluster first map, but now they managed to make it competitive here on Bind. Some great fast hits to close out the half.
And we'll see if they can finally claim their first pistol round win in this series.
Yeah, they're 0-3 for this match. Okay, Pancada spooks him off. Flexes the tattoos. I'm assuming he has them. Oh, he's got the spot.
Spike down.
He will, of course, go down to those, but Spike is now loose after that cheeky little angle at the back of Hooker, and Cryo dips in, picks it up. Down to 40, though.
Cowanzine just needs to get his.
More than. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, we're looking at a Loud pistol round here for sure. Unless Cryo can do something. Never mind. Let's pick him off here. Loud get into that lead and get a crucial pistol in the second half here on Bind.
You can see on every POV individually, these Loud players, shots starting to connect. Crosshair placement looking better. The flicks looking cleaner. They were so out of it in all aspects of the game on Ascent. But obviously they were just not getting any kills.
Yeah, I mean, their clearing protocols were a bit awkward, right? They left mid so open on that Ascent map.
Every duel was just going in the way of 100 Thieves. And now, with them coming to life, maybe they can steal away 100 Thieves map pick, be the 4th team in a row to beat 100 Thieves on what was their home map not long ago, just a month and a half ago.
Yeah, some genuine concerns, I think, about this 100 Thieves Bind map.
And they keep picking it when it's available. When the other team doesn't ban it, they are still picking it. And I think you're going to just see teams start to been it against them less and less. It felt like a must ban, you know, during Shanghai, during the Stage 1 playoffs, but not anymore.
Because of that Viper wall, something that Loud don't have, Under Thieves do get new ball control. Karanzine obviously showing a lot of traces out there from Tower. Into Vents, I think there's a Thieves player at least. Yep, set up there, of course, is going to be Arsena. Still attempting a plant now. Dizzy for Sardak, gives him a bit of info. I'm going to play that corner pretty comfortably with the Spectre, but Arsena catches him out with the paint shells. Post plant now, 100 Thieves. Spreading out amongst this A site, showing very little of themselves. Loud have to step up, offer something in trade.
One enemy remaining.
And they're winning out all of them now. Less than 2 is inside the Poison Cloud. This is smoke clears, only one Loud player drops. Clean.
A lot of damage done. Loud played that very patiently. Was worried for a moment perhaps they had missed the timing to fight a little bit more aggro out of showers together. But they bided their time, took advantage of that better weaponry. Slowed down the game, and all things considered again, yeah, clean anti-eco as we head into 100 Thieves buy round. They've got a nearly pure attempt at a bonus win to get themselves firmly in the lead for the first time in this series.
It's worth bearing in mind that Outlaw feels a little less good in a round like this, where it is the full buy for 100 Thieves, but 2 years has held on to it. So the one way here, aggressively being used by less on both sides of the map, over towards Shower, this time defensively. Okay. Karanzine instantly punished. And the ping there means 100 Thieves think there might have been a double crossfire set up there at the top of B-Long. A la Leviathan.
Now things will be slowed down as Loud have lost that information gathering agent. Luckily for them though, they are retaining this shower control. Less is pushed up there, so that's a bit of info, but with this buy, they're content with focusing their attention towards A, trying to stack up a little bit of a gamble, leaving the IGL Sodhawk over towards B alone.
At some point, probably going to get a Loud player drifting over, or at least via the TP, so Bang might be getting a little busy in a moment. Molly thrown out, it's going to buy a little bit of time here for Loud. The rotation's starting to happen, perhaps. Here comes that side hit. Molly is going to force Sardak to stay off the side here. He's down to below 70 health.
30 seconds left.
No rotations through TP. That part of Hookah is just unknown to Loud. They don't want to take the risk. They're all going to have to play from backside here.
They have good utility to get back in the Dizzy, the paranoia.
Here. Some wall-bank shots here being thrown out. 2 years spamming at the wall. Lucio is stuck in that corner here as Wingman goes to check the contents of the smoke. Also there. Moments on him. Lucio safe for the time being, but anchor well in that corner. It's Arsena helping him out here from Hookah. Okay, Loud able to find one. Pancada deals with Lucio on the side here, but Arsena's holding it down until now from Hookah. No real time though for Loud to get this defuse, and 100 Thieves going to play safely off the side. They know this one is done. Full buy for 100 Thieves. They're awkward. They need to take 1 gun, 2 guns out of the round at least.
Some pretty fair damage. For a second there, I was worried that your upset stomach from yesterday came back. Glad to see that's not the case. Just random little spam as the smoke came down there. Perfectly timed from you. That caught us looking nice on that retake. Good damage done. And that does put 100 Thieves in a fairly tough economic spot now. Asuna has the showstopper to play with, but has 0 credits to play with right now, going forward.
Okay, we're going to have a defensive pop here towards short, or at least the smoke, to allow Loud to extend their control of the map a little more there.
And over towards A, we just have Sardak playing close with this Judge.
And Bang has to know something's up with the deep smoke from the defenders there. Unlikely he'll look to test it. Also some serious showers control being enacted by 2 years, so much so that he might be able to wrap up, and Bang's ready for this push.
Kawanzine over on B towards Octagon actually pushed through that smoke, and that's allowing this rotate from Loud to come towards A.
Bang's ready for it. Oh, it doesn't matter!
Great shot.
2 years just hopping up on that little bit of mastering, maybe gives him the edge. BDU is able to trade it out. A lot of defensive pings towards showers now.
And there are so many smokes that can get cycled from this comp with Loud, the double controller, that it's going to allow Sodhawk to keep playing forward here.
Yep. No matter what.
Judge.
There'll be smokes here no matter what.
There's another one.
At some point, do you just disrespect it? Chalice is being cleared though. Pallet's just been sent through. Oh, Dizzy doesn't see Sardak. That's a freebie. And that's a spike drop loose now as well. Showstopper just speculated with. But Sardak is still standing. They thought they got the Judge player. They did not. EU's got into the back of the A side though. Now can put some pressure on this short position, but Sardak finds 3. That should not be allowed.
And that is how it is giggling away.
You can't believe it.
You can't blame him. He's feeling silly.
Again.
That is the magic of the double controller comp at times, how oppressive that can be at the choke points. And it was such a little micro play, but Kalenzine over towards Octagon, when the smoke went down there, he just pushed through it and held the angle more forward, and that allowed the rotate off and the rest of those players towards A to feel comfortable, and they're anchoring up that site, continuing to play forward with Sardak.
Silly round. Even STK can admit it.
Finally, some positive vibes for the Loud squad, man.
He's even a one-way for long? Oh, that's so filthy.
Right now, Loud, they have pushed all the way down.
Is that even a one-way? I don't think that works.
That's an interesting smoke. We'll be going back to the lab with that one.
The timing.
Except this is their last match, so they won't be going back to the lab for that one.
It's going to be a long lab session. Cryo at least able to get the 1-for-1. With nothing but a classic! And they're not ready for E to drop on them. Loud might have overextended into this now. Look at the rifles being dropped. 2 of them for 100 Thieves now to hand.
And not even might have. They're doing way too much. Luckily, they're less feeling confident that this will be a B play. We'll have something of a crossfire with Pancata.
Cryo's already out on the site, but he gets caught. That elbow presence there for Pancata shuts him down instantly. Still, there's 2 rifles been passed around for 100 Thieves. They still have them to work with. Mosh pit on bang. He gets caught out by Sardak now. Fantastic couple of rounds for the IGL.
Well done. And if there's one thing I definitely do want to give credit to Sardak for in 2024, his individual play has been good. I've been impressed with his fragging pretty much the entire time. And funny enough, actually more so when he's not playing Duelist. I think he has been better individually. When I'm thinking of him towards the end of Stage 1 and the Stage 1 playoffs.
Absolutely. You go. And in the big games, he's also been an impact player.
Yeah. Which again, I'm repeating myself, but somehow it's not on the Duelist. It's not on the Neon. It's just not his agent. It's just not his role. He doesn't feel the comfortability there like he does, playing the initiators.
But let's be real for a second here. 100 Thieves again, continuing to struggle a little bit on this Bayern map. It's been talked about a fair bit. I think, Kaplan of Sentinel said, when we came back from Madrid, we feel like at Lotus, for example, we really got kind of figured out. Felt like people really knew how to play around it, and what was their best map at the time became one that they had to take back, like you said, to the lab and work on. That just might be the reality here for 100 Thieves, and if they're thinking about a deep postseason run, playoffs, and then, oh God, maybe even champs after, this is a part of the map pool that's going to need a real look, because this team is also banning Haven fairly often, right? They want to maintain the depth of map pool if they want to go up against the best of Americas, and then, of course, the world, if that's on the table for them.
I wouldn't be surprised to see them begin to pick Ascent as their first and just float Bind later into the series, maybe have it be a decider map. And they were never playing Lotus either. Maybe that'll work its way into their pool, given they beat EG recently. They still have a chance to come back into this one, of course, though, and get this 2-0 victory over a rejuvenated Loud here on map 2.
Smoke really allowing 2 years to get up here, and he got to detain as well. Those paint shells could have been of concern, but elsewhere, Les has been able to find Cryo. That was the push defensively out of Hookah. Such confidence here for Loud, taking control of the map in general. Arsenal, though, gets ahead of the defenders. He's wrapped all the way around them, but now looking to contain them with the rest of 100 Thieves. Spotted by Wingmando. Satchel here to throw someone off their footing if they try and push him, but it was Boostio they instead turn their attention towards. Dizzy captures Arsenal, but he's still about to find the kill, but it's all up to him now, the 1 versus 3. A wild defensive round for Loud. They push so deep up on this map. They now have the wind in their sails.
Shut down by Pancata at the end, and these are the kind of rounds that 100 Thieves actually don't do anymore, when they are on defense on this map. It was something they were doing a lot when they debuted this comp. We're playing this back in Stage 1. These aggressive splits, pushing down out of Hookah, pressuring those players in market, sometimes going for a big ult play with that, involving the Thrash among some other ults. They had a lot of set pieces like that they just are not using anymore. And you totally get why. Everyone has watched them on this map. Everyone has seen what they do.
Loud definitely made better use of that timeout than 100 Thieves did, that's for sure. Now back to something that approximates a bit more of a standard setup. Kawanzin gets the confirmation. 3 players already at B here for Loud. And a double face set up for the defenders here by Octagon.
He's been so aggressive in this position, Kawanzin. Pancata's the one who suffers an early death, though.
They capitalize on the dizzy timing. Pancata has to respect it. Here comes Tuyas, though. No connection now on the showstopper. One he wished he'd had back. And that early aggression for Loud here might have backfired. Again, it's Sardak, who's so dependable at moments like this. Straight through the TP now. Waiting in hookah as the cross happens to the side. He's going to check this now. Sees, connects. Sardak here going to throw that dizzy up again, but it's Wingman on the pun. He interrupts it still. That's so dirty. And he's bought a lot of time here for Les to get to the site too.
Les needs to run, though. He is still quite far away.
Boostio inside the container.
Spike planted.
He's able to get the plant down, but Sardak can break up the crossfire here.
His dizzy is back as well. Could use that to get Les in.
Here it is. You not spotted out by that on the corner, and Boostio finds Les as he makes his way to the site. Now the 1 versus 1!
Oh my god, the
Lino wins it out again!
And look at his moves. He's feeling himself. This is what I wanted to see, some fun, some whimsy from the Loud side in their last game. There's been so much pressure on them being that top representative from Brazil. It's been a hard-fought year for them. It's been bumpy roads the entire time, and I really want to just see them enjoy themselves in this last game. I think that is one of the major keys to victory.
What's not to enjoy about that?
Sardak right now top fragging on the Gecko in the server, tied with Asuna at 18.
And now Loud are 1 round away from taking Bind and sending us to Lotus. Kind of things have looked lackluster on this map. Tuyas picking up the operator here. Hit with everything, including the kitchen sink. And Arsenal looks to make some space here with the showstopper. This is going to force Loud to play here from vents entirely. Paint shells up for Arsenal, and he's ready to play up close and personal with the judge.
Tuyas getting the heal, and after that, Seeker's going to come out from Kawanzin.
He's gone to the site now. Barreling his way in towards U-Haul, but Arsenal has the judge perfectly equipped for 5 seconds proximity, and he'll take 3. There is going to be a bit of a pinch here from Les, but it comes against a full-strength 100 Thieves. And Pancata will try and play the edges off this smoke. Drops down, makes out, but Boostio wasn't ready for it. It's a 1-for-1. About as much as you can hope for here, as it's all up to Les. Okay. There won't be any time for a defuse here, realistically. That'll be the round. 100 Thieves kick themselves in it.
Not over just yet. Keeping it simple with that A exec. Pass that judge over to your Rays, allow them to take point, double satchel, get in lamps deep where the angles are tight like that one. Last kill.
It's that from Tuyas earlier.
Just silly. Yeah. Some may say that the judge needs a nerf. They call me some. I would love to see that one day, surely. Sardak has the Thrash available to try and close this game out. 100 Thieves now focus their attention towards B. Very quick Thrash. Oh, it crosses over. They wanted to go for a teleporter crunch, but no one from 100 Thieves were too close up on A to actually beat that on the other end.
But Les found Bang, who was sitting so deep, basically in the attacker spawn there. Pushing all the way out of showers, ready to play off that crunch and still get something for his trouble. I don't think he's at B long, sure enough. There's a bit of a stalemate in the middle part of the map there as Cryo knows that Kawanzin is encroaching. Here's the Thrash. Sardak going to be caught by that one now outside of the smoke, and it's an easy enough pick off, but Pancata wins in the middle. And now Kawanzin has gotten through.
Look at that wrap from Kawanzin. Is so perfect. As the 100 Thieves players are delayed further again, the double controller. The number of smokes to delay the attackers. It's giving Kawanzin this timing. EU is actually watching it though.
Not anymore. Turn his attention towards the B site. And it's all too easy for Kawanzin to pluck him away. And he sees the spike go loose there as well. Info flowing in for Loud. Kawanzin just wins those. He just wins them.
And he can't be allowed to. Let's close things out. Coming to life on map 2 are Loud. As a team and individually, you could see the utility was so much more coordinated, especially towards the end of that game, how they were playing around all of those smokes on offer from the double controller comp.
Constant one-ways to exercise deeper control of the map than you otherwise would have. Showers felt like it was always Loud's territory. Attack or defense, they had that part of the map dead to rights. Some great fast plays, also defensively pushing up short, smoking it up. I think a big round for Sardak, the 3K with the judge in hand. Bit of vintage Loud in this game for us.
And despite winning 13-1 on the first map, 100 Thieves continue to crash out on Bind. 4 losses in a row now. Can't be spoken about enough how this was headed into Shanghai, their map. They were the best in the world on Bind, and everyone has figured them out.
Quick break now, but when we come back, the analysts are going to get us ready for our decider map in this series.
Nice.
do outro lado, faz a smoke, pancada, acerta o HS, vai pra cima!
Arsenal hiding in boathouse now. Timing is everything, but time is short for Derek, and he finds the sweep, but Arsenal was quicker.
And Loud manages to take map 2 in a fascinating turn of events. We're going to go to our decider. It's Lotus. You can see both teams getting ready to go. But before we started the matchup, one of our analysts, I won't say who, said that this series was over and that 100 Thieves were going to 2-0. Now, I don't know who said that, but if I had to make an inclination, I think it was Mimi. Mimi, we decided to punish her, okay? Because
what do you mean we? Okay,
in a clown costume. Yeah, it was actually Doug and Bala collectively deciding that this was what we were gonna do. Mimi, do you regret your decisions now?
No.
No.
100 Thieves should have won Bind.
Yeah, but they didn't. It's 13-8.
No, I didn't think Loud would play that comp.
Yeah.
I really like that comp.
Yeah, it's a good comp.
I think it's really good. The one-ways are really good.
Yeah. You want to talk about 2Es? 2Es has been, he was pretty
played
great.
Duelist.
Played Duelist?
They fixed it.
Yeah?
It's too bad. It's too bad it's the last match of the season and they're out.
But they did manage to pick up the win. Salty Mimi's a Mimi I was not prepared for.
Twang in your voice. You got a little clown twang in your voice.
I think part of it is, it's like just hitting her nose.
It's the nose. But that being said, though, I mean, Doug, 2Es did definitely, show up and gave, this Loud team a little bit of a reinvigoration, if you will, as we get ready for the decider.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he also played Duelist on SEN, and they got rinsed, so I don't really know I mean, whatever.
It's hard to put
You're
into this, right?
like you're the clown. He was good. Give him the credit. He was really good.
All right, Rudolph, calm down a little bit.
Name. It's not Rudolph.
Bozo.
Yeah, but
it's not Bozo either.
You know what though?
That's actually an offensive stereotype about clowns. They were all named Bozo.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
How many other clown names? What other like famous clown do you know?
A clown can have any name.
Bozo. Oh wait, that's.
You can't just say right after she said it was an offensive stereotype about clowns.
Oh, man.
You can't do that.
Your boy is cooked. All right, well, let's go ahead and get ready for our next map. Something, though, to note, and part of the reason why, Mimi was so confident in her prediction is, the bind 400 Thieves in the past has been really good. But now, as we see, it has not been what you would want it to be. This was a map that 100 Thieves leaned on a lot going into, a lot of their big matches. That's certainly going to be something you need to clean up. Isn't that right?
And after Shanghai, too, that was where they got dismantled in the playoffs there. And ever since...
You feel like people have just figured them out?
They figured it out. And I think also people are starting to find something new on that map as well to start to play. You like that or the EG comp.
Yeah.
That Loud
Really
played
good.
there.
Yeah. Yeah, Mimi.
The one-ways?
It was really good.
Like the one-ways.
I already told you guys.
Yeah.
Like
you got a one-way on your nose.
What does that even mean?
I don't even know. It's just funny.
There's no comedy to the things you guys are saying.
There really isn't, but to us, it's fucking hilarious.
Are you even accredited?
Huh?
Are you even accredited?
Am I accredited? No, I have a credit card, though.
Everyone has a credit card. It's America.
Are you accredited?
Yeah, I went to clown college.
You went to Oh, this is deep.
Well, I am a licensed ordained minister, so joke's on you. Went to ordination school.
You went to the internet.
And me and Doug are esports
I went to
casters.
Mazomania.
Lotus is coming up next here for the Decider. Curious what we can end up getting out of this. Maybe, some neon.
That's a shot.
Maybe, that's a lot.
Is Neon in Tui's agent pool?
I have a question. Is there anything like declarative that you?
Yeah. Do you want to make a declarative statement right now
before this next map starts?
Who's gonna win?
Anything like overly confident and declarative and authoritative?
Say what
you
you
best player.
No, I'm not.
You don't want to.
We all learned a lesson today, did we not?
Dude, Loud broke me.
Yeah, for real, man.
100 Thieves broke me.
Yeah.
I'm happy for Loud.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice.
It wasn't even a bad game. It's just okay. All right.
I'm happy.
It wasn't, but it's the.
I'm happy for you, Mimi.
I never say things like that.
I just hope we've.
Why is the cloud so depressed?
I just hope we've learned the consequences of our actions.
My email is mimi@csa.gg if you want birthday parties. My rate is very competitive. It's very competitive.
It really is. She's doing. She's got a good business going.
Juggling, stilts.
You do juggling.
The balloons, the animal balloons.
I can.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So what kind of if you had to pick something to, what would you? Can I give you some stuff to juggle
surely
right now?
There's something we can find.
Juggling.
Yeah.
Can't do it on the spot.
You can't do it on the spot, but isn't that like the whole point of a clown?
To do things on the spot?
Well, to perform, and to juggle. I mean, that should be easy to you. You went to clown college. Did they not teach you juggling?
That's not real, right?
I have something to tell
not
you.
real.
I'm pretty sure it is.
I would ask.
I dropped out.
You dropped out of clown college?
Yeah.
Okay, well then, in which case, then
so
I guess you missed the juggling course then.
Wait, does that mean you're not accredited?
So you're not accredited if you dropped out. If you dropped out of college, the math ain't mathin', Mimi.
It's on
You're
my
just a
CV.
fraud. You're just.
What else could you do?
No one actually calls the references on your CV.
That is true. No one famously calls the references.
That's how I got here.
That is how it works. In case you're wondering.
I swear, every person ever asked me, can I put you down as a reference? They might call you.
Yeah, I've never gotten a call for
single
reference.
one.
But you sound like a homie when you say
We had a
yes.
quick technical issue on stage. We're going to get it sorted out. So you're just sticking with us for right now.
I've had a bigger issue.
What's the issue?
Just all of this.
Just all of this? But you did this to yourself, Mimi.
I've never made a statement like that before.
Yeah.
That's actually true. You are the most neutral person.
The fence I love.
And this is what happened.
And I'm going to go back to the fence after this.
Yeah.
I hope both teams have fun. That's my big thing.
Maybe think about how much of a peak it could be the next time you say something and you're right.
Yeah. So
you got to think about
before I
the
toss
high.
it to a commercial break, declarative statement. Go.
I'm not Bozo.
She's not Bozo. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, oh, she's going off. We got Agent Select map 3. She's done. She's cooked, bro. Let's just...
Well, the bind woes for 100 Thieves continue, but there's still series to be played, folks. Now a decided map, it's going to be Lotus. And for 100 Thieves, on the line is a placing as high as 4th in terms of postseason seeding. And for Loud, a chance to leave some egg on the face of 100 Thieves on their way out the door wouldn't hurt.
And a chance to once again be the Brazilian team that places highest for their region, which has literally never not been the case unless they lose this final map to 100 Thieves here on Lotus. A map where last time we cast 100 Thieves on Lotus, just last week against EG, I could not believe the statistic that they did not play Lotus since kickoff. I couldn't believe that.
They left that one of the drafts all year.
It's such a popular map, and they weren't even banning it. It was being floated. They just never played it. So here we are again seeing them. They looked impressive against EG, who were running that Neon comp that Loud were running at a time, but they swapped over to the 2Es Rays.
We're going to have that here, of course, once more. And again, something we saw in that EG game, something that 100 Thieves are very good at doing is getting Cryo on like a laid wrap around the attacking side through A while the B side was actually being hit. They went B a lot in that game. They threw a one-way smoke in towards Baby Door and ended up trapping 2 EG players. Cryo was 5-1, first kill, first death on Omen on that particular map. Not a flashy game from him, but one where he had a lot of high impact presence in those rounds. 100 Thieves will be starting on the attacking side again, so we're going to look to see that inclination maybe to hit B fast and cut off any reinforcements by taking control of the upper part of that site.
Yeah, that was definitely a style of play that worked particularly well against how EG like to play their defense, though Loud are playing far more default comp here as they're gathered up towards A, ready to fight with 4. Paranoia in the hands of Pancata, and it's sent out immediately, as is a flash from their breach. Sadak, wow, they are pushing so far forward. They want to take the fight too, though.
They're going for it. Cryo, though, meets Sadak as soon as he rounds the corner. That defensive plot for Loud falls in a screaming heap.
Perhaps hoping they would just catch the one. It would just be the lurker there. Not the case at all. They just run to their own demise as Boostio has already slipped so far into this site.
He doesn't know where the camera is, though. He has gotten ahead of it at least. It's now been removed. Boostio wants to take a fight on the side. He crouches into it. Pancala falls.
Quite awkward, but finds that kill nonetheless. It all comes down to less in this 1 versus 4. Has been playing better in this series, specifically on map 2, starting to come to life here. Some weak players, not out of the question.
Gonna go for it anyway.
His caliber, but will be shut down. Cryo already 3 posted up on the board for him. His stats haven't been as incredible when playing the controller agents so far in this stage. I mean, we think back to Shanghai, specifically on Vine, when he's playing that Brimstone. Dropped 30 or whatever that was on foot, was going so crazy on that map. We'll see if he can find a bit of that form, picking up the Omen now.
Like I said, really active in the mid to late round, playing on his own, up against EG. Again though, same story. Bang wants to operate around that lurk wall at 8 in these early rounds. There's gonna be a fight here for Mound. 2E standing out here in the open. The one-way makes it hard for anybody to refrag him.
Caught very early, and Asuna now halfway towards that showstopper fairly early on in the game. We'll be going for some more kills in this round, no doubt. Taking point with the Stinger. No reason to not, as the Boombot clears out close.
Loud anticipating there a ping off the C side, maybe over towards A from 100 Thieves. Realizing now that that might have been premature as Les tries to repost up here in Halls. Punished here for that peek and is unlikely to be able to do too much in this round unless he's having to group up. Take a 1-2 swing.
Deals a bit of damage, but takes a lot in return. As the rest of Loud slowly gather up to go towards the C site. Intentions to deal as much damage as possible to the 100 Thieves side.
Booster here just holding Halls. Pretty comfortable here with that Marshall, as it is, of course, a no armor side for Loud. Arsenal considering maybe asking for a bit more here. The famous Bucky for Coenzine. Unfortunately, can't do anything in this round. Pretty straightforward stuff here. The rest of Loud grouped up just to perish to the blast ideally, but 100 Thieves will go hunting for them. Might be a little bit of a play off this flashpoint of Sadak. No, the fault line, excuse me. It's just a no-scope for Bustio.
What? And actually, that's the rifle loss. That was the Vandal. Oh, Asuna going to be able to recover that. And 4 on the board there. Has the showstopper already now to bring into the bonus round. With the rifle recovered, they'll be buying up more around it. This is essentially a full buy for them with an ult. Opportunity to begin very strong on Lotus.
Yeah, it's a fully bought up bonus essentially, with the one exception of that one Bulldog. Getting almost ahead of that fault line here. That rifle dropped was the one that Arsenal was able to recover just towards the end of the round. So, buy up here for Loud. Fault line instantly off the rim. Arsenal are affected by it, but not bothered otherwise. It's actually Sadak giving that space up, getting back onto the side.
Early haunt as well from the defensive fade. Coenzine gets broken straight away. As this A-Rebel control is going to be at least temporarily maintained by 100 Thieves. More than temporarily. Loud have posted up in some passive positions, perhaps ready to flood back in if an A-site hit were coming through, but 100 Thieves want to at least feign a pivot towards B, where Pancata attempts to lock down Baby Door. Here comes the showstopper. Doesn't even matter. Bustio catches out Pancata.
And there it is. There's that upper control. 100 Thieves now showing us on this B hit. Showstopper ends up being completely extraneous to the round. Even though Pancata had a great little double paranoia, he couldn't line up any of the 100 Thieves players as they made their way through the door itself. Is looking dire for Loud. Sadak needs to go big here and only have the 1-for-1. Molly will slow Loud up on the plate through Link. And Cryo can post this corner. It's a save. It's going to have to be.
Between these two remaining Loud members, less than 2Es, not a single credit to their name. Holding on to these rifles of the utmost importance to try and swing things back in this following round. Be the heroes for Loud with the better weaponry.
Here. Trip placed on the ground. Cryo would love to sneak past this and get a gun. Less out towards Mount. He's going to hear some of that action, but won't be forced to give up his weapon. So unsuccessful gun round ultimately for Loud. But they at least keep 2 of those rifles heading into round 4.
Man, as of recent times, a lot of 100 Thieves rounds have been very quick. Bustio calling a lot of fast plays. And again, it's just this rapid take of A, immediate pivot into B, catching Pancata, forcing him to retreat, and then Bustio picks the perfect timing to swing out of main to catch him.
Did that heaven control, that upper control rather, on B. 100 Thieves had him basically dead to rights.
With those rifles saved, Loud have bought up around them, full investment into this, and what they did buy up around them were a couple Guardians. Not the best, but they'll take it. As 100 Thieves sort of meander over towards the C site with the trips lie in wait.
Bang took some damage at A there, a little bit of an exchange. Coenzine got hits, but just been from that wall decaying him down briefly, so.
An immense amount of presence shown from 100 Thieves, and now Bustio, he places that alarm bot so far up towards the entrance.
There's a cam here at Mount, though. A deep one from Les.
And that Prowler comes through. It spots Bustio. Now 2E spotted by a Prowler.
Asuna jumps back off the fault line. Sadak was ready to play off that. More delay here, down to 45 in the round.
That aftershock gives time for the wall to come back up. Some of that energy on it recharged.
Prowler finally clears Loud. They decide now to give that space up. The B plan's still online. Bustio can go through door and at least have some presence from main. He opens it now, trying to feign it at least, and in he comes.
I Might just be this split onto less, but he shuts down the first. Just needs to survive now. Sadhak picks up a second. Oh my god, a third! Just taking straight duels towards Rubble, towards Baby Door.
Loud bend, but don't break. They give some map control just to take it back. Sadhak eventually falls, but it's been a heck of a round from him. And Bang eventually will be neutralized. Loud get themselves on the board.
Ice cold from the IGL. The vibes are a lot better for Loud, a lot more positive. And it's a lot to do with him on that second map. He stepped up individually. You can see he was bringing that more positive energy to the team, and that's just some straight up confidence. I mean, Les already found one. He gets that. He says, no, I'm swinging back in.
Busio takes that fight there over towards B main as well. Basically, it's just a 1v1. There's no presence in towards Baby Door from 100 Thieves. He's just hoping to open up an avenue for 100 Thieves and loses out to Les there. Again, deep mount presence for Pancada. Has the TP out, but he's left Les in his wake. Both of them back away now behind that cyber cage.
Does allow them to make that full cross towards the site. Again, 100 Thieves. But their default taking this mound control, placing that alarm bot from Boostio deep. And falling back off if they need to, using the information from that to know that Loud haven't pushed down C-Mound.
That cam is important for Les. One use of it, it'll get destroyed after it, but he will be able to tell if 100 Thieves are committing to this or not.
And this time the Prowler goes in very deep onto C. And here's that fall off from 100 Thieves. Giving up the space, but not giving up the information due to that alarm bot. Here comes the pivot back towards A.
Cryo might try and play for the orb here and be able to TP and join the rest of 100 Thieves if they find something at A here.
Tweez now the one Baby Door. Full rotation from Loud. Top side of the map. You see that right now. All headed towards A. And now after making that noise on A, 100 Thieves left. Rotating back to C. What a masterfully called round from Boostio. Slowing things down massively, which is a mix-up from the very fast pace that we're used to seeing from their team in this series. Completely works the map, completely works Loud.
Bang here's in a great spot. He knows there's a Cypher King on the other side of the wall from him. So he plays it safe. He is everything. Can set EU up here for an angle over towards Mound, but this Neural Theft is going to reveal the fate, playing off the rest of the team. And now Sadhak wants to make the retake now behind this Rolling Thunder. It's going to be Boostio picked up first. 2 years wants to step up, knows there's still a player back behind him, and the EU just wants to be a nuisance. Cryo, they're the only player for the Thieves left on the side, and he's brought down. What a clean retake from Loud.
Those timings were immaculate from Loud. Picture perfect. Les again besting his opponent on that flank duel. Did it in the prior round, does it again. And then immediately after that, when the Rolling Thunder came in, opens the door, goes in with 2Es. Able to fight the players on C that were forced back towards main because of the Rolling Thunder.
Another huge fight there for Les. And again, I mean, 100 Thieves are set up for a pretty powerful post-plant spot, right? They've got the player inserted back towards Mound. They've also got one towards B main, so they can hear everything. They lose both those challenges.
Just a beautiful retake. Such coordination from Loud after Boostio worked them for the entire round. Got a free sight.
Again, 100 Thieves will continue to exploit the fact that Loud must spread somewhat thin. Instantly to the B side straight away. They have it under their control. Let's buy some spacing here with the cyber cage, but is forced off by a molly to some degree. Here's the Nightfall now coming out. It's a defender one. And Arsenal trying to get ahead of this util, but those paint shells were a problem. Boostio close with a Bucky. Yep, and that's sometimes how that weapon operates. Not reliable at that range. 100 Thieves get a fast hit towards B. They get a plant. And once again, Loud a clean on the retake.
The utility getting back in from them is
damn.
Back to back.
Loud's attack utility is always strong.
Sees connects 2 players center site. Nade comes in as well. Deals significant damage to them. Fast on the flood.
And on defense, it feels like these rounds are worth 2 attacking rounds, right? That's how the map is. It can be really hard to defend this map adequately.
Yeah, with these traditional comps, has been attacker favored by the numbers. And it's forced 100 Thieves onto the timeout now. The pace, they've been mixing it up. Had a beautiful slow round that resulted in an even better retake from Loud.
Then a fast hit, right? with, again, slightly weaker weaponry, but they were, you know, they suffer. The problem many teams have on this map is that they're just subject to so much of that retake utility in such an enclosed space. Even the paint shells, very lethal to hit by the Nightfall before the fact. And of course, that breach utility on the retake, also a big problem for those defenders to handle. Tough to push off the sides deep in enemy territory on a map like Lotus, so you have to play off them to some degree. Really hard to do that on the B side.
Absolutely.
And against EG, they control Baby Door. They one-way smoke that off. They make it hard for the defenders to flood out from there. Couldn't stop Loud in that part of the map last round.
What a win for Loud this would be if they can take this last map. I mean, last game of the season, but the way it started on Ascent. Their map pick, losing 13-1. Crazy. What a comeback this would be from them. They've got the showstopper into this round in the hands of 2Es. Asuna, showstopper on the opposite side. If they can get into a side, excuse me, Bang with that Viper's Pit to play with as well. So those are two fantastic tools for both breaching the site and then winning out the post plant.
At least forcing the defenders on C way back into halls, as is often the case. But it's tough to crack a side that's held by Pancata and less. We've seen that narrative play out multiple times already on this 100 Thieves attacking side. Cleared the trip, and here goes Asuna straight through past the cyber cage. Fires that showstopper off pretty quick, one that Loud can avoid. Now Lester Pancata will be grouped up in halls. This will at least be applied on Asuna. He's set up there to push through this, take some spam, still able to find one. That's not bad considering. And a Viper's Pit for the post plant that Bang will occupy.
2Es showstopper of his own to get back in. Then there's that lockdown. Lots of delay from Boostio. Do Loud try and push regardless of it?
I mean, it's tough to find anything during that lockdown countdown. They have to respect it. And now they're really going to be on the clock. Cowan's at no risk of being caught. Here he's well and truly away from the attackers, but showstopper now 2Es can only speculate. Fires it off into the Viper's Pit, doesn't find anything. EU descends upon Sardak though. 2Es sees the traces come in from Cryo. Can't do anything about it, and there's no time for a defuse here for Loud. They want to contain 100 Thieves and strip these guns. Their economy hangs on a knife edge for the Thieves, but they're going to walk out essentially scot-free, getting into the lead.
Out of that timeout, opting to just go for the straight-up C hit, using that same pressure that they've been applying on their default to that side of the map where they show 4-player presence, taking mound control, but obviously this time they just instantly accelerate off of that typical round opening. Use the 2 ultimates they had available again. One to get in, one to close the round out.
They use 3. They even throw the lockdown into the mix.
Yeah, they do throw that in delayed.
So it's a big old round for 100 Thieves.
Massive investment, no doubt. But a crucial round to win. Economy was on the line. Loud Economy is obviously fantastic with that string of rounds that they've won, so they'll be buying back into this, buying back into the next with ease. Even if they lose here. Now 100 Thieves that are back to the 4-1, taking mound control, same boombot, same utility from their side. Here comes the Prowler. We've seen this many rounds already. And now they're going to fall off.
Maybe you just ping back to another extremity, but Bang has made no progress on A. Pretty aggressive stance for Loud's players on that right-hand side of the map.
2 players from 100 Thieves shooting that Prowler there, so a fair bit of information gained for Loud as Bang pokes and prods towards Rubble. Now understands that it's under their control, so 100 Thieves, they want to accelerate.
Committing to the side held by 3 players here. Risky business indeed. The ping there from the Horde is everything that Pancata needs to deal with Cryo. Hiku, yes, can respond, but the spike now is on the wrong side of that Omen smoke. And slowly Loud is starting to drift across. They say B might be the only other option. And much of this is because Bang plays passively on A, can't win a 1v2 there.
Left.
We're running short on time. Great defensive efforts here from Loud. 4 defensive rounds, a great start for them if they can convert here, but they've done the hard work in this round.
Must actually adjusted that trip, took it away from Waterfall, placed it closer main. 100 Thieves will be routed with no time remaining.
2Es able to stand out of that haunt radius.
No reason for him to not chase 50.
Go for it.
Or 100 still in the bank. Going to get shut down by Bang. But the round is converted for Loud off that nice C anchoring. 100 Thieves unable to deal with the tripwires. They got incredible value for the defenders. The boom bot didn't trigger that deep one. The other one was placed a little bit further back towards Waterfall.
And half the issue there is that Kawanzin is free to go and help out on that side. There's a Cypher Cam over at B, so plenty of early warning there for Loud if that's where 100 Thieves end up going. And again, they have the breach and the raise over at A. Bang cannot make any progress past that lurk wall.
They did have great information across the map. Once again, here is the 4-1 open from 100 Thieves. Orb going to be acquired by Austin, working towards another showstopper. Already just 3 away. Again, here is the Boombot, here is the Prowler, but they're going to go in fast off the back of it, just switching up the pace. Pancata, though, again, this anchoring on C from Loud has been fantastic. Evened up by a spray through the wall.
Pancata, man, again. Sat in holes, able to find yet another. And now Kawanzin gets involved from Waterfall. Initially it was smoked off. That's what was sprayed through to find that first casualty on Loud side. Busio is making enough noise to wake the dead. He might be joining him in a moment. Prowler shot, bang, steps up. Not quite able to get back around the corner though as Pancata finds his third from his anchor position. He is so hard to dig out of the side. And now Busio's in a 1v2, tries to get ahead of the Aftershock. Loud, man, they are rock solid on this C site.
The layers of their utility right now are excellent. It's just one piece of initiator util after the other. The Prowlers getting a lot of value, catching players out, gaining information to then trigger other utility off of. That one that was sent into Waterfall and then immediately combined just after. The fault line right there, that one that got triggered, that Pancata was then able to play off from Halls. Louder looking well regimented on this defense. And frankly, 100 Thieves are looking pretty one note.
You see that Pancata's such a problem on C. Now again, similar start to the round though. Once more, Loud will establish themselves here at a staging ground on A. Play from Rubble and refuse to give it up unless 100 Thieves give them a damn good reason.
Toxins going up.
Bang might opt to be a little bit more proactive towards C here, maybe to keep Kawanzin off, or rather to keep Kawanzin off that C side. He's always so quick to rotate through Waterfall.
100 Thieves haven't tried to re-explore towards A in the mid-round in recent memory. Yeah. This is going to be the first time, and they're going to have Sadhak and 2Es to deal with.
Micro Prowler here. It took a lot to get 2Es and Sadhak to give this area up. Last time we had a mid-round exploration.
Yeah, just spraying off that fault line. Perhaps someone was stunned behind the wall. These two content blocking this down. Superior weaponry.
Lucio's contacting onto the C here. And here's 2Es now going to play from Rubble. Sadhak tries to flash to get him out. He was going to get pushed though by Cryo and Asta from both sides. Left. Now we've got some step towards A. Sadhak forced over to the B side now to wrap around to upper A, and a TP comes in from Pancata to get him where he needs to be.
The Loud side are ready to flood this. They're ready to fight, and Kawanzin gets the first. Quick trade from Cryo into the 3-on-3.
Tree clear, but this is too slow from 100 Thieves now. Paranoia comes in from upper, and Les has a flank timing. Busio, no idea what hit him. Cryo has to reposition for a pop, but even that gets interrupted. Pancata's everywhere, man. He's in the walls.
That is fantastic from Loud. I love how they transitioned from that fight in A Rubble with 2Es and Sadhak, where there was all that pressure on Loud's Raze player. He goes down. Sadhak just falls away, doesn't try to trade that out. And they pivot instantly into this flood setup. Spike is tapped. They go in together.
The flank time.
Beautiful. Beautiful from them.
It forces Cryo to take a different planning position, further delaying it, also just putting him right in Pancata's sightline in drop. This is stunning defense from Loud.
There's that one-way smoke coming across from Pancata up into A main. Loud have dominated this side of the map the first time. Bang feels like it's time to explore. Punished by the Prowler, punished by 2Es.
But he has to do this. He has to do something to force Loud to stop stacking the B and C side of the map. No, he's just too good for this spot. No one can deal with Pancata and Halls.
Asuna trying to recover this situation by using the showstopper, but look at Loud. They have retreated.
It gets him the space. Look at Loud going to wrap around him through Mound.
But Loud are happy to give that space up because of the Nightfall. They can get right back in.
It's a masterclass from Pancata so far, but EU, sharp as they come. Takes a ton of damage from those paint shells though, and Pancata loves to spray through this masonry. EU on his lone here. It's just far too much to ask. Another clean retake here from Loud. This time, happy to give up the C-side as opposed to anchoring it. Coming back in with that Nightfall.
Pancata happy to give that diffuse over to Sadhak, make sure they have the Rolling Thunder for what will be the final round of this first half.
If this is an eight-round defense half, I don't see how 100 Thieves are supposed to get back into it.
I mean, brother, where has this Loud been? This is elite play from them.
And no one is going to complain about Duelist or lack thereof here, right? Tuesday's done a great job. He hasn't seen much of the action, right? It's early play over towards A mostly, and Bang hasn't tested it. It's been the anchoring on C that's been so stellar.
100 Thieves want to explode out into A right now. Fight 2Es and Sadhak, who've been just locking down this area of the map.
Here we go, double satchel for Arson, it gets deep. Okay, 2Es challenges the wall. Rolling Thunder going to catch Arson as he tries to get to tree. Pass like ships in the 90 and Sadhak with the guy. Is canny. He's going to get caught out though from Rubble. Cryo, who was stunned up, knew he had the drop on the breach at the very least, and Kawanzine hopes to hold it down from Baby Door. But he can't lift that load. But guess who? Your literal nightmare. Pancata explodes there from tree, and now things get slowed up for 100 Thieves. Return to repost this angle. Bang is on the other side of a smoke here from Cryo.
And the world champ Pancata looks just unstoppable right now. Look at the form that he's in.
Pancata here from stairs, still. It's the loose end of Bang that's playing through from Baby Door right now. Very non-committal setup for 100 Thieves on the side. We're checking tree. It gets cancelled as Cryo had already pushed ahead of it. Time is short now. Les has to take this fight from drop, and he might have a timing through the smoke. Yes! Cryo down. It's got to be all up to Bang. Mirror Theft going to reveal the position of this Viper now and make it a 1 versus 1 as Bang looks to take the timing. Les on the defuse and sprayed down. 100 Thieves come up for air at the end of the half.
With a last-second adjustment, just going for that all-out A brawl. They hadn't tested 2Es and Sadhak at that area of the map like that. One single time during the half. They mix things up at the very end to get a 5th on the board. Decent enough to win, but you're certainly hoping for more on the favorite side on Lotus. Certainly the favorite side with these traditional meta comps of the year. Loud. They look elite right now, man. The play, the pivots around those post plants, the way they set up around their ultimates to get in on the retakes, setting up their floods. Oh my God, man, it is fantastic to see them like this.
Takes a fast hit from 100 Thieves to finally break the drought here, get into 5 rounds at the half. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, Lotus will continue the final map in this series, a decider between Loud and 100 Thieves.
Ready to fight. Ready to fight. Ready to fight. Fight.
All right, so we have a Loud that is fighting back and trying to get that map win, and I will unpack that later. Let's go ahead, though, and dive in while you hold your egg, Bala, because there was, it was very clear. Loud had them figured out on so many of these retakes.
Yeah, it was actually getting ridiculous. The amount of times that 100 Thieves hit that C site. And then there was this one. In my opinion, this was the turning point of the game. It felt like 100 Thieves was really finding something. Then this breach ult came in. They got caught. They got pinched by the door. 2Es with a fantastic play through Mound as well. And ever since then, I think 100 Thieves kept going for that C site, and they kept running into this fantastic retaking from Loud.
Yeah, I think the only time we really didn't see them go for that retake was on, or excuse me, a C hit was on Ecos, and they were certainly trying to explore the beginning, the other side of the map at the beginning of the rounds, but it really was primarily C, and you're right, there was some success at the beginning, but once Loud had a better idea of what they were trying to do, they were just able to run away with it.
Indeed, indeed. Well, we'll see if whether or not Loud is able to close this one out. They're up 7-5. Let's not forget their 100 T is very, very possible they can fight their way back into this one. 2 rounds, you're right back in this. Tied it up. We'll see how it all unfolds. Send it back over to your casters to call the action for the second half.
It's a 7-5 halftime, favoring Loud. A monumental defensive effort from this team. They've given themselves now a foothold to close the map in series.
And a win here from 100 Thieves would potentially move them up a few places in the rankings. Completely change the seedings for playoffs. And for Loud, they have never not finished as the top Brazilian team in the world in any league that they've played in. And if they lose here, it would be the first time that that occurs, that Furia would pass them.
Got the spike. Strong start to the year for Loud, but they really petered out as time went on. Looking for answers. QCK wasn't it. They bring Pancada back in. And in this game, he's had massive impact.
Bring them down.
Playing back on that C-side, always finding 1 or 2 every time the attackers came knocking. This time it is Loud who knocks. 3 players ready here on the C-side for this push. Kawanzi wants to move up briefly. Decade wants to step forward regardless. It's going to be EU who meets him at Waterfall. Rustio steps down, finds the head of Tuyas.
Look at Lessie slip through past the cage.
I don't know if that's the timing he's going to be ready for. And no, they're not. Les gets in to the cookie jar, and now it's going to be Arsena from Waterfall waiting at least for some backup. Still no plan yet, the 2v2. And Carter definitely needs to fear some spam.
And look at Les continuing to push so aggressively.
Means Pancada has to be that much safer for now. He manages to take them. Les now is going to be smoked off. That dissipates though, and he's able to find a kill instantly. Cryo now looks to re-smoke it. Camera's only going to see the dark cover, but he has a good idea of where Cryo's playing from. Gets it to half. 8 health on Les, just 8. Cryo gives it another tap. Into the smoke we go. And it's going to be Cryo that shuts him down. 100 Thieves give themselves the tools to get back in the game.
Oh my God. We were about to witness the Les masterclass on that clutch. Oh my God. He was so smooth working around the map there. That moment, it's just, he slips through the cage that was placed on the right. Bustio, none the wiser, gets all the way backside. What an effort from Loud Sentinel.
Against the kind of role in which Cryo not always ever have the same level of impact on the game as like a Jet SEN, of course, where he was 15 and 17 and 0 or something like that. Here, more of a role player, but does his job there.
Fault line ready to fight for C fast, and control will be taken by Loud. Throw that orb over to Tui's, work towards the showstopper, which has significant influence on your ability to win attack rounds, to take sites on Lotus, one of the pivotal ultimates that we have in play.
Carter might look to test the hold over at B. Been pretty default defensive setup now with those 2 players really wanting to stake their claim to rubble. Arsena and Cryo willing to spend for it too. Paint Shell gets him across the line. Arsena tries to chase, and this is going to force Loud off of the A for now.
And Arsena will be rotating off as well. And sent Loud back towards main, yeah. Tui's trying to take advantage of this. 100 Thieves certainly going to be aware that it's a possibility.
Bustio trying to check the extremities of that smoke. Doesn't spot Tuyas, but he gives himself away by blowing up that alarm bot. And Bustio shuts him down instantly. Cryo waiting and gets caught. Still though, Cryo found 2 kills there over towards A while we were watching the action at C, so and Sardak was all on his lonesome. It's an even game, folks.
100 Thieves not taking a whole lot of damage on that round. Can buy up around some of those rifles. It was Cryo here. He just pushed forward, fought those Loud players with the lesser weaponry, get some pretty easy kills on the board. And now this is the important round for Loud, of course. Fully bought up, economy on the line against 100 Thieves. Bonus.
Pretty hefty bonus too.
The Thieves look to fight early towards A. There's going to be that fast paranoia. Forces back the Loud players. Space will be gained from 100 Thieves. Loud on a fast pivot to B.
EU got spotted there, I think, by the Horn. Very quickly getting past the smoke at Baby Door, but might be forced back behind it here. 2 years low! Oh, God, inside Nanoswarm. Eventually goes down, but the rest of the story's been good so far for Loud hitting this B side. Arsenal, though, has responded. He's got there, and he catches less as they try and make a flood out through the door.
Still have to deal with Boostio here.
Alarm bot goes off. Another Nana Swarm pop to maybe throw the attackers off. Killed it. What a wide, aggressive swing. Ends up giving his life for free. Cryocells has an early ultimate here after that spree in the previous round, but it's no good to him here.
Look at the HP on these remaining Loud players, so low.
They want to fight at the same time, but Cow and Zine can take the fight individually. They were low, but not low enough, apparently.
Loud are able to just pick them apart piece by piece at the very end there. Pivoting so swiftly across the map. Starting all the way towards a little bit of A pressure, then into B, then taking the door to C. I mean, if there's one thing you can trust EU to do, it's throw down a well-placed C's that's going to combo with another piece of utility. I mean, 100 Thieves, they are one of the best, maybe the best team with that. EU is the best at syncing up those C's to get kills.
So you still got to kill through smoke, despite being seized and nated.
Where are you?
Here we go, now it's 100 Thieves with their economy on the line. Loud taking that slim lead, 8-7, but a win here could put them all the way up to 10.
Arsenal had to fight to get back in Baby Door there. The weapons aren't great for 100 Thieves this round.
Pretty bad. All things considered, just a stinger, at least for Austin's sake. He has the showstopper, Boostio as the judge, and we'll just be anchoring the C site with that. And with that in play, 100 Thieves are going to opt to rotate towards the other areas of the map.
Boostio playing in such a position on C that could make use of a smoke thrown by the attackers to spring forth with that judge.
Zine has rotated towards C.
That's a kill through door, I think.
Yeah, great first kill from Pancata, taking a little bit of damage.
They might insert him here. He lingers towards rubble, but the intention's on C now for sure.
Yeah, they had some options open there, but with Pancata getting that kill, they're going to fall back to C. Cowanzine maybe considering sending in a Prowler as a fake while the rest of the team goes A. Not going to be the case, but they'll have to deal with Boostio close. He still has that judge, and time is dwindling.
Steps into the cyber cage, he wants to fight. Showstopper now as well, more pause for thought for the attackers! Judge Fury! Boostio looking for that third. 2 judge kills as the attackers filter on in. And Nana Swarm here to slow things up. Boostio looking for the executioner, and he found it.
10 seconds left.
It's all up to Sardak, seized up now. No chance to really plant here. Time ticking down, and he really doesn't have an opportunity. Back and forth rounds here. It's an even game once more.
Time just dwindled so low for Loud. And Boostio close up with the judge, lying in wait the entire time, was playing the same angle all round long towards C.
Boostio, of course, with the judge here is a big problem. Stood inside the cyber cage, caught 2 on the way in, and fighting third after. Not bad for a pretty awkward buy for 100 Thieves.
No, not bad at all. Even at the very end there was another perfectly placed seized with a molly from the Viper. That would have shut down Sodhawk had you not found the kill. Loud gets some fast control towards A. 100 Thieves are posted up passively on their anti-eco.
Cryer tried to play the 10 spot there, but was forced down by the fault line and flash util. It's EU finding 2 important ones now. Loud out of options here. 100 Thieves economy still a little shaky. You can see the Bulldogs and the judge still brought into this round.
Won't be too shaky after this unless Les makes a little bit of magic happen. 100 Thieves are down to just go run around the map and, oh my god, hunt him down.
Not bad. It's a start. Getting a little...
Oh my god!
Boostio eventually shuts him down. Awkward though for 100 Thieves. And let that kind of play like less off the leash, it can be an issue. But not enough to scupper the plans of these Thieves as they're looking for smooth sailing. The economy now shored up. Lockdown. Nightfall available for them. That little emergence there from EU and bang out of Baby Door was big.
Loud opting to take a timeout as they head into a round where they're going to be fully buying out. Have 2 significant ultimates in their repertoire, with Sodhawk having the Rolling Thunder. Tuiz has the Showstopper when we get back into the swing of things.
A big ultimate round and definitely an inflection point in this second half. Loud have enough to mostly buy rifles. Sodhawk can do so, but can only get half armor. But that's as good as it gets here. Loss here for Loud, though. I mean, a win in this round for 100 Thieves is as good as 2. So expect to see some of these ultimates leveraged to secure it. Neither side looking to take any risks here now. We are in a crucial phase of Lotus.
And when we get back into this as well, take note of 100 Thieves side where they have the Nightfall and the lockdown. That gives them the opportunity to play for a very fast flood, get back in while the spike is going down with the Nightfall perhaps, or just go for a big set retake with the lockdown. They've got options. As early on now, Loud want to go fight towards A. Maybe a Paranoia to deal with. But it doesn't look like it. Cryo, he's in position to throw the one-way towards C side right now, so Loud should be able to get out with relative ease.
Fault line came out.
They do just that.
Cryo sat back behind that pillar. Pancata ready for it. So the defensive Viper wall thrown up here. Loud will now have to speculate for the next few moments. Prowler will go through. Sees Arsena. And here it comes, the showstopper for 2 years as he rounds the corner. He'll catch Cryo at the very least. Arsena also forced out of position by that aftershock. But he's back again. Finds a decent timing. Neural Theft, though, in play. Less reveals all of 100 Thieves' setup. We thought we'd see a big ult round. We've seen 2 here for Loud. That might have been enough to get the job done. Only Boostio remains, yes, with the lockdown, but really no reason to throw that in here. Expect to see the game equalized once more.
He might find a reason to use it with these players so low. Could find a first pick, could find an opportunity to maybe go for that risk.
Loud a ping in the side. Boostio does draw out the fault line, but is hit by it, unless has the wrap timing.
That was crazy that he was aware of that angle from Pancata. Crosshair ready for him to be up high. You can really see the contrast between these two teams' approach to the defense. We're Loud, we're taking space, but we're happy to give it up and then pivot into fast floods or sometimes those big retakes. In the case of 100 Thieves, they are just ready to scrap it out and fight for each other, swing in super aggro, try to rotate to fight for each other. That round does not pay off like it did in the prior before the timeout. Like you said, look at the state of the ultimates, none used, all still in play.
So Neural Theft and Showstopper from Loud that previous round. They'll be happy with it. They've broken the economy of 100 Thieves now. A round that may be worth 2. Just behind that tree is Arsena, playing a dangerous game. The moving up to more effective range for that Bulldog. This time though, 100 Thieves don't scrap out on rubble.
And in the meantime, 100 Thieves have 2 players towards B and C just jump spotting, so they're content stacking up here, but Tweez with that first.
EU plays up close with the Stinger, now going to be Cryo getting challenged directly. 3 for 2 years. Still 5 points of health to work with, and into the back of A they go. Les can post up here at upper. Over challenges a little bit there, and Bang can fell him. They're going to Rolling Thunder if needed. Loud have the tools for a retake.
And Les going down actually gives these 100 Thieves players an opportunity to win this with that rifle recovered as well, because he was pushed up so far. 2E's weak, but Sadhawk, that Rolling Thunder could be the nail in the coffin.
Again, Boostio draws out the fault line. Pancata swings the Viper Spinner now. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Boostio can't get around it. He thought he might be able to sidestep it. Boy, was he wrong.
The perfect ultimate for that situation to lock things up for Loud, get their 10th on the board. As we head towards the close of this game, the closing of Loud's season, trying to end things out on a high note, get one final win against a 100 Thieves side who have just been one of our best teams from Americas all year.
The team that knocked them out of contention for Stage 1 playoffs, no less.
And it was that win that started that run for 100 Thieves where they just lit the entire region on fire, were unstoppable in the Stage 1 playoffs. It started with that crushing victory over Loud. A little bit of revenge to cap off the year for them, perhaps.
They went on to beat Leviathan, then G2. Felt like they were top of the world. Then we sent them off, of course, to Shanghai, and the reality set in. Some real stiff competition internationally. I'm sure in the back of their minds, 100 Thieves are considering that here as well. If they want to have another bite at that apple, they need to get through the rest of this region. This is not the kind of game that puts you on a strong footing heading into the playoffs. It would secure 100 Thieves as the 6th seed. So the bottom, I guess, of the table in terms of the teams that make it into playoffs. And I would not qualify this as peaking at the right time, or peaking at all, really.
And it looked like they would be after map 1, but here we are. 100 Thieves losing their own pick in bind. Now on the cusp of losing Lotus to allow that look rejuvenated. That was Zix taking the timeout for 100 Thieves, headed into a crucial buy round, multiple ultimates, but more importantly, their economy is on the line here. A win for Loud could get them right at the finish line.
Something 100 Thieves did on defense against EG was give up the map a lot. Something they haven't done here against Loud, and often this fighting at Rebels backfire for them. So this round, they take a more passive approach.
Out of this timeout for the first time, 100 Thieves playing very aggro towards the seaside. Look at the space that Cryo and Bang have taken there. Well, this side is just littered with KJ utility.
And Paranoid, though, comes in as Loud, look to make this hit happen. 2 years, pretty big amount of damage taken now, and audacious plant out in the open. They thought they had it covered, but Busio was all over it, baby. 3 with the Guardian. The lockdown helps them get in. Now Les and Pancada on the outside looking in. They're about to get squeezed. Presence coming in here from A-Long. Pancada can run and gun for 1. But that'll be the defuse. Around 1 here for 100 Thieves. Again, we are tied up.
Such an intelligent round coming out of that timeout from Coach Zix. I love the way they play that, just pushing down C, trying to take the space, and once they realized that Loud weren't there, that they were shepherding them into this A site. Busio, lockdown comes through. Then he cleans them all up himself. But even if he didn't, look at these positions from 100 Thieves. With Cryo and Bang coming back from Rubble side, they would have had those remainder of the Loud players completely encircled.
Cryo can keep doing that as well. He has that ultimate to TP and even get involved in the fight after playing deep on the extremity. Cryo's at mouth, so he definitely is committed to some degree, but quick TP out and he'll be safe.
And that was also just 100 Thieves out of the timeout, recognizing Loud's tendencies over the past few rounds, their willingness to play with several players towards A, push up into Rubble early, and now again fighting towards C. Cryo finding another first kill.
And he refreshes that one way that Les straight up disrespects. So now 100 Thieves have shut down that early C probe, and they have info of this side of the map.
Contacting towards A, Busio's turret taking contact for the defense, broken by Sadak.
Nasna throws the paint shells, which does connect with Sadak, takes him down to 72. Okay, nice swing from Tuiz here getting onto the side. Nasna falls down in tree. 4 up now for Loud for this post plant.
Oh, Pancada gets another just fighting stairs. Mechanics looking so strong from him right now.
It's going to be up to EU and Bang here to salvage this one. Haymakers getting thrown by both teams. Bang's timing from stairs. Maybe not expecting that right side angle. Pancada's been playing it consistently in the post plant though. He's going to challenge it. Comes off second best. Pancada, man. Hasn't lost his edge at all. And that EU is going to have to slink away. There's no other choice. Look at the money for 100 Thieves. Keeping a gun here means that they can still buy.
Absolutely, just going to play for his life. Loud contacting up even after losing the first player. Those 2 initial duels taken, just snappy headshots, finding entries onto the site. Pure individuality from their side.
It's Sadak and Tuyas, right? They just take single fights, win them both out.
And what a juxtaposition, perhaps closing out this game with moments like that. Pure individuality, just swings like that from Tuiz. Kawanzin taking the duel. Given where they started in this series, unable to get a kill on Cryo a single time on Ascent for how many rounds? Could not win a single duel there. Now looking like this.
Loud now, with those 11 rounds in hand. And a healthy buy. 100 Thieves again, they don't look to fight too doggedly here for this A side of the map. But Asuna does show with a shoulder peek. And rinse and repeat for Loud. Scaling up here on this A side.
Yeah, they've done this many times already. We saw 100 Thieves out of the timeout, prepared for this, trying to counter this.
Pings towards that box there that Cryo had been set up on. This round, though, he's double faced up with Asuna on the site.
This time it's much more passive from 100 Thieves, waiting to be able to play off of that wall again. Asuna breaking that Prowler. Things really stalling out on the A side. Neither team willing to give up too much. It's a game of info as the boombox goes out as well. Another Prowler broken.
Loud are adamant about this. They don't want to ping off to the other side of the map here. Doors thrown open. Asuna will go to check it. Just gives the shoulder again.
They're being so patient and they're draining so much utility from the defensive side. Look at EU. No Cs, no Prowlers.
But that's not the only thing that's drained. Time is getting short now. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
TP for Cryo for some info. Actually sees less at Mound, so they can't be sure. Here comes the A push. Nightfall's going to catch onto all four of these players. Cowan's team catches Arsenal first. It's the second round, and they're always lost out inside tree. They need him to be dominant. EU, though, takes care of Tuyas. Playing from upper, so important after Cryo got caught mid-TP there. And Bang finds success at B. Now the plan to encircle Loud. Far from a guarantee.
It's Pancata and Sadhak, two of the original members of this team. The champions winners.
And Bang and Boostio have to put it together. They are awful short on time.
Right there.
No real util to speak of, and just a bulldog for Boostio. Loud can now pair themselves up here in tree and allow the game to come to them. Viper's pick going to be thrown down here as Boostio gives it a tap instantly. Now can play to the Viper util. Here comes Boosty! No good, Pancata. Two Kennedy be shut down. Bang thought to stick it, but no, it's not to be. Loud get themselves to match point.
They're on the cusp of getting a last-second win in the VCT this year, ending things off on a high note after what's been a tumultuous season. A good one to go home on if they can close this out.
The Viper's pit, that's a scary prospect here, but such a cool, calm and collected approach here from the two veterans, the two world champions.
Crazy to see a 2v2 with 3 world champions in the mix to close out that round.
That's America's, baby. Just a flashpoint here to get Loud forward. No pop in their defensive Viper wall yet, and EU's on the other side of the door. It might be a faster hit here for Loud. Money not good for 100 Thieves. They're in the doldrums and they're scraping together what they can to keep this game alive.
Tui's about to get the showstopper because of that orb.
Oh man, this angle's been so good for Les and Loud in general, but Arsenal wants to try and make something happen with the judge. It's one. Sarnak steps up, but he's still flanked by the paranoia. And now the new rule theft for Les is going to make it even worse. 100 Thieves laid bare. Flank timing for Boostio, going to be spotted out early by that util, and EU is going to do it all. Against 4. He's been incredible this season. A big part of the reason why 100 Thieves are in these playoffs. But against an already eliminated team, 100 Thieves are going to pull up short. Pancata and Les might swing this at the same time. And it's Loud that exit Americas with a roar. Head held high. After the light had gone out their eyes midway through the season, they bounce back and remind us what they're capable of.
I mean, not only at the middle of the season, at the beginning of this match, Ascent was a brutal loss for Loud, 13-1, and then immediately coming back in, winning the map pick, of their opponent, Bind, where 100 Thieves had been dominant in the past, but are slipping. They are falling off from the level they used to be at. Loud exploit that. And then on the Lotus, they just looked so regimented on defense. I loved Sadhak's calling, how they were pivoting away from taking some of those initial fights into playing for very fast floods with their breach. Oftentimes then instead also setting up big retakes. What a great way to end this year for Loud. It's been tough, but it's nice to see them go out on a solid win. Remind us that they do still have it. When you're watching Pancata play like that, he's still got it. He's still the world champion.
That guy sat on the bench for most of the season, looking on, not having an opportunity to show what he's made of, but he ends this game at 24 kills, 11 deaths, 306 ACS.
Crazy.
On the map of Lotus. Literally the immovable object on that seaside defense. And when it came time to go on the attack side, man, the guy really had what it took.
It's kind of beautiful and poetic in a way to see that on this last map, the win, the top 3 players for ACS in the server, Pancata, Sadhak, Les, the world champion trio, the original members of Loud, stepping up to cross the finish line against 100 Thieves that continue to just raise question marks for the viewers, for the fans. I don't know what to think of this team headed into playoffs. They have had some great moments in stage 2, but highs and lows, that phrase doesn't say enough to how odd it's been for them coming off of such an incredible peak in the Stage 1 playoffs. And then Shanghai, they did well, and now I just don't even know what to think about this squad heading into playoffs.
Yeah, and not long until playoffs. They don't have a ton of time to get ready for that. A lot of work to do, but let's send it for now over to Spixdown on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Uber, and congratulations, Cow and Zine, as we see Loud take down 100 Thieves 2-1. Cow and Zine, let's talk immediately about what we just saw. First map definitely didn't go your way. It was definitely a rough loss, 13-1, but completely changing things around on their map pick bind that they're so good on. Talk to us about that change in mentality that led you guys to win bind and then the last map as well.
Vamos falar sobre o que acabou de acontecer, né? Vocês perderam o primeiro mapa, mas aí no bind, que era o pique deles, vocês conseguiram pegar o mapa e conseguiram levar também o último. Qual foi a mudança do mindset para vocês?
Cara, acho que o principal mindset foi que... Até peço perdão pro Twiz, ninguém tava entrando com o Twiz na Ascent, tá ligado? Aí a gente falou assim, pô, mano, só o Twiz tá entrando, o cara tá morrendo sozinho, coitado. Aí a gente começou a entrar com ele, começou a fazer uma entry junto com ele. E as coisas fluíram. Acho que o principal mindset foi esse, tipo, o Twiz tava entrando sozinho no bomb, tava morrendo e round acabava, tá ligado? Então agora a gente tá entrando todo mundo junto.
I think the main reason, the main change was really going with Twiz into the bomb site, because we were leaving him alone and he was dying over and over again. So I'm sorry, Twiz, we did that to you. But when he changed that, things started going our way.
I love that you mentioned Twiz, because obviously that was also a recent change with him now on Duelist. You and the team have been through a lot, trying out a bunch of different things. And though we didn't get to see Twiz on Duelist for too long, we got to see him perform very well today. How do you feel about all the changes that you've gone through and how Twiz has done?
Falando sobre o Twiz, né, a gente tá acompanhando a mudança dele para duelista. Claro que a gente não pôde ver muito disso, mas a gente tá ansioso para ver como é que é essa mudança toda, como é que ela te afeta.
Cara, acho que a gente demorou pra se encaixar no ano, a gente tava mudando tudo, mudando em GL, mudando composição, mudando função de jogadores. E acho que hoje a gente se encaixou um pouco, a gente conseguiu performar bem, mas acho que faltou muito essa identidade mesmo pra gente. A gente tá sempre querendo mudar alguma coisinha e a gente não tinha a própria identidade. Agora eu acho que a gente criou a nossa própria identidade, pena que acabou, né?
Yeah, I think what we were missing was us finding this new identity. So we were changing roles, changing comps, changing even the IGL. I feel like we are getting there. We're finding this new identity, but we can't show anymore this year.
That makes a lot of sense. We've heard a lot from Sadak about how difficult this year has been. He's been very, very transparent about all of it, but
Sentinels has my utmost respect. I think they're definitely one of the best teams here in Americas. Last time we played against them in kickoff, and I think we won, but they won the first map, so it didn't even matter that we won. They qualified, we didn't. Looking to get revenge this time.
So now Zelsis placed in a 1v3.
And the stall there is permanent. Yeah, I can force him off the angle. How about that? The flash over the top.
Is Zelsis ready for this? Does he have any idea Trent's just on the other side? Oh, has he done that? Zelsis! Now down to the 1v1, but he's getting flanked. Is he aware? Knife up! Zelsis! It's unbelievable!
This is a big match for us. If we win this, we're locked in as the top 2 seeds, which makes our run to Seoul even easier. And that's all we got our eyes locked on. Making champions, getting to travel the world is the best part of this whole thing, and we want it really bad.
Icy now an issue behind them. They can't hear. That's a Haunt committed, as well as the Nightfall and Valiant fighting forward for 3.
I think for us, as long as we can kind of start a bit hot, maintain that level of focus throughout the whole match, I think we can win.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas. And if you're new here, you're just watching for the first time, well, look at you. You're just in time. It's our final match of the entire regular season. I mean, really, great timing on that one there, buddy. Of course, I'm Golden Boy. You got Doug. You also have Mimi here as well. We're going to break down everything with this matchup because, funny enough, this is the game that actually has some pretty decent ramifications as we get ready for the playoffs.
Every other game this week has been seeding within the same area or completely useless. This is the match that really matters today. There's one more slot for one of those top 2 seeds that allows you to skip your way through the single elimination phase and be one match from Shanghai.
Yeah, we earned this one. After the stuff we've been through the last couple of days.
Maybe wear a clown costume.
Yeah, this feels like this is well-deserved and well-earned, and I do think it's going to be a banger. I was having a conversation with Kaplan a couple days ago. This is so big for them and for their team and what their goals are throughout the end of the year to go from Madrid and then miss out on Shanghai. The crown jewel is Korea.
Yeah, exactly. Champions.
It would be a massive kind of completion to the bounce back story of falling off in stage 1, having the full reset, going to the beach for a while. They've been flawless stage 2 thus far. Sentinels yet to drop a match, but G2 hasn't lost a series either in this stage. These are, I think, pretty clearly the 2 teams who have gone the furthest when we've seen Americas at international events thus far. Fighting for a chance to make an easier run to that final international.
Yeah, they're right there.
And I think what's most impressive about these 2 teams, as you think about them, is, again, you go through Madrid, Sentinels hit a hangover period, right? G2 did not. So we'll come back to that later. I'm really excited to see how this plays out.
Yeah, honestly, SEN and Stage 2, I think, have looked really clean. The most obvious thing, I think, is just getting the fundamentals back under control. I think they're playing a lot of similar comps, similar ideas. I mean, they're playing the basic Breach Sova onto Haven, but all of the solutions they've come up with have looked really good. Tenzin second are back in the form at the beginning of kickoff. It feels like a return to form for them.
It feels like a weight has been lifted off of them, and they can play a little bit more comfortably. There's not really the same amount of stress. I think you're absolutely right, and so much of that is what's contributing to the return to form.
And when you watch Sentinels in some of Stage 1, you could see how exhausted they were, especially for John QT, the IGL, and Kaplan, the coach. I think that rest heading into Stage 2 was actually so big because the game plans and specific prep for teams have been great. And on top of that, I think John's calling has been in peak form throughout this stage.
Oh, well, without a doubt. I mean, I think everyone's just gone out and say, John QT's been absolutely magnificent throughout this season here. Another person that's also been magnificent for this team has been Zelsis. We often talk about him being the individual that will carry a lot of that energy, that hype, that you would desperately need to keep your mind focused when you're in these high-octane situations. But you know what, Doug, he doesn't just do that. He also puts up numbers as well. He contributes significantly to this team.
Yeah, and I think we can have this conversation around, are they playing the easier teams in Americas this time around, and what have you. But I think it's more than that. I think you see a lot of it in the body language, in the demeanor, in the way they carry themselves, in the way, as you were mentioning, Zelsis has delivered, not just in the vibe merchant and the feeling and all that stuff, and that's true and that's fine and whatever, but the way he's been delivering in the server and outside of the server is what's been really impressive.
But I will also say that I think they have played the easier half of the teams in Americas in the second stage. I think that's just a fact. And I think that's why this match is so important, beyond just the seeding. This is really the kind of like vibe check to see how strong Sentinels really is going to be against another one of the top teams in Americas going into playoffs now.
And what I really love about this particular matchup is, you know, the trajectory of both of these teams, interesting, right? For Sentinels, hot start, doing everything you could possibly want, gets to Madrid, wins Madrid, does everything you could possibly ask for, and then slumps. But then G2, on the other hand, they were struggling in that time, and then they found that second gear. So now they kind of like leapfrog, and then we saw their Shanghai performance, top 3 finish there. This is a G2 team that has been through the ringer up until this point. And for them to be, they were in Ascension last year, and now they're fighting for an opportunity, not just for playoffs, but they're also fighting for their spot at champions, and it's looking damn good that they might lock it in.
Yeah, I think what's most impressed me, this was what I was starting to talk about earlier. Most teams, after a crazy year, after a crazy season, they hit international stage, they're on the ground, or they're on the grind for a month at a time in foreign land, they hit a slump when they get back. Sentinels was a perfectly good example of that, but G2 come back after Shanghai, after being on the road as long as they have been, and they look so good.
Yeah, and compared to Sentinels, who like blitz their way through stage 2 or yet to drop a map, all of these series that G2 have been playing have been really close, really tough series. But I think what matters is that they proved that ability to come back, that like tenacity they showed at Shanghai. If you remember,
the resiliency.
Their comeback against Team Heretics in the second game, all of those series where they looked out and they recovered, they've shown that they've been able to replicate that now domestically, and also to replicate some of the individual player performances and just general form of Shanghai.
Yeah, that resiliency that we have accredited G2 with so much throughout Shanghai, you know, it has been just absolutely incredible to see them just continue to build off that. And a big part of that as well is the IGL Valen. So let's go ahead and hear what he had to say as he was talking to Smix earlier on.
Valen, the stakes are super high today because if you get the win, you secure a second seed and a bye in playoffs, but you're going up against an undefeated Sentinels. If you can share, do you see any potential holes in their gameplay that you might be able to take advantage of today?
I think they're a team that has similar problems to us. Sometimes they start a bit slow. I watch their comm videos and they always try to like bring up the vibes and get the comms going. So sometimes maybe their holes are that they start a bit slow. But regardless, I think they are one of the best teams in America, so it's going to be difficult today. But I will share that we've been feeling very good for this match. So, you know, if we play like how we've been playing in practice and bring the confidence and energy today, I think we're going to come out with the win.
We absolutely love to hear that. Good luck today.
Thank you.
And they're going to need to bring it all when they go up against Sentinels, an undefeated team in this stage. But, I mean, you know, goes without saying, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I think that was the interesting thing in listening to Valen speak there is that he mentioned that it feels like Sentinels have slow starts. They haven't dropped a map this entire stage. So it does really feel like Sentinels is at this peak high. But you know what I really love about G2 is that they've never really been the kind of team who's concerned about what the other team is doing. Yeah. They're going to focus in on themselves. They know that if their core is strong, they can take down anybody. And I think that's going to have to be the case today.
Yeah, I'm very much excited for where this match can potentially go, of course. We're going to dive into our predictions and agent select coming up after this short break. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's G2 versus Sentinels. Match of the weekend. We'll see you on the other side. All right, folks, welcome back. Let's go ahead and dive into the predictions of our broadcast team. See who they think is going to win. And I'm excited for this little dialogue that we're going to have because there it is. I'm the only one on this desk that picked G2.
Would you like to go first?
Oh, I mean, I really do feel like G2 as a unit plays incredibly well. Sure. Look, don't get me wrong. It's going to be a tough matchup. This is going to 3, and it's going to be down to the wire. But I really do believe in Valen and the G2 guys. And it's time for me to propagate the narrative of underrated G2 that has been so pervasive throughout this team, this organization's entire run. But I really feel like when they have played against, throughout the year, the top team
in Americas, the squad in the best form, they've tended to stumble. Think about the messy match against Lev in stage 1. Think about the game they played against 100
Feels
Thieves
like every time we think G2 is there, then they just take a step back.
Yeah, and I wonder if there is some block against these top teams, like your Sentinels, 100 Thieves last stage. I think there is something there. And I think Sentinels are in such clean form right now. I mean, they have not dropped a map, which is honestly why I have to favor them.
Yeah, you kind of can't. I think the tough thing for G2 here is that they're not just playing against Sentinels. I think they're playing against Destiny. Ooh. I think for a team to go through kickoff the way they did and then lose and then win Madrid and then miss out on Shanghai, I mean, the script is so boringly easy. This is Sentinel's year. And it starts today. They're going to win today. They're going to get through the bye. They're going to win in the first round of playoffs. They're going to qualify for Seoul, and then it's over from there.
I hope we have the clown suit standing by. That will be a funny one. All right, folks, so let's go ahead and do this bad boy, shall we? Last match of the regular season. So let's send it down to the stage. Bring out our two teams, G2 and Sentinels.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and Riot Games Arena. It is down to our final match, and we have saved the best for last. Give it up for our first team. It's G2 Esports.
If you with us, buy the bundle. Say you survive the bundle. Barely time to buy the bundle. For this ton of errors rumble. Cause you know we titans in this game. Ain't no contest. If we take it to the game, turn a wild west. We ain't faking what I claim. It's a wild threat. No rook, we been a vet. Now check the mindset. By the name of G2. How to take over the world. How we come through. We just follow in the herd. We don't have to. Let's forget about what you heard. Probably ain't true. This ain't go to. Cause you know it's G2. How to take over the world. How we come through. We just follow in the herd. We don't have to. Let's forget about what you heard. Probably ain't true. This ain't go to. Cause you know it's G2. Can't be called a newcomer. We've been up for several summers. Seeking how to step in commas. If you with us, buy the bundle. Say you survive the bundle. Barely time to buy the
And now it is time to welcome their opponents on stage. I want to hear everyone loud and proud. It is Sentinel!
It's our last match of the regular season. Sentinels versus G2 Esports. And let's set the stage real fast for what these two teams are going to be playing for here, because this matchup is going to have ramifications for the playoffs. If Sentinels manage to win, they'll give themselves that top 2. They're good to go. But G2 have an opportunity to take that away from them and be in the top 2 and get that bye. That would be massive for this young team.
Both of these teams have made a run at a global event this year. They've come the deepest of any America's squad. G2 finishing 3rd in Shanghai, which no one expected, and Sentinels pulling off the win over Gen G to start the year. There is still spots open for both of these teams to make it. But for either of them, no matter how good they've been this stage, playing single elimination, there's always a chance of getting upset and your year going awry. And that's why this match is so big.
And your series layout's going to be Bind, Lotus, and Ascent. I feel like I've said that before.
Just in different order, but
just in different order.
You're absolutely right. Yeah.
But we are going to get that bind.
Yeah, I think watching both of these teams walk onto the stage, it felt like such an accurate representation of how they carry themselves all the time. Even in the huddle, Sentinels were like jumping up. Celsius was smiling. You can tell like they're very much leaning into what they know. And then you go to the other side of the stage. Not a good time to say this. Is Jody P smiling on the camera? But I saw Valen. You know, it's business. It's all business, and that's been their calling card. All the way back.
You and I saw Valen literally in the hallway as we were going to get food. You could tell my guy was dialed in. Yep. They know that this is a big match, not just because of what's going on with the top 2, but also because they got to pop off in these big moments. They have to prove that they can, Doug.
And I think that's when G2 is often at their best. When you see Valen like locked in, that's often a bad sign for the opposing team.
We'd expect agent select to be mirrored here. Both these teams have stuck to the more classic Sky Gecko that was kind of defining early in stage 1, and Sentinels are actually going to make a big change here. So they're going over to the Deadlock. We saw them experiment with this on Lotus. Biggest strengths to look out for, they're attacking host plants, throwing down that net on the execute, the barrier mesh, the sensors to keep people out, and on their defensive side as well, there's a lot of tools there to set up flood retakes off the util. It's going to be cool to see how they cook this up.
It's going to be exciting. Riot Games Arena, let's make some noise as we get ready for map 1. We're going to send it over to your casters, backed by popular demand. It's the trio of Bren, Sideshow, and Bala.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, what a match here. Our last one of the regular season. Everything matters, you know, and the TriCast was so good. Had to run it back again. No, the BBS combo, you should be known as L Show. We could have a real good show and wordplay going on. But yeah, there's a lot to play for. I mean, the desk is already set and teed this one up. But honestly, you win in terms of the playoffs. You skip all of that early finagling in terms of the seeding. You manage to lock in that number 2 spot, which means you are 1 win away from champs. In the case of Sentinels, if they win here today, they've already locked champs.
And both of these teams being the top performers, the teams that made the runs at the international events. So much in terms of their team play, you can point to similarities between the squads. SEN arguably better on paper, but G2 have defied expectations at all times against super teams like this.
I'm looking for fast play out of Sentinels to set the pace throughout this game on this attack side. Already pushing it up towards long, trying to spot Jonah P. There's no more of that early flashing info, so pushing him off of that super early could gain them an advantage on the other side of the map as well.
Dizzy's up top. Dizzy has targets.
There's the acknowledgement, at least with the Dizzy up into the air. Mid-round information. Pretty vital commodity. You have to try and fight over G2. Nice little high-low setup, getting a decent amount of damage onto Zekken.
That's a high-low setup that they use a lot. Caught out a bunch of teams that they've played against. And SEN immediately aware of it. You saw the way that Zekken peaked.
And look at that buffer that you actually have from Trent with his flash info. They're not using a single flash from Jonah P, so you could use it on the retakes.
Here comes the group up towards short, though. SEN, after playing a very slow default for a minute, are ready to exec.
I'm going to have Showers control, though. They're setting up Prime to the util. Dizzy over the top, Horn to follow through. Gives them access to the front of it. And again, they have to watch for the Showers control. Icy, this time with reinforcements, TP and quick onto the trail as well. John QT cannot hold his ground. It's dropped at a moment's notice, but the spike has been planted. You've got that extension and a reflank occurring. Rapidly approaching Jonah P. It's a shot to the head straight away. Sassy gonna be dropped. Ted's going for more. Trying to lock it down into the short angle, but G2 fundamentally on point.
Icy as well, being able to take out Zekken as your opening kill of the round. That's going to be a head-to-head to follow. So much criticism has been pointed towards Icy, and yeah, he's not superstar player for G2, but he does the business that his team needs. And clearly here, we're set up in a position, especially with the flood back in through the teleport, to secure and hold an important piece of map control.
Risky peek too on Zekken. The fact that he gets that enables that teleporter to come through for everybody else who, remember, was at that B side holding control of long. So crucial.
And if G2 have a ton of protocols around that, we're gonna pause the timer for a moment.
Yeah.
Gotta get, where was the bingo card? We don't have it today.
I know.
We could have done with this one yesterday.
Could have been an easy one to cross off the list.
I don't think we've got the bingo yet from 3 days ago or whatever it was.
Get Oxy out here, maybe he can ace. G2 though are already showing us, and I think when you look at how they've played on Bind, their control over B long is really nice. They've got the early garden jiggle peaks and that kind of stuff. They fall back into high-low setups a lot. They have the ability to re-push for info, and as we saw in the pistol round there, they're perfectly happy to reinforce Showers by flooding through that teleporter. And I was taking a look at how Sassy was playing on the pistol round. He is quite a passive player, and it's also, it looks like it's his job to cover the market flank as well. Remember, Sentinel's composition here, playing with a deadlock, can't just put a trip up in market and go and forget that. They're going to have to keep active eyes on it, and so Sassy, he was kind of torn between two worlds. Do you go and try to pinch the players in Showers and maybe secure that fight, or do you go back and watch market?
Yeah.
I think he's going to get torn up a lot if they keep that same idea.
I would be looking as well to see him be with what we saw a couple days ago with the deadlock on this map, using that nade early over, kind of like how you use a Viper Molly a lot to take control of Garden, to push off Jonah P and Trent of that info line that you're talking about so well that they use. Those sorts of things are super crucial at the beginning of rounds.
And I know that we're not doing a biased cast today, you know, we've left out with the Leviathan and Furia game, but I was a little surprised to see that it was only myself and Golden Boy, I think, that went with G2 as being the favorite team. And SEN have looked immaculate this stage, haven't dropped a map, superb stuff. But I am wondering at what point G2
get respect.
Their flowers, get the respect. Because when I'm looking at this matchup, there's so many similarities between these teams in terms of the way that they play tight together, and that's their strength, is the team play and the protocols they've worked on. But also, from a wider perspective, Sentinels, one of the most recognizable teams and one of the most recognized teams in terms of their brand value, but also their success, versus a team here that is struggling, despite success, for recognition for that respect. And this game, if G2 can take it, take that second seed, it's another step to putting their name into people's mouths.
Yeah, at least some acknowledgement, right? I mean, they're our best performing Ascension team by a long shot. And guess what? I mean, it was a world in which they weren't even here.
I know.
As the Ascension team, by the way. And yeah, I mean, luckily dodged that pathway.
Yeah, thankfully. Community protests came through.
Yeah. There's also a world where it's actually John QT not playing on Sentinels and him playing as the Ascension representative in this league. So you had that battle all year last time, going through. And here we get to see it again on the American stage.
At some point, we'll diagnose what the issue is. I might have to get up there on the stage and start fiddling with some cables.
I saw a little Zelsis playing with his headphones.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
In-ear problem?
Could be.
I mean, they all seem quite locked in. I'm waiting for the game to start.
I mean,
they're locking in now.
Yeah,
look at that.
The lean forward indicates that this
they're not sleeping. They're not lying back in the chairs.
Maybe getting resolved quite shortly. I'm so looking forward to the battle of the IGLs over the course of this game. There's going to be explosiveness, but when you're looking at the maps that we have, especially on Lotus, I think, which is SEN's map pick, watching John QT go up against Valen, it's going to be a fun one.
Did he get his chair stuck? Chair stuck.
I don't know. Was that what a tech pause was from?
I don't know.
Wait. Cable's being swapped.
Okay.
That's a good sign. Thankfully, Brent, you don't have to go do it.
I don't have to go do it. Yeah. I'm not qualified to do it, but I would have done it. Probably would have been stuck here another 30 minutes if I was handling any sort of tech problems.
Guys, did you watch anything this morning? Any big sports game?
Don't even start.
I kind of have to. I'm sandwiched between two Brits.
Don't start. I don't want to talk about it, to be honest. I genuinely don't want to talk about it. I'm the crestfallen warrior right now.
Okay.
Sat around filing shrine, just like and ahhing. I mean, yeah.
We're not at the finals here of VCT just yet, but no. You know, I hope your favorite team doesn't lose. I hope you avoid my pain.
Okay.
I think another really interesting difference between these two squads, though, despite the fact that they've had so much success, is that we are seeing a Sentinels that have not dropped a map in Stage 2. Since they had that break where they didn't make it to Shanghai, they've been immaculate. There's not been a flaw in their record. Whereas G2's ascendancy has had very notable blowout losses. Even when they were having that run through Shanghai, they would lose a map in startling fashion, and they've repeated the same thing back here in Americas, and yet they still find a way of being able to patch that up and get back into things. So don't feel like they're out of the game if they end up winning the pistol round and then losing it all on Byte, and it's 13-1 like you just saw. I mean, if that loud victory in the previous match has taught you anything, it's that you can't just go based off the results of one map in the series.
Well, as we're waiting for Zelsis to get locked back in again with the headset and everything else, we did speak with Valen earlier about G2 slow starts, exactly what we were kind of discussing just now in 2024.
It's no surprise that we start slow a lot of these matches. I would say our previous game versus NRG, we actually flipped that and we started hot and we thought we had it fixed. We have team talks about just trying to play tighter from the get-go. I think we're a team that is pretty mentally confident, and maybe that's kind of a double-edged sword for us because we're playing like too loose and too calm. I kind of want to up the intensity a bit because that's when I know we're hitting flow state and playing to our best.
They've definitely been, you know, those slow starters. It's interesting to see, you know, Valen talking about their attitude in games, that they're too loose. I feel like that can be a negative, but he's talking about it, you know, they're not necessarily locked in at all times, can't get into the flow state.
Yeah. I think that's Valen's identity in general.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the most chill dude to call and everything as well. He just takes it easy and gets locked in, like you talked about, trying to find that flow state. And this is going to interrupt it, I'm just going to say. After winning the pistol.
Yeah, at the same time, though, in some sense, it's like the best spot to have a tech pause like this.
For sure.
Because when you come into the next round, you just have such overwhelming advantage in terms of the weaponry that you don't, you know, it can get you back into the game fairly quickly, I think. It would be amazing to see SEN pull out their classic SEN bundle win on the eco. But I think G2 should be fairly solid here to get back into the rhythm of the game once we get these dastardly audio situations.
It's amazing in VCT as well that we have the ability to just stop the clock and pause it when there's, you know, extra time needed and it doesn't just end abruptly.
Salty England fan again.
Crazy. You know, well, I mean, listen, 4 minutes of extra time apparently means 30 seconds in the eyes of some.
The Spanish need that siesta. I'm just saying.
When,
get back to it.
They won't be sleeping anytime soon.
When Sadak lost the first map 13-1 earlier today, I thought he was trying to get out and watch the Argentina game.
Hey, we're back to it.
Let's
okay. And all that lead up just for the anti-eco, but listen, we're back into the match. That's what matters.
Look at this challenge from Icy. He's got that outlaw, and he's got 5 players going at him.
Yeah, this real possibility for him to just farm up a really critical ultimate. Gonna be a flash in his face. Grab was already committed to. Icy giving up a bit of that space as well. He's hearing all that pressure. Grab the orb. Full rotation, marathon sprint to the other direction. Leaving Sassy posted here though, maybe giving him some extra options a little bit later.
I mean, this very much looks like they're just going to try to farm orbs in this round.
That's an early Trailblazer from Jonah P down B long. After spotting and hearing so much from Icy, maybe they didn't get the information that I think, but there was no time for them to be down at Fountain.
Right here. Jonah P just jiggling the corner here. There's really very little danger of him even getting punished. The classics on the other side of things. He will give it up as soon as the smoke. It's propped down, forced out the molly, defensive util. Just trying to make it expensive.
Not how Sentinels, though, weren't actually able to take B long control in this round, and that's because Leafs put his Viper orb over there. Now, that is going to be a very large difference between the way that these two teams function. Because SEN are running the deadlock. So, having that Viper orb in certain spots around the map, normally B long are on the A default, that's something SEN do not have access to at all.
They hit the go button. Gonna try and get this plant down onto the side as well. Trent will attempt to play spoiler, any sort of denial that he can do, but he's still gonna plant down, so extension forwards, plenty of bodies running straight towards it.
One enemy remaining.
Building up those ults as well, but clinical stuff from G2.
Very quick and backside there too with the stinger. Very well done. Only 1 player fell, so flawless anti-eco, I would say.
The whole round, however, for Sentinels was designed around getting TenZ's ult online, or at least as close as possible, so that could be a win condition for you as you approach. And Trent, you can see in this replay right there, started the round with only 1 of those ult orbs. So he's miles away on the Thrash, and the Thrash is normally the first one that gets online. TenZ only needs 1 orb, and they have a huge ult to work with.
I am concerned with the fact that they didn't go through that orb that you're talking about, that Leaf put down on B-Long. Is this another one?
There's no way. What is it? What's the indicator?
The reason I say that is because they don't have as many flash utils as they used to have, right? And so they're scared potentially to pop through something like that when they need to because of how this comp is designed. That grab net going over to deny somebody in Octagon to push them back, take that orb sort of thing. On the eco, you don't have the tools, but we'll leave that for another time.
The point I wanted to make was not important, but what did 100 Thieves and Loud do to these setups? what they do in a match before this, man? I mean, this is crazy.
100 Thieves are thinking, well, we have no further ability to alter the seeds. Perhaps we shall sabotage the 2 teams. Yeah, now, I've heard of taking a game a round at a time, but I don't know about this one. Pause after the bonus as well.
Yeah.
Reassess. It's a good job we got 3 of us up here.
That's what I mean. I mean, dude, I don't know. If it was just me and you, Josh, I would have given up. I would have handed it off to you, I think. Listen, we've got even more footage as well. We sorted out this problem earlier. We asked G2's Valen as well how he stacks up against the rest of the league's IGL. Take a listen.
I want to be known as one of the best. Maybe my time is not right now, and that's totally okay. I don't have a grudge on people or anything. I understand I have to build my way up. It's just my first year here. I would like to safely rank myself amongst the top 3, at least. Obviously, you got to give credit to people like Sadhak, and you know, FNS came back. He's always been known as a top IGL. But hopefully, if I can continue to win, maybe even lift an international trophy, like John QT did, then maybe I'll be ranked above him one day.
That's respect for John QT, and I appreciate that. It's also John's first year at the Tier 1 level. But for Valen, something about that seems overly humble. Because, again, in the wise words of G2's theme song, he can't be called a newcomer. He's been up for several summers. So he's been around. Okay. He's been around for years, though.
Okay,
he's already been to an international event as the #1 seed coming out of North America. And yes, they didn't perform amazingly at that event, but he's had that experience. He's won through Ascension. This is one of the most long-standing cores that we currently have in Valorant. So the idea that he still needs to earn his flowers, I respect that as a mentality, but I actually think that he's a proven excellent caller who deserves the respect that he's earned over the last few years.
Yeah, I think he's comparing himself to the likes of Sadhak, like you mentioned. Now, he mentioned John QT. I think he might be a little jealous over there, the Ascension compatriot. But yeah, I think he's comparing himself to the greats, and that's where he wants to end up. Like you said, getting a trophy. And I think this team could absolutely do it after what we saw in Shanghai. This team has experience now. They've seen how it feels like to get top 3 at an international event. I absolutely believe that Valen could take them there.
They did also only lose to the finalists, so, you know, it wasn't like a lucky run to make top 3. And they'd beaten Heretics multiple times earlier on in the tournament. It's going to be so interesting once we know all of the teams from all of the regions that are going to champs.
Oh, it's going to be so exciting, man.
We can see, like, you know, what seed does Gen G, for example, or Heretics get if they're, you know, going to be there, which it seems extraordinarily likely.
Once it all shakes out.
Exactly.
You know, basically just a week when we find out. And then, what is it, like a week later? We're
crazy.
Barely any time at all.
Yeah.
Barely any time.
And that's good. That could be good for some of these teams, especially the momentum-based ones. Maybe Sentinels you could maybe add to that category, given the fact that kickoff run that they went on into Madrid. But momentum can mean a lot when it comes to champions runs. I think of EG last year, for example, the run out of Tokyo into champions. I actually think that some of these teams have pretty similar characteristics to that EG team, both 100 Thieves and G2, I would say.
When you're fiddling with the Windows control panel, you know you're cooked. that's all I know. You know you are cooked. And yeah, I mean, we're going to be waiting a bit until this issue has fixed, but hopefully back into the action soon enough. And I believe I've got permission to send us to a break. If I don't, it's going to be awkward. Welcome back. I mean, I'll be brutally honest here. Don't have fantastic news for you. We're not jumping straight back into the action. Apparently, there's literally ghosts in the machines or something. Because they said that the sound issues they're coming from the game itself. You know, they've swapped out hardware, they're trying it all. So who knows what the problem is? I wouldn't be able to solve it. I know that much.
That is the side 100 Thieves is on. That's all I was saying.
Yeah.
While we get that fixed, we can continue our conversations about all sorts of esoteric topics.
Yeah. Greek philosophy.
That's a classic one for you guys, huh?
It really is.
It was mythology, actually.
Oh, mythology.
Classic, yeah, but I didn't know anything. So.
No. But I think one of the interesting topics to talk about is one that you were mentioning earlier, Bren, when we were discussing about this, is that Sentinels started their year in Korea. They won a big off-season tournament, the Africa TV tournament, that kind of showcased that they were taking the off-season super seriously.
And it has paid dividends, I think, for the Sentinels org. I mean, they came straight out of the off-season, essentially try-harding every single major tournament. Won the Africa tournament in Korea. Now they have a chance in this match here of potentially earning that, that final chapter to close it in Korea, right? If they end up winning this, they will be guaranteed to go to champs. It looks highly likely even outside of that, but you never know with Valorant. It's a random game sometimes. So you just never know. You never know, really, entirely. But it would be nice for this Sentinels org, I think, to be able to close that chapter of 2024, which they started even just before in the off-season. But they came out of the gates headstrong, looking for those wins. And they got them, and they, I think, proved themselves in Madrid. They had that slump in the middle, but it's all about how you stick the landing. That's what people remember.
Yeah, and that was such a grind. And you've seen every player on this team, I think, grow so much. I think especially for me, the guy that sticks out when I'm thinking about changes in terms of player performance and player flexibility, I look at TenZ, man. This guy has reinvigorated himself so much this year. And I think it's because of that grind and the amount of time that they've spent playing against fantastic teams and making big runs.
Yeah, we're seeing him on a range of things. I mean, he's now playing the Gecko on Bind as well. He's playing the Smokes. He's playing the. He's taking a move away from the blue agents to pick up Gecko.
Great news.
Here we go.
We are back into the match. I said that before.
No, but this time I believe you.
This time you believe me? Okay, sure. Let's get into it. It's a bonus round here for G2. Guns online for Sentinels. Got to try and convert. Stop this momentum.
God, they're playing like their opponents right now. This is crazy. All 3 rounds, I mean, other than the eco, where they ran in the bathroom and then ran away.
Momentum might have been the wrong word to use.
One of the really funny things about this as well is that G2 are just looking to play off noise. If you look at these players up here in Spawn, the 2 initiators, they are playing rotate positions, waiting to follow the noise of the attackers. There is no noise.
They've got their knives out, just sitting there.
That's their own smoke drop down to split up Hookah. Boombot as well to take control of it.
And that does pull those 2 players we were mentioning over towards that B side, but Sentinels is not looking to commit at all. Finally going to pick up the spike with a minute left. That's the timing there. And remember, John QT still has all of his util for the execute. For these 2 players on the site, it's going to be difficult to hold on.
Unfortunate timing, the smoke in their faces, but Sen not going to be discouraged. Sending out a Dizzy, that's 3 aims. I'm making sure that he deals with that one. Nade rebounding. Here in the wingman going forward. Somali as well. Ricocheting straight up, and that will be denying the plan, at least for the first wave of things here. Still 28 seconds. Got to get a move on. A fight now into Shower. Sassy. He's got to lock down and hold down this spot and position. His team is going to be counting on him to have control of this area. Might be calling for the backup and reinforcements, but Trent is just making this tricky business to try and clear him out entirely, and he's going to get back up himself. It's another TP. Dizzy dealt with and shot down as well with G2. They're flooding them, swarming them, the positions. Doesn't matter about this subpar weaponry. Ult in the face to take. Both of them! Star-crossed lovers, what the hell can you do? But a fight on the side is all that matters. Valen sticking. Safety in numbers, no chance to send there. What? What are we watching? What a round to come back in from. A soft chuckle from Jonah P on that side is the only indication you would get as to the madness that we just saw from G2. I'm wondering what happened to the Thresh on the other side, though.
Yeah.
Ten's got that one up. He used it in a default position. Didn't find any value from it.
But this is just ridiculous. I mean, they're trying desperately
Oh, that's funny.
to take him down and regain control of Showers so they can play that post plan.
We're straight back into this one here. Sen are fully grouped up like they want to go hard and fast here towards this A side. All but ready with a util. It's a nade. Doesn't quite catch onto Icy. He's going to be hiding, tucking himself into this smoke. So he's going to play spoiler if he can. Weaker weaponry again in the hands of these Sentinels players, but they are being swarmed, still haven't cleared. Icy just peek his head over there. Tap from Zelsis, pushed back by the mosh pit. The smoke fades away! Got the satchel to disengage.
Super odd moment there. He's stuck in front of the wall while his teammate's behind it.
G2 looking to increase that tempo though. P being turned up, they're trying to flood their way back in, spamming into the corners. They are worried about these positions. The spot seekers have to be used. Judge shot goes off, that's rattled. That does put fear into you. Strikes it deep into the heart. G2 want nothing to do with Lamps. Gonna be going over the out extremities here of this side of the side as well. Wingman onto the plant, that's gonna be denied as well, but still the feed is built up with entirely green. G2. They're dominating this one. John QT is the last one left. John QT. Annihilation, it's earned, the time is bought. And he's just waiting for the sound cue. But it's given up. John QT realizing it. That's a win in his books. A round on the board for Sentinels.
Just unbelievable. All the kills going in G2's favor until John swings wildly for 2 headshots. And we talked about the old Torbs a lot. He wasn't even collecting them. And he gets the perfect one in the perfect moment.
What crazy value in the post plant there from his ult as well. Zelsis, he's one away from having an orbital strike. This composition has big post plant power. Compare that to the Viper. You couldn't pit in a situation like that and win a 1v3. Had to be the rifle and the annihilation.
Whoops. Whoopsies.
Big miss.
Can't pick that up anymore.
Exactly. No second go around, but it won't matter anyway. Sentinels once more running the same playbook. Straight into the A side as well, clearing out most of these players here. There's a lot of util to try and push them back and away. Lamps control is going to be vitally important. You can see them looking to fight this. 3 players side by side, shoulder to shoulder. G2 not giving this one up, but still can they maintain their composure against the rifle fire? Yes, they can. Rocket earned and sent. And John QT is dropped. Sassy. It's the last one left here. It's got to do it with a Bulldog in hand, but not able to put up a fight, not against Icy.
Very different idea from G2 on this defensive side. Usually it's just been Icy and Valen holding onto the A site. They throw in all of their utility to deny the plant. This round they allow Sen the plant, but then they're much quicker with contesting areas, especially Lamps, where we saw them fight with 3 people. So G2 mixing it up, making Sen feel like it's going to be their standard denial of plant. And instead, the fight was brought into Zelsis and Zek really quickly.
And we heard Valen talk about slow starts and how they're working on getting rid of that sort of idea. But here they are, making great adaptations. Every time Sen has gone for this hit, they put that wall down into spawn. This time they have 3 people in front of the wall ready to fight Lamps.
Sen conditioned in the very beginning of this game, extraordinarily slow defaulting. And now they're just kind of sending it into A.
Launching smoke.
Over and over again, why not? Running back once more, this time on the full eco. But the plant, util maybe going a little bit of miss there. No, just denying them the possibility of getting that plant down as well. Trent still holding down control. Ult looking to be committed. Valen, orbital strike in his hands. Doesn't go for it though. There's danger in this round with Zekken earning up his own rocket. Zelsis also with the orbital strike. How does this get played? Where's that one getting used? Push it back into Lamps. Only the one. Sassy's going to be cleared out. Peace of mind at least. Jonah P trying to wrap this one around still. Like I said, there is still that danger in the round itself. Valen, attack, trying to force it out. Jonah P gets spotted as well. Across the map, it's a volley. It's going to be landing once more, not half onto this spike. Time being bled straight off this clock. Jonah P still needs to land a few of these shots. Celsius holding it with the ult, still choosing to commit it. Apparently feeling like this one is potentially winnable, but they've just been cleaned up.
There's no
time, though.
There's no time.
It's ticked away.
Took them so long to be able to get that push-up short on the retake. Very, very different. You remember how long they were just stood in backside, thinking about whether or not to deny the plant. Valen holding off on using that orbital strike. Went for it, took him way too long, especially when Zelsis had the ult online on the other side.
Yeah, but sensing the danger of this round, and it ends up materializing. I think this flank from G2 was almost perfect. But the timing wasn't enough for him to get all the way up and get a couple kills. But you see Sentinels just turn around and get one peek at it. And all of a sudden, you've got time. They're going to go fast up short here, look for a kill. And Tens has the op out of nowhere!
Yeah, okay. This guy's doing his something cosplay.
What's bonkers about that as well is, this is the first time that Icy has ever taken a peek up into that cubby area in this map.
Yeah, a proactive clear on the defensive side for G2, immediate punish. I was fully ready to talk, consolation prizes for G2 today. Maybe pulled the showstopper out of Sentinels, despite losing that round in that fashion, but right back at it. They're in a driving seat.
And one of the other problems being that Tens now has the Thrash available again. Yes, last time he didn't get much value out of it. It was Trent that actually had that wild situation outside Showers. But here, full clear of Hookah, clear into sight. The ult's magnificent on buy.
That gets so deep. And you can see they slow things down so that you actually don't know what's going on if you're G2 right now.
Just enough of a pause as well. Rotations are finally arriving here. Leaf, straight shots. Nothing quite landing. The barrier mesh in his face. A lot of utils going to be committed. Expended out here to try and push these players out of the spot. But again, John QT not to be removed. And again, this wall is just causing too many problems. Round two. So Thrash being used on equal size, I think, is going to be sending it flying. Detainment. At least catching the one, but still holding it down. Zenken perched up on high. Delivering. Raining down to death blows. Needs to follow through.
I think this is one of those situations where you really see the value of that deadlock wall as well. When they go for the A exec, John Cuty's throwing it into backside where you can just break it easily from that pipe spawn area. Whereas here, you have to be exposing yourself in elbow in order to break that wall. That's a really dangerous thing for G2 to go for. Not only does it delay them, but it might set them up for a death.
Especially when Tens begins to op as well. You just drop a smoke, let it expire, and all of a sudden you're getting that angle while they're breaking the wall. You're so right. It's so interesting to see as well the dueling Thrashes. We've had him. Both times they've been active.
Initiator opping on both sides.
Yeah. Just trying to spot each other out. It's all about who has the better reaction. The Zelsis! It takes one to the chest.
And not a single smoke used by Zelsis either, so that's a huge first pick coming out of Jonah P.
It's got to be a wake-up call for Sentinels. No smokes now to use on their own. Might have to just opt into a lot of contacting.
But Tens in the roll. See what he can do. Nobody's showing themselves at all, and Jonah P's rotated here.
Yes, a shot. The whistle's passed. Tens will finally land it. Still no control though. Out towards over into last. The mosh pit. On top, the grab net, no time to go. They just don't receive it on towards the back end. Sassy trying to wrap it around. This complete that pincer maneuver, and they do clean up these players. Wall finally dropped down with the barrier mesh. Another obstacle is going to be
there's space there.
Difficult.
There's space there. They don't know.
Oh, he's wiggled his way right past, yet still Tens will collect.
These last few rounds have been so important for SEN to get back into this game. G2 looked like they were in control. The retake ideas were excellent from them. And now SEN are working the map a bit more and putting themselves in favored post-plant positions.
Jeez.
He does show a lot of his body there, but he's not expecting Jonah P to be on such a wide angle. But it's this play into lamps that crunch almost failed, as Zekken was too slow to follow up on the grab net mosh. But SEN pile more players in and get the value from it in the end.
And this op from Tens has been getting incredible value.
Grab net already with the value to Prowler as well. A little bit of spam and a few bullets might do it. Sees all in. There's no way, man. There's absolutely no chance. And still, the fight continues. They've wrapped the Showers players around with Icy being dropped as well, forced down into the open. Look at the issues, houses. This guy.
It wasn't audio issues. There were no audio issues. He was installing cheats.
What they put in those in-ears.
Yeah, a weaker buyer G2 will see very little value. SEN in full control now of this map. It feels like it's just shifted over.
One enemy remaining.
And now gets another.
Yeah, I mean, hunting out the remnants. Annihilation online. 2 away from Orbital Strike and Nightfall. Close even to the Showstopper and the Thrash coming online. SEN are in a spot now that is desperately dangerous for G2. Not only do they need wins for their economy, but they need to be able to draw out ultimates from SEN and still survive and be putting rounds on the board.
Yeah, talk about a snowball at the end of the half. And you remember the round that started this all. With that post plant that Sentinels plays to perfection with the mollies. You thought G2 had everything covered in that situation. Some of those early rounds that Sentinels won, both of them, I thought G2 got the better of them.
John Cutie went to 1v3 in one of them. Absolutely. It took heroics and individual performance to get them into that point, but then from there, they found a really nice adaptation to what G2 were playing.
The same is going to be asked of G2 as well. Purpose of the timeout probably as well. A lot of these A hits just largely being exploited by SEN. Spotting it out. I mean, this comp has an incredible amount of tools. If you're going to overwhelm a site, I mean, we've been looking at the way they've been using the Deadlock, the GravNet in combination with anything. It's just instant access to showers, lamps, whatever you choose, essentially, if you're Sentinels. G2 are finding it a real struggle.
This comp has the deepest of bags. I mean, you saw it there as well. We've been seeing a lot of AXX, but here, the amount of roots that are going into showers just allows that wraparound so freely.
Previously, we saw TenZ fighting against Jonah P on that B-long angle with the AWP. And now, TenZ looking to try to contest it, by the look of things, on his own. Seeing if he can find a punish onto an initiator jiggle peeking. But at the moment, holding really passively. It would be dangerous for TenZ to step out on an aggressive line, because he's almost always going to have the spike as well as the Gecko player.
Previously in the past, they've used the Thrash to clear out Hookah. This time, maybe use the Boombot and the Flash.
Launching smoke.
Setting up for a smoke to actually go ahead and do that. And they will get the information. G2 has almost never played inside of Hookah so far this game.
Just throws that uncertainty into the back of the minds of the G2 players. They are going to be attempting, I believe, a reclear. You can see Trent kind of posturing for it. Trailblazer straight down. Going for the peak. This is going to give them information, but honestly, a little bit too late. Sentinels have already fully grouped up now, going for this A hit. At least looks like it's on the cards.
Remember though, Molly here, Nade, and Icy's ult. They can delay plant for a long time to buy time for those rotates.
That might be an issue for them as well. Seeing it come through with a satchel as a showstopper! Rebounding it around! Annihilation not sure if there is that connection. Still Valen, he's rapid onto it. Approaches the angle, backs away now, buying time and space for the rest of his team. The fast onto the flank themselves. 2 players wrapping this one. Sentinels need to stick this, get this extension into the play. TenZ at least aware of the fact that he could have missed this chance and opportunity, and the timing, it's gone. Past and beneath him, flash into their faces, just about dodged. Nobody has given him an inch, and there's the wraparound. Finally, the backstab occurring. Celsius has to put a stop to this, considering using the util as well, but he won't be saving it for the post plant. And again, that discipline on display. G2 not giving anything away, fully grouped up, making sure that they can face all of these fights together. Util points it out and paints that picture out perfectly.
One of the big things that I'm noticing here is that G2, their defense surrounding Valen and Icy is all about plant denial. And SEN are trying to find these timings to punish them as they go for the molly. You saw the little bank shot molly off the wall of lamps there. And immediately, Zeken's looking for the punish. He's trying to go aggressive in the backside. He knows he has the space. He's trying to catch the timing on Valen while he's thinking about spike denial. But he's missing it. And that to me, is how all of these A fights are going down. Can SEN get the jump on them when they've got other things in their mind?
Yeah, you have to say, Zeken losing that fight multiple times now to Valen in that exact position as well. Speaking to potentially how he's playing, overall in this. And I also have to point out, every round that Sentinels has started in the G2 fashion, super slow, not taking control of anything, has actually led to G2 wins.
Here's an exec lineup over the top. Trailblazer at least with the connection, but the Dizzy was not dealt with. Trent's still going to be repositioning. Does have that safety, at least. It's an anchoring smoke for him to play around. Both of them propped up. It's a wall that's been drawn. A line in the sand still, Zekken. Of course he's going to step over it. He's eager to draw blood.
Got his ult from that one as well.
He's cleared out most of it. Two players now going to be wrapping this one out through. There's the TP also coming out. Away! And reset of the aim just enough here. Thrash has to connect. Orbital strike to punish as well. Showstopper in the hands of Zekken. It's anarchy occurring into the server. Orbital strike somehow getting the kill. Zekken did not know which way to look. 2v3. Tumultuous here for Sentinels. Single kill could do it though. Potential trying to stay alive. Drop down Icy. So fast onto the line. Celsius now. It's the last one left. Bit of spam maybe, but that might be some false confidence. Potentially thinks that he got that one. Leaf gonna be sticking it. Bodyguarded all the way. And a round lead now. Just for G2.
Yeah, he can't see that the smoke is down while that wall is up either, so he doesn't actually know that they have protection to continue sticking in a situation like that.
I said that G2 not only needed to be able to win rounds for their economy, but they needed to be able to dodge ults coming out of SEN. They got so many online during this round. The plant got the Thrash as well. Showstopper found no value. Thrash couldn't be followed up on. John and Celsius also without their ults now. G2 just not only managed to dodge all of these ults, but put the round on the board in convincing fashion.
It almost feels like Sentinels doesn't know what to do when G2 doesn't respond after they take the site. There's such terrible trepidation in the way that they're approaching these post-plant situations, causing Zekken to be confused, Tens to be confused. And I have to say, it's probably because of the new comp.
It's a little bit of hesitancy, waiting for that next response out of G2, but hey, they'll never give it to you. They're always going to play disciplined. Try to group up, stretch the time to the limit, even if they're the ones who are trying to play for that retake here. This is a very large group of the G2. They're going for a flash. In through, getting that connection. Gramnet is going to be sailing right over. They're going to be able to take this one in time. And a Nightfall, it scatters. It's a good connection, at least onto the three. Dizzy over the top. You got to pick and choose your targets quite carefully. Right from the side, it's Zekken. He will respond in kind. Out wide, snappy, almost magnetic. It makes it look easy. Difficult spot that G2 are pushed into. Valin, not expecting it. Zekken, so damn active onto these angles. One more from the ace. Prowler spots it. Nade sent flying. Bit of a handshake in the air from it. See. Gotta make a go of this. Out through and White shuts him down. No ace in sight, yet still surely time has been bought. And off of that one, noise contact, Sensor tripped up. 6-6 is where we stand.
Switching
An even half for two teams that went back and forth the entire time. It felt like G2 had great reads at the beginning and got a really important couple towards the end. But SEN also with massive moments in this one as well. Zekken powers forward, showcasing what he's capable of doing.
Perfect Zekken satchel flash combination to get that Dizzy value. What a seesaw of a half.
Absolutely. We're going to send it to a short break on the other side. Of course, the rest of this map.
And what a way to start off this series between G2 and Sentinels. Great ideas, great executes, basically everything you could possibly ask for the last match to close off the regular season. But let's go ahead, though, first and talk about what we've been seeing out of the Sentinels camp, because I've really been enjoying, stop causing problems over there, you two. I've been really enjoying this deadlock. We've been seeing some really cool ideas with it. And overall, I mean, John, he's just been absolutely lights out with it as well on those occasions.
I think he was very effective in this 1v3 in particular. He gets it down to the 1v1 and then is able to buy time, right? Like his utility usage in the clutch moments just exists, but then even in how they're approaching the side hits and what they're doing in post plants too has been really nice.
Yeah, it really was, but I think G2 later in this half started to find a good adaptation. This is another example of some of the good rounds for Sentinels. You're seeing all of these lineup mollies in combination, and this is where G2 started to get it. You see them trying to commit into a flank, apply some pressure on these players, playing that post plant utility. It didn't work out in this round, but in the next few, they started to really commit into those flanks, and also I think doing a much better job of using their util to stall out those plants and not allow that deadlock to get set up. There's that careful balance about being too proactive and getting caught out while you're trying to flood retake in the deadlock util, and also in ending up getting kind of owned by it on the other side. But they found it, and it's a damn close game.
We saw some great adaptations by G2, but now we're going to be flipping the sides and send it back over to the casters.
That's a quick back into it here. It's a pistol round up and coming here for the second half of Bind. And immediately top of the scoreboard for both of these teams. It's the Duelist players, the Raze players going head to head. Icy currently with the advantage in that regard.
It's been such a good battle between those two, Zekin and Icy. I mean, you saw it at the beginning of the half. Icy, even on pistol, doing everything correctly. And Zekin struggling a little bit. But then at the end of the half as well, even in that last round, you see the satchels from Zekin, the spray downs. It's back to magic.
It feels like G2 are baiting V-Long control here to try to get Tens to push out.
Throwing nets.
Does he have that discipline?
Just holding it, slightest of off angles. A lot of players to face him though. You know G2, whenever they make a play, always going to be doing it with the numbers advantage.
Well, that wasn't a mistake from Tens, but he just lost the 1v2.
And there's a fast play from Sentinels themselves. Nades again sailing past one another. Just trying to fight for this one. Control. It's not being given up entirely here to Sentinels. Still with that showers fight. Taken leave. One shot to the body. Brings him down, all weakened up here, but it's an open B site for the taking. G2 happy to capitalize.
They might have to triple TP. They don't have time anymore to actually rotate through spawn, but they'll go for it. And that gives so much room for G2 to get anywhere they want. And they have to take time to even clear this round. Unfortunately, Sentinels overcommitting through that TP.
They thought they had the read on what was going on, right? They thought it was bait over towards B-Long, finish A, and Valen adds an extra loop, an extra wrinkle.
Get him, wingman.
Trent just pulling the util out of them here. Sentinels really struggling, just trying to take the timing straight past that one with the dizziness of Molly at their feet. G2 lighting them all up.
Attack side calling is going to be so fun to follow for both of these IGLs. Battling through Ascension, battling against various other teams all throughout this year in Tier 1. I feel like at the moment we are seeing peak Valen. Not in this match just yet, we haven't seen him, it's only been one round. But throughout stage 2, throughout Shanghai, he's been calling some magnificent attack sides.
And playing fantastic too. This guy has been absolutely dominant.
He's 12-6 now.
Probably one of the best fragging IGLs we've had all year.
Exactly what this series is. Another part of the stakes though just being laid up on top of this one. There's no way Zekin's just getting out. I mean, defended.
That's crazy.
Leaf dropped. He was the one with a pistol. Celsius tucked up, close, just trying to play the anti-flash position, but the protocols in place here for G2 should be an easy take for that B site.
So one of the weird rounds actually, where they run the 4-1 on the round after the pistol, the one player doesn't find the stack, dies, but they decide to commit into the stack anyway. They knew there were 3 players over towards B, they just thought brute force it, and they worked.
Go get him, buddy.
Be hoping to plant up any eco kills, generate a few of these ults. Bit far away from it, G2. Okay.
I'm sorry, there's something special about the way G2 is shooting today. They've been playing so well all year, but this is Sentinels we're talking about, and some of these I'm just like, okay, what?
If G2 are firing on the same level that SEN traditionally do, then I think G2's team play has looked a little better recently. I think Valen's calling has looked slightly better than John Cudy's yesterday. We're talking a game of inches between these two squads, because they're both fantastic.
Now, this is the first time we really get to see that tested super hard. Sentinels didn't get the chance in stage 1 in playoffs, where G2 gained their form. So to see it actually play out and validate some of the feelings in the community. It's a big hunt from Saucy. But G2 plays so slow that it's not really going to mean much down the line.
Gonna quickly take up control of Showers, though.
Okay.
Not as much pace as you're going to see out of G2, outside of when they just go for those full execs.
Because we've got a little bit of a slower round here, take a look at John Cudy's setup. He's got a stun here for them to fight over B long. And he's also got the stun if anyone makes a non-silent drop out of hookah. So their deadlock can be very good in these kind of spots over towards B on bind.
And this is the portion of time right now where Sentinels can take massive advantage of the information they're gathering. Saucy just prowlered into Showers. You saw G2 have one of these types of rounds where they dog down B-Long, saw nothing, and flanked really fast. But Sentinels not doing anything with that information.
Well, he's spawning too much here. Trailblazer needs to be broken, grabbing it in response to it, but they're being squeezed. Barrier mesh, hello, that makes things very damn awkward. Straight in through, onto the side as well. They are just overwhelming it. Brute force. Name of the game here for G2, still with a plant online. And the reinforcements of Sentinels.
Thanks, Wings.
Just lacking that timing for now. Now grouped up and catching this one still. Bullets to the side, traded. I see there, making sure to shut down Zekken. 2v3 still for Sentinels, and they do have a slight weapon advantage, but only slight. Still getting a bit of a move on the run-up. Trent is happy to just play the close quarters angle.
What a bonus round for G2 to get online. The game plan worked for SEN. I pointed out the deadlock setup. Both of the stuns ended up going off. The stun for the people out hookah, that ended up being rewarded. The stun towards B-Long, they didn't have enough people there to be able to capitalize. It goes back to what Vala was saying. They kind of missed the window to get the rotate off. Zekken was booking his way over towards B, but he was too slow. They had made that rotation off the back of the information. With 3 people on site, they could have held that. But G2 bulldozed their way through B-Long.
And those are the positions that you really want that deadlock to have some value. You want to be peeking on the stuns. You want to be peeking on some of the stuff that you're getting value off of, not just for information. I mean, it's so limited. Someone get that poor man a jersey.
Or at least a pen so he can make his own.
Friend, pass him yours, bro.
I don't think my pen will be good enough.
Wow, that
was a big banner. Unfortunate for the people behind it, but not be seeing too much. Sentinels have really got to make a course adjustment.
It's okay. There's surely no clout farmers in the audience.
No.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not there, so.
This is rough stuff for SEN. It's G2's map pick on bind. We've seen them look fantastic on this map before. But it's also one where Sentinels, if you think way back, had a great answer on this map with TenZ playing the Yoru, like, really, really early on. And now they've been rotating through different compositions. And this one, if the deadlock isn't getting value over towards B, even when both stuns are connecting and everything looks good, there's more fundamental issues, perhaps, that need to be addressed before it can be considered a phenomenal map to rely on and lean on in big games.
Triple swing instantly pushes Saucy off. And look at this, the high-low that the sort of stuff you were talking about on defense. But Saucy never really re-peeks this. He has the 2 prowlers, probably won't use them on the eco.
This is gross. I mean, you have a triple high-low setup with someone holding for the jump peak as well. Look at the crosshair placement.
Yeah.
Saucy
looking like Ocean's 11 out there, man.
There's no way. No way he can peek into that.
There's just no chance. And this is standard stuff, really, from G2.
And I also think that Saucy isn't the intended target here. It's an anti based on how aggressively TenZ likes to play in Showers on the defense side. Now, TenZ has actually been quite disciplined. He did get caught out on the pistol round, but it wasn't because he overstepped himself. G2 eventually had to force the fight, as they're having to do now. SEN are not giving them free ones.
Looking to try and send this one up straight to A. That's a late flank occurring.
Grenade!
Too sure the point of that one is still with the nade. Teleport to the nade, TP, yep, straight back and over.
Yeah, but they didn't actually leave.
Through into B, they didn't leave themselves. Q2 though, a bit of a scramble from him. Offloading this utility, seeking some sort of advantage into the fight as well. Up and over, that was accidental.
Second opted.
Right through him, and yeah, Rocket does find that value. Plant still down though, that was not pushed back. Leaf. He's going to be able to play this one into the post. Him and Jonah P drops down the orb just for him to reposition. He's out and away. Tiniest of margins, it drops down.
That's the gun.
Still wingman onto the defuse as well. Needs to be denied. Mosh pit into the corner. Where do you stand? There's nowhere. Just tickling onto the toes as well. Gives Tens the easy one. Jonah P now. 1v2. Damage done. We can target. Tens got a rifle. 1v1 still. No tap, no forcing of the issue. Dizzy has to be hit. Jonah P! Complete control. The rifle aim was wrangling control of it.
That was Sentinel's way back into this game. They were offered an opportunity just then to have a round that upset everything, all of the expectations. A weird pivot, and I mean, Icy just falls straight into their lap there. But they couldn't quite get it done in the 1v1.
One enemy remaining.
So now a 4-round deficit for Sen that they've got to grind back through. Can't be letting opportunities like that slip, I think, in spots like this.
Wasn't eco, and they did use an ult, but still, the cycle favors them. They've got the Thrash, they've got the orbital strike from Zelsis.
Sliders of Jiggles might see the punish. There is a lot of G2 players all grouped up on the other side of this. Just sees it, signs alive, something on the ground net. Worried about it, Trent's gonna cover.
He actually pushed his teammate into an angle where Trent could have died there if there was another Sentinels player.
The Deadlock utility is buying time for Zekken to rotate, but G2 have not committed off the back of this. If they dodge this Prowler, they've got a great timing to end A.
We talked about mid-rounding so much. Here it is on display again. How many times have we seen a late pivot?
And Valens just working him into a pretzel right now with a lot of this calling because there's no bodies to even watch this one. Yep, no Thrash going to be committed either. Let's try and get themselves in. We'll be having that one for the post plant. That's even if they can get themselves into it. Orbital strike. Backing away, wards them. At least for now, G2 won't be able to get that plant down. Leaf, he's going walks about. At least still going to be spotted here. Trent with another tap. Trying to force this one, still with that Deadlock util. It's up and away, but the space and the side is given. Oh, coverage! Trying to catch that one. Bullet to the back of the head, not quite there, Valen. Making sure that his sight was cleanly set onto it. Now the Thrash plant again, being pushed back and away. It is chaos into the mix. Thrash of his own, right around to the side as a detainment, and we're seeing every single possibility. G2, they've just dominated it. Plant, shut down, time is of the essence.
They can't get it back.
Celtics just needs to stay alive. Swarmed everyone after him. It's barely there, but G2, they finagle it.
That was so close.
How in the world?
Zelsis, almost the boy who lived in backside. He had everything to do in that situation. Trying to get rid of the hordes of players coming towards him. Now, apart from that, though, G2 played a masterful round.
Yeah.
Valen's mid-rounding is perfect to get them from site to site. Trent tapped without using Wingman on A so that it wouldn't die to the orbital strike. He knew that he was baiting that ult out, so he would still have Wingman later. In the end, Leaf had to be Wingman.
And notice as well how they use the information that the lurker of Leaf is finding on that B site. He spots the Deadlock off site again. John QT playing far too passive there, and he has to, but that's the cue for them to actually pull through the teleport. Again? Zelsis, what is going on?
Machine, the cheat stopped working.
The level of play that we're seeing here in this game, especially from G2's side, the pivots that they're calling, identification of the win conditions on the other side, leads me to believe that I think SEN would still be very dangerous against most of the teams we have here in Americas on Bind. Especially with new ideas, the Deadlock being thrown in there. It's tough to go up against a composition like this and think about all the things that it can throw at you and that you have to be aware of. And it makes me very impressed that G2 have been able to come out here, identify key win conditions, and play the map so well.
Yeah, I actually remember a conversation I had with Josh, the coach of G2, at the beginning of the split, talking about how difficult it was to prep for opponents because they could throw curveballs like Sentinels is doing in this map. And they did it phenomenal at the beginning of the season. So you can see those types of curveballs, they're handling very, very well. And I have to also speak about, Brent, the decision to go for something like this for Sentinels at the end of the season. Yes, this is not a must-win, but a very important match for them to pull something out like that and maybe get an advantage from.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're also showing potentially a lot for the future.
But you are making the playoff teams potentially waste VOD watching time as well if you go back to a different composition, you know? I also was looking at the map, Vito, and the fact that they got rid of Haven, that makes me think that they're hiding stuff for playoffs. This is an important game. If SEN win it, they're guaranteed for champs. But also, let's not kid around, SEN are probably going to be able to make champs anyway. There are a few disaster scenarios in which they don't make it.
I mean, it would have to be disaster.
But it would have to be disaster. And so SEN, I think, can afford to not throw every single thing that's new that they've been cooking into this game and just sprinkle a couple of ideas like we're seeing with the Deadlock while still saving some big hitters, potentially their Haven, for matches that we see later on. It is such a delicate balance as you get into games at the end of the season like this.
We're going to be calling in the priest, I think, to perform the exorcist as well, and we'll send us down to the desk to just buy us a little bit of time. Sorry guys, take it away.
All right, so we got a little bit of a tech pause, unfortunately, but we're going to go ahead and make the most of it instead and turn this into a tech pause.
I get it.
P-A-W-S, like a pause.
That's really funny.
Right?
Yeah,
right?
I like that a lot.
Funny. All right, now, of
I
course.
really thought we were done with the silly part of the day.
How dare you? So long as I breathe.
I thought we had gotten through all the silly this week.
So long as I have air in these lungs, we will do silly stuff on this broadcast.
Born to lock in.
Until I am fired.
Forced to
All
goof
right,
around.
now.
No, other way around for him. It was born to be silly. He's forced to lock in every now and then.
It's actually very true. Now, we want you guys to send us pictures of your Valorant-loving pets using the hashtag VCT Americas and VCT, and we'll go ahead and share them with everyone here. Because there's one thing that no one can ever be mad about is watching cute animals, you know, and do funny
People
things.
are so fast.
Kind of like
that
this.
was really fast. You're right.
Okay, that's a gift, though.
Actually, what I want our viewers to do is to go ahead. Hey, Riv's cat.
Riv's cat looks like a wizard.
It looks
That's
like a man.
Merlin.
There's a guy in there. Like, there's a human being in that cat.
Yeah, he's awesome. So what I want you to do is go ahead and give us your best analysis and then send us a cat picture or a dog picture in your post. That actually would be pretty awesome.
Or honestly, just respectfully, we're going to ignore the analysis. We're just going to geek out about the pictures. So, and just send us the pictures
Jonah's
anyway.
cats are so cool.
Yeah, they really are.
I think he has multiple. I'm not sure. I've seen this one multiple times on Twitter.
Yeah. So there you go. We got a couple kitties, and yeah. Don't get me wrong. I love cats.
Yeah,
I'm a dog guy.
Yeah, can we get some pups?
Where the doggos at? You know what I mean? I should have
Shout
sent
out
the
to the
picture of my
pups.
Stella in. She's a perfect angel.
I mean, you could.
I could right
still
now.
could.
I
You
probably
could,
could.
but-
Oh, I mean, look at that perfect angel. Look at him. See,
He looks very professional.
Yeah, very proper, right? Like,
Yeah.
just a proper.
Looks like a flight attendant.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
He does.
Looks like it'll
Is
be
flight attendant
awesome.
the only profession where they still wear those little like neck scarf thingies?
I would think so if you're like Fred from Scooby-Doo, but outside of that.
Are those called ascots?
Ascots,
You know
yes.
what those are?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I bought one many years ago when I worked at an Italian tie store.
Yeah?
You should tell the story about your Italian tie store job.
He was.
I actually did, yeah. So, long story short, I worked at Nintendo World and I got fired. So then I went down the street and I was just like, hey man, I need a job. And then the guy was like, hey, you look all right. Can you sell some ties? And I sold a tie and then I got a job.
And then get to the part where you bought an ascot.
And then my boss wore ascots all the time.
Because of course he did. He owned an Italian tie store.
He's a very well-dressed Greek man named Giannis. Awesome dude.
Shout out to Giannis.
And I know his full name, but I don't want to say it out loud. And then he convinced me to get an ascot. And I could not tie that thing to save my life. Kids, don't buy ascots. Okay, they don't work.
But the difference is, kids. When he was doing this, there was no YouTube. There was nothing to teach him how to tie an ascot. Now,
I should have taught him.
I mean, it's the age of information.
Yes,
and
it
anybody
is.
can learn how to tie an ascot now. Unfortunately for him, it was when the world was still in black and white, and he couldn't do that.
It's true. Actually, everything was still in the sepia tone. You know, so it was quite difficult to navigate the streets. I didn't really know where my left and my right was because everything was basically a different shade of brown.
That's crazy.
Sorry, the color has nothing to do with left and right.
I couldn't tell.
That's not how that works.
I couldn't tell. Look at me. Does it look like I know? In any case, make sure you go nuts. Send us your pictures, and we'll keep the conversation
game's actually
going.
been really good.
The game's been fantastic.
I've been really impressed. The first half, to me, just felt like a back and forth of both these teams kind of trying to figure out how to play around the deadlock utility.
Yeah.
G2, I think, at first giving way too much respect and space to the executes from it, maybe being a little afraid of what Zekken was pulling out, because was owning, especially in that first half. But honestly, Icy has been having, I think, the game where I've been most impressed with him thus far in America's stage 2. I think he's really locked in, has gotten a lot of critical rounds for them, especially, I think, in that first half, using those nades, playing into the retakes. It's been a great match from him.
Yeah, he had 2 massive rounds. I think one we popped a 4K, then the other got a 3K. Like, guy's been putting in a lot of work. And I think oftentimes we've, rightfully so.
I'd say we. I'm not going to agree with what's about to come out of your mouth.
Oh, I would say collectively everyone has been talking about him being more of a system duelist, a guy that has been like more baked into like what G2 builds as far as their executes, their strategies, their plans. But you could see just how much he honestly has grown with this team this season. It's been impressive.
Yeah, I think watching him grow
as a relative unknown, as an unknown,
as an unknown. Yeah, sure.
But he's still a system player, and he still is not putting up the numbers of really any of the other duelists on top teams. But they're winning, and he's playing his role that G2 is asking of him. But
then you see, you got your fragging IGLs on each side of the field there, and you were talking, Mimi, about Valen, and outside of his performance, just in-game, which has always been stellar, what he has been doing with these calls have been so impressive. The adjustments that they've been making, the way that they've been trying to catch Sentinels like off guard multiple times with the movement around the map, especially in the mid-round, it's been really cool.
I mean, even that round before it almost became a Melons moment was such a good call from Valen. Look at those dogs, though. That's more important.
Adorable. Love it. Oh my gosh. Oh, that is a chubby kitty.
Also, look at the size of that penguin. That penguin's huge.
Yeah, it really is. Really is. But yeah, overall,
what?
Oh, there.
No. Extremely loud, incorrect buzzer.
It is in the name.
Oh, that's sick. This squirrel, we saw him before in a previous tech pause. I remember the same person, Hannah, sent this before. And that's such a cool squirrel.
I genuinely thought is that their squirrel? Is that there? Isn't it? The squirrel's in a cage.
It looks like a pet squirrel, yeah.
Yeah, I have dogs and a cat, but here's a squirrel.
Hannah Lee, we need to know the name of this.
Yeah, New York Giants, doggo. Let's go. Let's go. New York in the house, baby. The real Giants.
There shouldn't be 2 sports teams named Giants.
Yeah, well, we're the right ones. They're the wrong ones.
And a football team that are both Giants.
Okay.
Get creative.
Be mad at San Francisco, not us. All right, we're New York. We're better. He says
the Giants moved to San Francisco. They were in New York before.
I don't need this negativity in my life.
Opportunity to talk about baseball.
I know, you just found a chance to shoehorn baseball into the conversation.
So, sorry, let's go back to what Valen's been doing. It is calling. You were mentioning his mid-rounding, and I think there was what round was that we saw where they mid-rounded?
I don't remember, but the one where it came down to the wire with the B finish after the early A fake.
Leaf had contacted his way through hookah. He had gotten a ton of space B. It was all very silent. He had passed all of the deadlock utility, and then there was plenty of noise mid-A. His call back. I mean, Valen it's so easy to gush over this kid, man.
Yeah.
Like, he's outrageously mature. He's got such a good head on his shoulders. He's a ridiculous caller. And his individual fragging, too, is, I mean, we've talked about it so many times. He's such a valuable asset to the squad.
I think this team has actually played really well into the deadlock. They are, like, at least in my mind, when I think of all the teams in our league, the slowest. The majority of their attack runs there. Taking their time in the default, they're constantly playing slowly. It's very rare that you'll actually see them send one of these super fast executes. And actually, in playing into deadlock, that fits them well. If you hear the wall go down, you can just time it out. Wait for it to disappear in I think it's 35 seconds off the top of my head.
Yeah.
You can walk past those sensors, figure out where the gaps are in these rounds. I think that's exactly the way Valen likes to call when he's playing the attack sides already.
Yeah, now, something about that deadlock that I do want to just ask you guys a question about.
Sure.
It is quite interesting. I mean, we all follow pro sports. You tend not to show a hand like this at the last game of the season. And obviously this is a big game and it does have ramifications. But I do find it fascinating to, bust it out now rather than saving it for playoffs.
I'm not surprised.
I do think that's why. It's because the ramifications of this are enormous. Again,
for sure.
There's a possibility that Sentinels goes from winning Madrid, right, earlier in the year, to now they're in this situation. They go through stage 2 without dropping a single map.
Yeah.
They lose today. They're dropped into an elimination match and they lose that, and all of a sudden, depending on how points work out, there's a chance they don't go to champs.
It's very unlikely, right? Like, because it would require either Lev or the other one of these teams to basically bomb out. But still, it is a possibility. You don't want to have your year ride on points.
Right, and that's exactly what I was saying. It's a small possibility, but it's a possibility nonetheless. And that's why I think, like, I'm not exceptionally surprised that they are doing something like this here. And it worked for a couple of rounds.
Yeah.
It really seems like G2 has got it figured out.
Yeah, but then that's the other part of the coin, though, right? It's that you get this interesting composition choice with the deadlock, but now you have a G2 that is figuring it out as the game progresses. They've been countering it, or playing better around it, rather. Maybe not countering, but playing better around it. So, I mean, that could maybe give people a recipe.
For me, I think the first half was defined by the deadlock, how they were using it in the execute to stall for SEN to win a lot of those, like, cheesy rounds, and then how G2 played around it. I haven't felt that way about the second half as much, because I think G2 have played very much their normal game on Bind.
Yeah, you know how people are afraid of, like, AI and machine learning, and that's going to be the future? I'm not concerned about that level of learning. I'm concerned about Valen's level of learning that fast as the rounds go on. There's not a segue.
Calling them AI.
Humans are have always been smarter than, like,
the machines. You want to say that publicly so the Skynet can hear you? And
the Skynet.
The Skynet is
what, the box on Twitter?
Yeah, you know, I mean, they're learning.
But again, to go back to his mid-rounding and how he's been able to use that to effectively call around this deadlock stuff has been really impressive. And I think if he can lean into that more and they continue to download what the game plan is for deadlock and Sentinels on the defensive side, there's a really good chance to run away with this.
For sure, for sure. Well, you know, guys, I really appreciate this thoughtful analysis. We're still filling time. So
we're gonna have some fun.
We're gonna have some fun. Let's go ahead and play a game, shall we? Test your guys' brain power. A fun game of where you at.
I own at this game.
Oh yeah, you actually are quite
world champion at this game.
You
is
are
that true? Yes.
Very good at this game. We need, if possible, if we can get some inquisitive game show music playing in the background down the line. Doesn't have to be right now. That'd be nice.
Now ferociously googling inquisitive game show sounds.
All right, so hey, look at that. The rules are simple. Okay, we're gonna see a very small portion of a map, and our desk is gonna have to guess which one it is. So let's go ahead and get this thing started. Bring up our first map, and you guys at home can go ahead and participate as well. Where is this located? It's a record shop.
Yeah.
Breeze?
It's towards attacker spawn. It's just to the right when you're there.
All
when
right.
you walk out from attacker spawn, it's to the right.
And I would assume that is correct. I think it's gonna play the reveal in a second here. Oh, look at that. It is Breeze.
Oh,
wait a minute.
I'm a fool. It's a music shop, not a record shop.
And then I'm also a ding dong because I was like, look at this. I believe you.
I mean, you even like said it.
I was saying it, but you see, that's how you win an award. You segue out of that by being wrong. So now, moving on, let's go.
Idiotic confidence in that.
You really did. Let's go ahead and take a look at another map. Ooh. All right, where's this at?
Icebox Kitchen.
Yeah, the drawing makes me think Icebox as well.
This is where the diet milk is.
A little bit to the left.
No, to the right, actually.
To the right.
Yeah.
Icebox Kitchen. See, the thing is, you're right. I didn't want to agree with you because I just was burned. I've been burned by Mimi's confidence.
You have trust issues.
Multiple times in this broadcast.
Golden boy. I'm a confidence man.
You really are.
Else.
You're that type of guy. You really are.
If I was born on the 1950s, I'd be like pretending to be an airline pilot for Pan Am.
Were you gonna say 1980s by any chance? Because I was.
I couldn't figure out my decades for a second. Also, I wouldn't. Don't do fraud, kids.
Don't do fraud.
Shout out, don't do fraud.
All right.
I mean, VCT Americas is a strongly anti-fraud broadcast.
This is very true. It's strongly anti-fraud.
Well,
Let's go, even though we employ Sideshow. Let's go ahead and check out our next one. Ooh, it's a drawing too. Is this Icebox Kitchen, guys?
This one's actually Breeze, I'm pretty sure.
Don't. You keep.
Just
actually,
the
wood on the side.
The wood and that paneling, that texture.
And the sheet metal. También, you know?
I'm pretty sure.
I think it's Breeze too.
Yeah, that looks like Breeze.
Run it.
And it is Breeze.
Wow, redemption.
I gotta say,
so sweet.
The amount of detail around the map is genuinely impressive.
So the thing is, I'm not getting these because I look at these. It's just the textures are like, there's a lot of textures that are used in a couple places on the maps. And if you spot one of them, you can lock in.
I love all the attention to detail for areas of the maps that people never see. Like,
yeah, sure.
Unless you're Yeti, how many people are like looking into
Yeti, by the way,
like
the observer who does all the free cam shots, or at least most of them, and also who made this game, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, shout out Yeti. Who else is looking there?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. And also, shout out to the map designers for putting that level of detail in places
That's the other part too, you know.
Right.
They love the little bear.
But also the observers.
But the observers and the map designers. All right, we got another one. Let's go ahead and take a look. Hopefully you guys are having fun. We're so sorry about the tech pause as well. Hopefully we'll get more tech pause pictures as well. I would say bind?
My complete guess is Haven.
Actually, no, Haven, because of the color of the wood.
Yeah, that's what.
That might actually be in. Oh my God, in a window.
If I were to do a detailed guess, it would be up in the ceiling of B on Haven. But I don't have high confidence.
I think it's in the garage in Haven.
I'm gonna guess like some random corner of Abyss that nobody has seen yet. Like.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I don't know Abyss well enough to.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what it is. I'm actually kind of curious now.
Okay.
And
it is Haven, but not where I thought.
And not where any of us thought.
Interesting.
Holy crap, I did not know that was there.
This is a big nerf for low settings players like myself.
Yes.
Just like, that bear does not exist on low settings.
Yeah, no, of course. Oh, we do also want to provide a quick update. With the 100 Thieves loss, Leviathan have qualified for champions. So congratulations to Leviathan. We just got that in from our production. So basically 100 Thieves loss today helped Leviathan solidify the clinch for champs, and 100 Thieves loss also helped the map differential and helped in the map differential as well as the head-to-head.
And if you're confused how they've already clinched when we haven't even played playoffs, it's because they're guaranteed, based off how the bracket is going to work out, that they're either going to win a match, or if they lose, because of the number of points they have now, they're guaranteed to get the point slot at this point with how the playoff picture is kind of shaping up.
Exactly. So congratulations, Leviathan. You guys have been awesome this stage. And we're looking forward to see what you can do. Yeah, what a recovery.
I mean, you compare the team who stage 1, the lower final against G2. That game was like, it was some really, really rough Valorant. Like they did not
look so out of
cohesive
sorts
in a lot of ways, and they take a risk to make a coaching change heading into stage 2. And I think they've really reinvented themselves, had some great fundamentals. I've been so impressed with stage 2 Lev, and congrats to them.
Yeah. Probably the most, given how this stage has gone and how things look as far as playoffs go, probably the most unsurprising reveal. But it has been a massive turn from stage 1 to stage 2. I think you're absolutely
right. Yeah, for sure. Well, firstly, we want to thank you guys for bearing with us for this tech pause. We do appreciate you guys sending in the pictures as well. That was pretty awesome. We always love seeing. Send more, please. We gotta love our doggos and kitties. You know what I mean? They're so awesome. But in any case, so we're gonna go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, hopefully we'll have some things sorted. But if not, well, we'll figure it out from then. But we thank you guys so much for sticking with us. We'll see you soon.
It's happening, possibly, potentially. I don't want to curse things again. The amount of times I said this now over the course of this map has been 3 times. That was the 3rd time.
No tech crew on the stage. All players sat in seats, ready to go. Surely, I believe this time.
Every single player got a chance for a bathroom break there.
Okay.
Oh,
dude, that is
real
incredible.
timeout.
That is actually incredible.
Tactical timeout.
That is actually incredible.
But that does mean that we're ready to go. We're back in the game.
Yep.
Poor Kappa does not have a chance to hang out with anybody.
That's what I mean. Yeah, context-wise, tech pauses, teams aren't supposed to discuss. They're not supposed to be talking at any point during them, so timeout is going to be used to actually talk through some adjustments. I mean, if you cast your mind back to the earlier portions of this game, good luck. I've already lost track. But, you know, only a few rounds is going to be standing the difference for G2 taking this first map.
And they've won 5 rounds in a row on their attack side, including the bonus round where they had worse weaponry, including a round where they managed to completely mess with Sentinel's rotations and loop from B to A, back to B. The attack side calling's been masterful from Valen. Sentinels needed an adjustment. Now they've had time to think about it, visualize it, discuss it with the coach. Time to put it into action.
These rounds coming out of timeouts are oftentimes where G2 get the fastest. It's not looking like it on the minimap just yet, but Sentinels has to be aware of that sort of thing. You've got a double stack for them on Shark to maybe fight off a lurker.
This haunt, pretty common. When you want to go to try to find a kill through that smoke towards the bottom of B long, nobody steps into it. Against a team like G2, that's only really going to happen if they were set up for a fast B hit, so that might have been a hard read from SEN. G2 loving to do those fast hits out of the tag timeouts.
You gotta be careful. John QT's angle is actually really far back, not fully protecting Zekin on top of truck.
Yeah, pretty far away from any likelihood of that engagement. You are right. There's a risk there with that angle. Needs to be watched for. Down to the minute. Okay.
And that's already calling Zekin off. Meanwhile, there's still 2 players here. Good thing that John has that wall, though.
Now you're going to see the scurrying away these players. I mean, Sentinel's just completely giving this one up. This is still Showers being held by Valen the entire time.
He's planning to wait out this wall and then hit. It's going to be so low the time.
Yep, just breaking it down now, though. Good to see if they can take this one forwards, making sure they deal all the appropriate utility. Plan goes down, and there was nobody onto the side from SEN to even deny it still. Ults have to be used. There's a showstopper around to the side. An adjustment there. Snaps it to the floor. Icy bringing down second. G2 looking primed and ready. Lighting up the feed. It's up to 12 for G2, and all they need is the 1 round.
And once again, the mid-rounding phenomenal from G2 throughout that entire thing. And Valen, like you mentioned, just waiting out. That wall that gives John QT a false sense of confidence that it's not going to be towards this site. He falls all the way off and has no way to actually use his annihilation. And that could have been crucial. You mentioned the time was running down there for G2. He could have potentially denied the plan or at least allowed some time for his teammates to get in positions.
We were talking about a fast play coming out of the attack timeout. Looks like G2 delayed it by 1.
Looking like they might want to try and go for this one here, at least a punish onto this B long line. Orbs picked up by Zelsis. He's still sticking around.
No, for sure pushing through this.
Yeah, deep showers lurk occurring as well. This should be giving a bit of an indicator here for Sentinels.
G2 know that there's a stun behind this smoke. It's been the setup in a number of situations. They ran into it one time, weren't punished though.
And look at this, finally, Sentinels taking some advantage of the slowness of G2. They've got a lot of info, but Zelsis in trouble.
He's got to be worried. Bullets are firing through. Zelsis. He's in the danger zone!
Excuse me?
Absolutely absurd stuff. Jonah P just drops him, and with that, first kill going away. Barry Mesh dropped down. Sentinel's the only consolation. This fast like occurring. They're going to be rapid through with it. Caesar's dropped down. Annihilation to buy them a little bit more time. Nightfall follows through. It's all concatenated. Flank is denied. Damage is done to all of them, but it has to be the spray through second at least. Dropping Jonah P, wading through the murky depths there. The smoke not covering it. John QT just none the wiser. Only 2 to stand from Sentinels here. And this is the map. G2. Complete control. Second having to get a marathon sprint on, even just to regroup. Time taken away with a pit drop down. There is no chance at this point. It has to be a bit of luck on the side of these SEN players. They want to stay in this map. Perfect in terms of discipline. G2 deny any chance of that.
And perfect as well in terms of that attack side. No mar, no flaw. perfect 7 rounds in a row. It was stutter-stop as we went through the tech pauses. But also, G2 just had mastery at all times over the attack side. Even in that final round, Second didn't even know whether to continue flanking because he was worried they were going to teleport to A.
Yeah, this is perfectly polished.
So much just misinformation being thrown into the mix here by G2, and they're calling better on adaptations. Valen, absolute masterclass from him as well. He's going toe-to-toe, one of the best IGLs in the business. And of course, we're going to be stepping away momentarily. Up next, GBD Analyst. I'm sure you've got plenty of them, but listen, I'm sure they've got plenty, even more to break down for map number 1. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tap of the spike, a dare, a challenge, a back and burst swing, and only one foul finds the second.
He doesn't have any flashes left, but he's able to take a 1 versus 1. Keston overheats, and now the rolling thunder. It's going to catch MTA. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide.
Hey guys, it's Mix, and I'm joined by Coach Josh RT. Josh, I was looking at the match history and I realized the last time you played Sentinels was all the way back at the beginning of the year. It's been quite a while, which is almost hard to believe when both you and Sentinels have been improving so much throughout the year. So knowing you're going up against such a strong opponent, what was the preparation process like, especially when some of their strengths are similar to yours? They also have a great in-game leader, great individual players.
Yeah, it's honestly, we were preparing for playoffs, but while preparing for playoffs, we're ready to face a lot of different comps. So just like they pulled a curveball with us with the Deadlock comp, we're just kind of ready. How do we play against it? So yeah, I've been excited to play do that rematch. Last time there's a little bit of cope saying that, oh, it's a meaningless match, but I know as competitors, the players love to compete. So are they, and they wanted to win that. Now it's time to prove that we're the better team.
We love to hear it. Best of luck on map 2.
I told you guys, G2 have a date with Destiny, and they were gonna roll Sentinels. They weren't gonna drop a single round in the second half, and then they were gonna win. They're gonna get to the playoffs. They're gonna win that, and then they're gonna go to Seoul, and then they're gonna win that as well.
Dude,
I
there
told
was
you guys
2
from the beginning.
I don't remember that.
I could have sworn you said that was for Sentinels.
No, run the tape. Oh, they can't get it in time.
We can't get the tape.
The productions, it's a bit limited. Just trust me.
No,
okay?
they're not limited. You just lied. That's all it is. You just made it up.
Where?
I'm going to talk about the game. I don't know what this guy's yapping about. The highlight for me of a lot of this, which we were already talking about a little bit during the pause, but was honestly Icy having some crazy improvements. Look at his stats. For this year as a whole, leading up to this match versus in this one map. Zekken, he's consistent. He's always been good. He was good in this map, but Icy stepped it up and had a rare superstar performance. Normally, he is a consistent, solid player. He'll have a couple rounds. He'll get his opening kills. But here, he was really stepping up and matching Zekken, getting critical opening kills for the team. And I think that's so big in a game like this, where I think these teams are so even in how good their calling is and a lot of the ideas they like to bring out. You need players to have that performance, and that's so big for Icy too. I think for his confidence as well.
Yeah, and I think confidence for G2. I mean, they're at their best when everyone is contributing, and it only looks like they get even better when Icy's having those big performances that you were just alluding to. So again, we talked about Valen and his mid-rounding. I'm hoping we're going to get to look at this round again here, round 17, because that felt like a microcosm of just how effective G2 were for the entire half. Again, they didn't lose a single round in this half. It was really impressive.
Yeah, and I mean, here's that round you're talking about, right? It's starting out with this early idea towards A for G2, using kind of their standard exec util with that Gecko and Sky to get in. They get pushed away by this Brimhole, but while all this is going on, there's this gap in the setup for Leaf. He notices John QT playing off the site, not actually set up for his utility. Gets all the way in. There's this fast call to pivot through, and players are immediately ready to punish Saucy. And this round gets very messy from this point on. However, G2 still, I think, thrive and survive in this chaos off of an early good round from their IGL.
Yeah. And I think it was even little things like tapping to draw out the Brim ult and then knowing they were going to probably end up hitting B anyway because of how far up Leaf was. Like, Valen's calling, the impact that he has individually. I mean, he was just really good this first match.
He's also just feasting individually. Like, that's what's so crazy about this player to me consistently, that he's making great calls. He's playing incredibly individually as well. I mean, we always say it.
Well, I mean, according to Doug, he's a robot, so, you know, he's like an AI, right?
And he's only getting smarter and better, and that's the future, and that's scary. We're so done. We're cooked, bro.
No,
I mean... Sweet.
Us old farts. You? The youth, good hands. Us?
Not happening. But
I don't agree to this.
It is very impressive, though, how Valen has been able to do that. And I also want to take it back over to that coach's interview real fast. Fascinating to hear Josh Ortiz say, we're focused on playoffs, but we're ready for any of these pivots. And they were. It reflects in that score.
The player's going to play.
Exactly. Well, let's just go ahead, though, and see. I think we might have our other coach interview in just a second here. But, yeah, I think it might be good to go. So let's go ahead and send it over to that one. We're going to hear from our coach over on the Sentinels camp. Let's see what's going on over there.
Coach Kaplan, I noticed that on this last map, there was a change made with the introduction of Deadlock. While the map didn't go your way, what were you hoping to implement with that change and hoping to accomplish that? Maybe we'll see in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great agent to catch people off guard. It pairs really well with Raze. It's good at stuffing fast play. It's a very fast map. So obviously everything we come in, we've prepared and tested a lot, and we felt good about it. I think it more came down to not executing things how we wanted. But yeah, hopefully the rest of the things we planned go a little bit better.
Sounds good. Best of luck on map number 2.
Thank you.
All right, well, as we get ready for map number 2, as Kaplan said, we're going to be taking a trip over to Lotus. And, I mean, I got to say, though, G2, they're riding a lot of momentum going into this map, too. You got to feel pretty comfortable or confident in this.
They absolutely are, but this has been a stronghold for Sentinels practically the whole year. The last few showings, though, they've switched up on the comp. They were playing the defaults all year. They experimented with the Deadlock early on, but then went off that. And the last time we saw them outing on Lotus, they were playing into kind of the breach comp that a lot of teams have moved into, still with the Raze there. But I thought that was the best look, honestly. And G2 has still been playing the default stuff. They had a recent loss on the map. This is a map where I feel very confident for Sentinels to be able to bounce back.
Yeah, I would agree. And I also think I feel really confident that this map, I wouldn't be surprised if there was something different here. If there was a Deadlock that was brought out again, I think We've seen it on Lotus a couple of times. Given the stakes of this match, I wouldn't be shocked if we saw some of that more.
Specifically, though, if they go back to this breach comp, which I feel like they probably will, they're so good at getting the early control on both sides of the map. The gambits they have built up around second, and the execs as well, are always stunning for SEN.
Yeah, I do wonder what G2 will try and pull off over here, right? Composition-wise. Maybe they try and go for something clever like Sentinels did, like we saw on Bind. Well, folks, we're going to find out all that and more when we come back. Map 2 is going to be right after this quick break. We'll see you then.
And we're straight back to it here for map number 2, Lotus on the cards. And if you forgot what we're playing for here, Sentinels a chance to lock up champs, but they'd have to win this series here. For G2 as well, playing for that top spot. In terms of the playoffs, top seeding matters a ton. You can skip a lot of that just riffraff that's occurring at the bottom of the section of the playoffs. You know, you essentially kind of solidify yourself as a team that is almost guaranteed to be going to champs.
Yeah, you make it into the top 4, and at that point, you just have to not lose both of your games in double elimination, and you're there. And for SEN, it gets even easier, because if they win today, they have enough Champions points to have a guaranteed spot. So both teams with a lot on the line, and Sentinels going back to that double Sentinel comp, the Deadlock Cypher, which they brought out here before when they played against NRG. And honestly, it looked fairly good. I think it had a couple of holes in it, but this, to me, again, makes it feel like SEN are trying to cook up multiple team comps as we head to playoffs and head towards champions so that they can pull them out as and when they need them.
Yeah, but another curveball for G2 to kind of deal with in terms of the prep. And knowing Josh RT, knowing Valen, they obviously have studied them overall in the split. It's not like they're going to be completely caught off guard. And I think this is something that a lot of teams are probably practicing against right now. It's something that I think could take a real hold in the meta. And I think that's why also you're seeing Sentinels add it to the arsenal so significantly, both on Bind. It's not the same, right? This is the double Sentinel with the Deadlock Cypher. But this one as well. This one is very interesting and doing work in challengers. I know we've said that many times, but it is doing absolute numbers.
I mean, somewhere Wyatt is just screaming in joy. He's become known as the resident, Cypher Deadlock enjoyer. And we'll be taking a closer gander as well at Sentinels on this map, seeing if it is more fleshed out compared to the last time they brought it out. And a lot of heavy leaning into it. We saw them just kind of cooking up the grab net combos, but we're going to be getting into it here for our pistol round of Lotus.
One of the other big differences for Sentinels when they played against NRG were running at them on the defense side. G2 are not going to be going for that, though we may see a bit of an early fight over here towards B. And if you let SEN get into post plans, those sonic sensors can be so tough to deal with. Not online for John in this pistol, though.
All contact until it's not here with the Prowler, taking the brunt of it. 2 bullets exchanged.
This is a popular setup that we've seen. I mean, 100 Thieves use as well. Tucking the Killjoy into the corner there, making it feel like it's only Jonah P on the B site. Hoping that you get a freebie.
There's something weird, though, with Sentinels here. They just threw out that Prowler, they poked that front B, but they didn't get any value out of G2. They didn't break any mollies, any turrets, anything there.
Still going to be having that passive map control. As long as the kit is active, and here's emphasis being placed here by Sentinels. Looks like they want to try and pivot this potentially over towards the A side. With the door opened up wide, Horn. It's just on the G2 side of things here. Paranoia flooding through. Nothing to cover this one onto that high ground position. G2, the firing line to approach them as well. Anybody who just tries to skip their way through already with that casualty. Zekin going down. Now John QT sticking the plan. Paranoia soups its way past. Already G2 getting some bodies now onto the side. Looking to try and take this one a bit more fast. Again with the approach, doubled up, still with that discipline. Nothing missing in terms of the pieces. A tap already from Valen, looking for that first wave of util. Everyone pre-aiming up to the skies. Sliders the gaps into the smokes as well, and the tiniest of differences might make all the difference here for G2. Still doubled up, trying to find these. Fast flank, round from the back, Tens. Just trying to deliver it. Again, low on HP, though, 5 just to work with. He's got a contestant tangle with all of Icy.
We haven't seen TenZ have those big moments in this match yet. Was struggling early on, lost a 1v1 really importantly to Jonah P earlier, and in this round seems to have missed the timing on the smoke too. There were massive casualties early on here. This heaven area just not smoked, came in really, really late. Whether that's on him or whether that's on the rest of SEN going too early, a mistake either way. The G2 take a pistol round.
And you mentioned TenZ in particular, but I think everybody on Sentinels right now feels like they're playing with a little bit of fear. And I have to say, it's because G2 are hitting, man. Jonah P, Icy, these two guys are just making everything so scary when you go around any corner.
You got to hear about these guys. Jonah P onto this B side as well. This guy's a menace. Spotted up, tagged up there by the horn, but no punishment inside, not from the Sentinel side of things. Leaf as well, looking to contain, sees that this player is committing with the alarm bot, taking the brunt of that.
SEN had a very clear micro objective when it came to bind. They were trying to load ult orbs into TenZ so that they had the thrash.
What are these smokes, these gap smokes that G2 are throwing out? They did in the last round too, on the post plant.
And just leaving these openings here, but G2 with the right read of things. Not being dissuaded. I mean, Icy's on the other side of the map, just locking down the entire A avenue. So they know this is going to be landing towards B or C. They've got the read, indicators there. Backup arrives. Flawless here. Nobody falling here for G2. It's going to be a real healthy bonus round heading into the next.
And they've had such success on the pistols, but also in that second half of bind, the bonus as well. These sorts of rounds really continue the momentum like crazy for G2.
When we've seen how good Valent's attack side calling is, I think SEN have got to be putting up big results in this half. So pressure's on early. Can't be losing this round.
It's got to start here.
And they're looking for an early fight, Sentinels is, but they're not going to get it. G2 are playing quite passive. They're going to open up the door. Valen might be under trouble because of that door open.
Just spotted second, there's no way.
I mean, he's challenging.
Commits right past, he wants a challenge, he'll take it. Straight up, space gain and granted. Trent now with a job to try and drop this one, hold it back as well. Sees, plants it, deep onto the corner. Will prevent them from really trying to push it back and out, but a util supplementary in nature. It's perfect there from Sentinels. TenZ with the flash, and Celsius can hear all the footsteps. Final player, Icy, notified, smoked off. Very little in terms of the chances they're really even giving him. Flawless right back.
There's a gentleman's agreement to leave a gap in every smoke. Both teams doing it there. I said that SEN needed that round, and they did it immaculately, flawlessly. No problems whatsoever, and Zekken being very opportunistic with his timing, realizing that Valen had made a small mistake there, or at least a gap that could have been exploited if Zekken hit the shot. And he's always confident.
And I was talking about fear there, Zekken having none of it. A big fight here potentially, Brent.
Oh yeah, you'll see a skirmish popping off, aren't you? Grab net, that's a connection.
Oh, the nade!
And the nade!
He's dead!
Zekken! Oh! Barely surviving, still annihilation was committed and used as well.
They're trying to break him out, but he's dead.
Valen, yeah, I mean, there's no safety there, is there? Absolutely no.
Oh my God!
Whoa! What happened there?
Why did he survive?
They shot him out at the last second.
That one you just don't expect.
What is Jonah up to here?
Deep push up.
Doesn't get seen!
He's getting away with it. Murder in action, still wants to hold his ground, but eventually has to concede up that space. And towards C-Mal now. Any sort of hesitancy that might just be stepping into Sentinel's place. Still going to be farming up that orb though. Zekken now, one away from the showstopper. Leaf just waiting, holding in hand. Trent re-clearing. Great information for G2 to work off, even with the player down situation. They gotta know this one is gonna be landing and ending over towards C. Here's the util, waves of it now. Emanating out, not slowing down as Boombot and a Prowler, but still got to contest and tangle with this guy, Leaf. Locking it down to Asphalt. Bang! That rifle aim is sharp from TenZ.
Big round.
Real precise. Trent off to the side, might be able to get a cheeky one just barely there, but now alerted to his position.
Still got 2 prowlers to get through this.
It's a lot to ask for. Might be able to follow it, maybe a bit of luck in question.
8 bullets.
8 bullets. It's all been spent. You need quite a lot to try and do the job here.
4.
Not much left. Doubled up discipline. Sentinels. There's an answer back. 2-2 now being that round scoreline.
And there's the round you need to see from TenZ. That's the impact.
You were just talking about it. And I think this moment right here, I think this is on purpose from G2. Trying to shoot it out late. So there's just a spy on the enemy team just ending up in their camp, but still staying aware from it.
These are 2 really important rounds for Sentinels. Not only did they stop the momentum, but now they've actually broken G2's economy. And they can start a bit of a snowball of their own.
I think Sentinels actually broke it as well in the last round to put the ult orb into Zekken. I think we missed that. That was Sentinel shooting it to break it so that the kill wouldn't be granted to John QT. Besides the point now, though, that's a hail of lead. You're not surviving. They already know. Hello. Okay, there we go.
That's the second round, though, that Jonah P's really pushed up over towards C. Now, while there's action happening on the other side of the map, Jonah in the previous got himself pushed up right next to a cyber cage and tried to play underneath the camp.
I know exactly where you are.
That's unusual for G2. They don't normally push out and try to create solo situations for their players. A read on how SEN are going to play the map, perhaps, but it hasn't really worked just yet.
Turning around the Rosies. Nobody onto the B side to contest this one. Nade's going to sail past, grab net, barrier mesh, all going to be enveloping. Nobody can really press past this one. Still, Sentinels in the face of John QT. Doesn't matter. Trying to hold it. So, okay, Odin spam away. Hey, well, hold on. Paranoia. Maybe getting a bit overzealous there. Still, I see. Hello, with the nade. The Sheriff. He's hit himself another one. Oh, here. Rocket denied. TenZ plucks him out of the sky. Has to come back. And 4th we go. G2 swinging out. Only down to the 1 second. He's going to pull off a miracle. Satchel pushing him back and away. Another tap as well. Into the smoke. Tracers. Point and click. Adventure game. G2 pulling it from the brink.
Next time we'll use
That is ridiculous, man.
Fair.
I mean, an eco round after what Sentinels just did in the last as well. The must-win round for them, it felt like. And all of a sudden, G2 just crushed that momentum.
If you show me that round without any player labels and ask me to identify the Rays on the defense side, I'm thinking...
I would say Sentinels.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's Zekken. The utility usage is amazing from Icy in this round. Using his blast pack to juggle the player away and then hits a crisp shot. Nade kill as well. This guy's fired up.
5-3 right now. He was near the top for his team in the last map as well. I mean, Icy's a player where talk about him. A lot of players are talking about, you know, well, maybe G2 should have picked up a better firepower upgrade, but he's turning up against some of the star players in Americas.
Zekken is so weak. It's difficult to push away an Odin player. They tap the door. Trent's going to realize that they haven't come in.
Yeah, the full retreat, though, and given how aggressive Jonah P has played in the past on that C mound, they're going to have to take some time and some util rather than going out dry, and that's going to give a lot of info and time to G2 to make an informed decision.
G2 are also worried, though, that somebody's pushed upstairs. You can see them re-clearing it now. That's going to take time to allow Sentinels potentially to exec into C.
Could be disastrous, though, these nanoswarms that have been laid down for the C hit.
And TenZ being all the way out here is not that big of a deal. He can always join the fight with his ult.
Sentinels just trying to sniff out where a lot of this setup is again. ADS'd up, I'm assuming, but Icy just drops TenZ, sending him straight back to the spectator seat. Jonah P, Molly was used a little bit prior there. 20 seconds left now. The util's going to be flying through and away. There's a cage with the slightest gap in as well. The wall opened up. Want to send their way over towards this B side. But again, nobody was watching their back, so only 11 seconds. Got to stick this plan. Barrier mesh. Finds them a lifeline, but still, this is a lot of players committed up close quarters in terms of the action and the fight. It's a Paranoia connection onto the 2. Disrupts that high-low setup. Sentinels won't be getting away with that one. Need to clear up into heaven. G2 still with a massive player advantage. Nightfall. They want to take this one. No crumbs. And they're still going to be just dominating every single position.
The way in which G2 come back in on the retake, that's the team play aspect there. You see them all swarming together, high-low setup, swinging from multiple aspects. But also what we're getting in this match is the individualism, as Icy holds that tiny crack angle and picks off TenZ, finding his moments again in the round. Look at this. I mean, that's a great shot. I know that TenZ is walking into that one a little slowly, but it's still really clean. And just an example, another one of how Icy seems to be particularly on point today.
Just ridiculous. Not only the players playing well, but you said it, the team play too, looking so good for G2 right now. This is a game that I think is making a statement on their identity. The creativity in that last round as well in the retake. You got the Nightfall for Jonah P. He's waiting. If anything goes wrong on the site, that door is opening, and if you're not very aware, looking at the minimap, other teammates calling it out, he's flanking with no sound.
SEN did find themselves in a position where G2 had a broken buy. SEN, we were talking about it, 4 rounds in, they were about to be in the ascendancy, taking control of the game, building momentum, has been ripped away from them. They've got a broken buy here. They might decide to force into it, but it is not looking good. And I think this half has got to be the one where they put rounds on the board. I know they're running Cypher Deadlock, and it looks super defense-sided, but they went 8-4 in their attack half. It was much better in the game against NRG. It's slightly counterintuitive, and I also feel like you got to be scared of Valen's IGLing once the sides swap.
Yeah, once G2 get themselves onto that attack side themselves here, Sentinels unsteady ground beneath them, but we'll see if they can find a way forwards. Did choose to invest, at least into this one, to grab that in an 8. Clears off that early angle.
Could have been dangerous. Leaf likes to play aggressive there.
Oh, this might be a little late here from Jonah P. He might not get out.
Just full sending it. Okay, Pit to just try and cover it. Oh, he fires right back. Still scared of that threat. The approach as well from all of these players. Horn has to be dealt with. It is broken. Jonah P still stands his ground, holds it down, and there's so many layers to the G2 protocols, man.
They can't get in, and everybody's here now. If they push in, they're dead.
Be prime time for the pivot.
That's a great kill.
Onto Leaf.
No lockdown now available, so retake potential plummets for G2.
The util going down line as well. No alarm bot through B. Valen's going to have to pick up that area. Icy as well. Forced to lock this down for his team. TP committed. That's TenZ. It's right behind him, actually. Just takes tree control. Icy, a lot's going to be asked of him, and he will deliver. Paranoia glides through. The prediction is elite.
Icy is just different today.
Who is this guy?
I have the spike. If this is a level of player that they're going to have moving into playoffs, potentially moving into champs, how do you stop G2?
Everything going right for them. And the firepower was always a question mark, but now you cannot question it. It's forced TenZ into this 1v3. Lurked as well.
They're playing so solid, too. Look at the setup inside the stairs. Yeah. Now they know.
So patient.
10 seconds
waiting it out. Time against them. They see the tether, the trail. Points it directly to TenZ. There will be no escape from that. Spammed in his direction. G2. Another round on the board for them.
It just looks immaculate. Icy is in such a precarious spot there. He even misses the timing to go for his first peek. He tucks himself into a corner. He knows the players are coming, and he feels like he's got one shot to swing out to land ahead before TenZ opens the door behind him. He gets himself in a tough spot, dodges shots from Sassy, and rattles off 2 with a spray transfer, and then blind over the third.
I mean, that's a big-time play for a rookie. Absolutely insane.
Feeling it. It's an all turn. SEN are going to be left scrambling, looking for these answers. Starts with that mount control out towards C as well. They've been giving that one quite freely. G2 though are perfectly happy, I think, to just try and flood this one in. Zelta's getting caught in the moment. Spamming down a Prowler. 3-player stack over towards A. There is weaknesses here for G2, just holding down onto the C site.
especially when the Annihilation is on the other side. John could fire that off and capture Jonah P or Leaf if they're not very careful about it.
This is preemptive from Leaf, expecting some sort of initiation. As soon as he hears anything.
You know what's interesting too? There are ways to bounce the Annihilation into Waterfall to catch Killjoy players like that. I'm wondering if Sentinels is as prepared as you would expect for them playing this comp for the second time.
Players in Tier 2 are getting super nerdy with the Annihilation stuff. But for John, he's got so much more on his plate as well to think about from an IGL's perspective. Maybe he just hasn't had time to put in the work.
There's the lockdown.
They're so ready for this, man. Already with the setup as well. Nanoswarm's not clear from Prior. How do you deal with this? It's 24 seconds on the clock.
They don't have time to get back into this. They just don't.
Entertainment. He has to drop it. I mean, he was going to be holding on to it. A hostage at a time now, and you can get the reinforcements in. G2 flooding back in with the body. Out through the back as well. And it's perfection in motion. Showstopper. Very pretty finish to the round because it's all done and over. G2.
It's over.
We're going to be up to that 6. This is just masterful calling.
It's immaculate from G2, but they're making Sentinels look amateurish out there. 14 seconds left, you're running back out of Mound. No opportunity to pivot, didn't want to go towards B. Celsius is having to drop Spike so that there's even any chance left. Valen's calling, but more so even just the defensive pre-prepped protocols from G2. Making this attempt on the attack side from Sen look very poor.
And you have to also think about Zekin. I mean, how many first deaths has he had so far? To moments like that, just dying to the molly. Normally, John QT is never calling in that situation. Zekin's there to push in.
Brute force, perhaps the answer.
Yeah, they want to send it out over towards Leaf again. Nanoswarm's not really too much of a problem. Friendly fire just from the grab there. Not going to be too worried about it, though. They do have an open sight. Best chance the Sentinels have had in quite some time. Unfortunately, don't have the weaponry. That explains the eagerness. Second, going to be stepping up to this one. Stun. Doesn't have to worry about it as much. This is real aggression. Trying to get proactive now, at least with this hold into the post. Molly rebounds. Trip dealt with at least, but still with a massive disadvantage. Haunt in their face. Baits out the first shot. Annihilation through and over. But there should be no danger. Surely you got to imagine it clear every single possibility still to stand. Sentinels from the brink. And it's only Icy. Just like that. Switches around. Complete 180 through the wall.
Damn.
Sen decided to just send it into C. They overwhelmed what G2 were doing on that site. I think primarily because G2 weren't expecting the pace to come from them.
Look at this shot. That's intense.
That's pretty, that's pretty good.
And then those are the types of plays that are keeping them competitive in this game, despite what feels like an absolutely dominant half from G2.
I think you need a bit more than that. The Sentinels as well, disrupting retake protocols of G2, just trying to get in their faces.
And I have to, if I'm John QT, this is the one thing that's working. I'm trying to push the issue on this C site with the pace as well.
Difficulty though, I mean, G2 are not willing to give up any A-Rubble control. Sen are always constantly trying to feign like they could be taking this with players. They're not budgeting. It's given incredible mid-round information for G2 to work off.
I also think that if Sen ran that same C exec, but Jonah P was anchoring Waterfall, I think Jonah kills Zekin. So I'm not sure the same result is going to happen here.
Volley down, Prowler. This is going to be connecting here with the C's on top of it. Though. Finally, striking back here. First kill for him. Ult is online, available in the back pocket.
Oh, they used the deep wall into Waterfall, but Leaf is ahead of it.
Spots out onto Valen, forces out this paranoia. Again, the time is going to be ticking. The fuse battered away into the corner as well. Could just send it with a pre-aim and a fire. Doesn't expect Leaf. It's not cleared. He's the one who's finding all of the marks. A lot of space given up. Sentinels just willing now to play this one entirely off-site. Is there ready, at least for the Mound spam. Bullets going to be raining down upon them, but do they have anything to stop this one? Nade as well follows through. I see he's got one at least with the connection, pushing through. It's perfection again. G2, can you praise this team more?
Even Valen's position on top of the ledge to dodge more of the spam is an excellent protocol that teams have started developing. The nade too from Icy, perfectly timed to push people away on Mound. The first one's a tap, not a real stick. Every layer of it is lovely. And there are cracks in what SEN are doing. Yes, that Prowler caught onto Jonah P, and that made a big difference in taking him out, but not clearing Leaf in that spot. That should be part of your attacking system.
They should have run into that in scrims already.
Yes, when you throw the barrier mesh over like that, you can't just guarantee that you've pushed everybody away. There has to be an active clear of that spot, especially if you've got Showstopper. It costs you nothing to just clear that corner and make sure that the Killjoy isn't hiding there. I think it looks a little unpracticed from SEN. I'm willing to shoot them a bit of bail, though, and say that it's probably because SEN have 2 comps that they're looking to prep for playoffs, and they're having to balance time between it. Now, do I know that? No, not at all. Pure speculation. But when a team has as much history of excellence as Sentinels this year, when you see cracks like that, feels like there should probably be a reason behind it. At the moment, G2 just looks so much better, despite a somewhat competitive scoreline.
I mean, if I have information about how G2 has been playing in scrims or just watching it and really understanding, this is a not once in a lifetime performance for most of these guys. They're doing it so consistently now, but you know, and maybe you have to pull out something like this if you're Sentinels. Maybe they actually believe that G2 have what it takes to fight them on even ground.
At this point as well, if you're not giving G2 the flowers, I mean, what are you doing? What have you been watching? Because they have been performing almost every single step of the way, actually, since that Ascension coming into this league. Our best performing Ascension team out of absolutely all of them in all 4 regions.
The only one with a chance to go to champions out of any of those promoted tier 2 teams, just exemplars of the system.
And G2, I don't know what this read is, straight out of timeout again, just trying to punish and disrupt Sentinels this time. Very heavy committal over towards the A-Rubble fight once more. Door opens up, that's a Nightfall. Will force these G2 players to at least scatter. Trent is going to be worrying and fearful, at least for his life. And Sentinels are making this feel like all that pressure coming towards A. Door's going to be broken up. No one expected that. A wraparound trade, at least in sight. And does make it nice and even, 4 versus 4. But still that uncertainty.
TenZ used this paranoia in desperation, and now they don't have it to actually pounce on the site anymore.
And with Sassy gone, they're lacking all initiation tools.
Slightest of pause being called, but Sentinels want to send this one forwards, flying. Jonah B, too much to really deal with. Overwhelmed. Exactly out onto the side. There was backup there in the form of Leaf, but wasn't long for this world.
Where are they going?
TP Castle, not too sure. All the way over towards C, didn't like what they saw, at least from that neural theft.
Sentinels have a combined 69 health. I mean, almost nothing to work with.
And that creates openings, at least TenZ is going to be hearing this one. A couple of footsteps. Gives him an indicator. He has to be the one to provide them the win.
He might have missed the timing. He might have given it a little too long. No.
Looking away and around. Spots the second one. Backs away. Plays his life. Intelligence there. At least on show. Fast through and away. Icy still. Bit of that half advantage, but too many obstacles. Surely. Yes, indeed.
Such thin margins for SEN to be able to get through there. But a great play from TenZ. Tucking himself up into heaven allowed him to get some freer kills, where if he'd just taken them head-to-head and relied on his aim instead of his brain, the health pool was not there.
29 HP combined in all of them.
At the end of the round, yeah.
And also credit to Valen on that initial pivot. He's already 2 steps ahead of it. Sees that wall come out from the deadlock of Sentinels and decides, okay, I've got my Viper wall up, I can peek this safely.
Hello, G2, okay. Skip right past it, grab net. Not gonna be a trouble. Sentinels are gonna be hearing that though. It's a lot of util, gives them a good indicator.
Sentinel's entry player has a judge in the final round of the half.
See if Zekken is able to get that value. Prowler and Boombot straight down, same burst. Util being used, TP in through the back. It's going to be Valen. Treeing up back with the rest of the team now, out through B as well. Spotting it again. Zekken does not have the weapon for the job here. Has to avoid most of these fights coming his way. Space garnered though. Lurks being caught. Jonah P deals with Celsius, locked down. Any sort of plans to deal with this? All being overlaid. Overlap now. These were the Nightfall. Sentinels crest away. Knives are out. TenZ is catching them. And as well, hearing it, Icy Sky might be the difference maker. Annihilation, not sure if that's a miss or what, but Leaf now onto the defuse sticking, and it needs to be presence from Sentinels. They can't just give this one up. Bodies matching him. Leaf has to get off of it. Leaf demolishes it.
Again, Icy plays so well in that situation, and the Nightfall hits everybody on Sentinels, so they don't even hear the defuse coming through from Leaf. They don't know what the heck is going on with Icy. How is he playing a mound in that situation? He backs all the way up for that situation. It's beautiful.
I will say, though, John gets a bit unlucky that his Annihilation missed everybody that was over towards that defuse, and the last few rounds have been a bit closer from SEN. It looked like G2 were just going to run away with things by the scoreline they have, but SEN are at least playing a better game and pushing them to the limit.
There's a lot on the line in this upcoming pistol round, of course, as well for Sentinel. It's an 8-4 finish, but listen, it's anyone's game still here in this series.
Welcome back, everyone, and wow, what a map we have been treated to. Lotus has been awesome, and one person in particular has been great, and it's Icy. This guy has truly turned around. We were praising him before, and now, Mimi, this guy is popping off here, too.
Yeah, he was good map one, but he has been lights out in this second map. His mechanics are on point, and specifically, I think the way he's using his utility with the team has been so good. G2 has had to play a lot of retakes, and I think the way he's satcheling with this team, the way he's using satchels forward to set himself up for successful fights, and even the nades, it has all been on point for this young guy.
Yeah, even think about that 3K that he hits A main when he's fully flashed, just turns around and spams.
That was nutty.
Because he knows someone's going to swing him, pre-fires the angle that he can't see, and still gets the kill. Like, sometimes you're really good, and that's where Icy's been, and also things are leaning his way, too. Like, the kid can do no wrong. There's nobody who's having as much fun as he is right now.
Yeah, he's looking ridiculous. The stats he's put up in the first half are insane, and for G2, that was their defensive side. Coming out favorable on your defense is so huge on Lotus. Sentinels, I think, making some big mistakes in this composition. I think of that round where they're not clearing to the right towards Waterfall when their wall is up. These little errors have snowballed into a very dangerous situation.
Let's not forget that the winner of this match secures a playoff bye, and the losers will have to play 100 Thieves. Now, if Sentinels win, they will secure champs. So if you're a SEN fan, you're cheering on your squad right now, but G2 could close this out. Let's send it back over to your casters.
Good job for us there. Yeah, I mean, a SEN win would lock them in for champs, but they are far away from that. 8-4 currently where they're sitting. Pistol round, so damn important. But for G2, it's a team that they've always just been quite unassuming, I suppose one could say. But the results are anything but that. I mean, they have just been up there since their ascendancy.
And to set the state of the map a little bit as well, that was a phenomenal half from G2 on the defense. And what we saw at Bind was a phenomenal attack side, so we expect it to continue here. It's going to take a lot for Sentinels to get back into this against what was America's best at Shanghai.
Most of the G2 series wins have had one map where they struggle, where they get blown out, actually. They've been in control of this match the whole time.
And nothing slipped so far. Cam contact, seeing it, plenty of bodies. He's not alert himself, but he spotted eventually here. The Paranoia gliding through, Prowler as well. These trips, G2 to want nothing to do with it. Pomp Fate being called.
There's
here.
nobody here.
Seconds. Yeah, full rotation away. Sentinels not leaving anybody's onto the site, at least not to contain. G2 are going to be able to get that free plant off. Trent now into it. 10.
The timing.
He's missed it. Leaf just been inserted as well. This guy is going to be delivering that backstab. It might just be fatal. Trent as well being pushed and pressed away here. We're still going to grab that. Look down into the corner. Celsius just peeking, taking these fights at just the right timing. It's opportunities presented now to Sentinels, but they have to try and wrap this one up, and they have been picked apart just from the side, but it's only Jonah P left to remain, and he can't land the finish.
Leaf gave his hand away there, I think, a little bit too early. I believe it was Tens who threw the paranoia into the rest of the team and spotted him, took a shot from behind and realized that that backstab was happening. And from then, SEN had the utility advantage. C's being thrown out, this grav net as well, paranoia, just so many things to make life difficult for G2 on site.
I mean, that was the first pistol for Sentinels that they've won so far in the series. Definitely gets Kaplan hyped in the back.
Get the lifeline back. I mean, that is literally what it is.
This season it could catch.
Just a bit of a bait and switch. Actually, TP pass. That's actually committed
He's
by Valin. What? Oh, he's right to the side. Classic in his hands. Hello. Unawareness. What is going on here?
I'm baffled that Tens didn't get that comm from his teammate. He was right underneath him, looked like a free kill. How is Valin the one that survives? How is he continuing to get value?
There's just no chance. The weapons are being handed over. The map is in disarray in terms of the defense. The Sentinels, I mean, Trent has lurked his way all the way into the C site.
Past double Sentinel utility. The trips weren't set up to catch him, and no usage of the cam. Only just now, but it's not going to realize that Trent's in such a deep position.
And somehow, actually, Leaf has jumped over both those trips.
Disaster, man. Absolute disaster here for Sentinels. Full elation after winning the pistol. Tucking down. They can't even get the kill on the Trent.
That's great movement, though.
Backing away, surely.
What are you saving here?
You're in a 2v5.
Surely.
What do you do in this spot?
Backing away, saving a gun. They don't want to keep the sting in the hands of Celsius. He's going to look for at least a couple of kills here, but they're saving the Bulldog.
You're not even getting super thrilled with damage done here for Celsius, right? The Cypher ult on defense.
Economy's still going to be flourishing here for G2, and it's a round win nevertheless as well. I mean, okay. Almost there with the ace.
I mean, that would have just been ridiculous.
Even the ace would have been the saddest ace that this SEN favoring crowd has ever seen, because it's just a silver line into a dark rain cloud. G2 had no rights to win this. How are these pistol shots coming through?
There's just no way.
Tens did flick around for a moment there. It sounds like the call was late, or his reaction to it was.
Yeah.
But it's game over at that point. Valin finished the first half with 3 kills, and he's already had 2.
It's just ridiculous. I mean, when it rains, it pours. This is the second time they get thrifty. That's
somewhat a bit of a hard read here. I mean, the C's, no connection, TP up top. They still want to fight this one. The Heat wasn't, or at least the Horns, I should say, not accounted for.
I like that. Nice set play. It doesn't actually get the value, but you can see that Sentinels have been cooking.
And has forced out some util, at least from G2, to respond, take back control. While all this is going on, though, Jonah P has been walking through rain over towards A as well. Always giving these pivot options, G2. Doesn't matter into the mid-round, they've always got backup plans.
Yeah, but that big trade of util at the beginning of this round is going to favor G2 with the amount of money and util that they actually have in this one. Surprisingly, actually, you still have a lot from Sentinels on this eco.
Sentinels just forced to stack up here. Pray that they walk back into the C site. A lot to be asked for from Celsius. He's sitting pretty anchoring, but there's a storm coming here. Camely spotting the one, grab net, has to fall over the kill, there's no chance, man. Jonah P just spamming away. There is that return of the fire. Damage being done as well, has slowed this push to a crawl, but G2 now finally committing to it, but they hear the jump on Tens. Accounting for that one, there's a flank. It's finally going to be falling, and speaking of falling, G2 just struggling to really get a handle onto this side. It's a flood attempt. Valin doing the most right now. Touch to the corner, the spam and the damage. Icy, he's left alone to do it all. 21 health, they just spot the body and jumping around. Classic will do it.
The perfect response there from Sentinels. They look down and out, but with only a Bulldog, a Sheriff, a couple of classics to work with, they managed to pick apart G2.
And the man to close it out too with the classic. Saucy finding some value too. Absolutely right. This response. And that's finally going to get Zalsis back into this game as well. He was missing in terms of providing that energy after what was a series of very unfortunate tech pauses for him.
Focused.
It was missing, yeah, the wind was out of the sails. He's one of those players that props up this team as well when they're at that lowest point of moments here. Sentinels, again, not shying away. It's a skirmish that they want to take over towards A, at least setting up TenZ into that forward approach. Again, gives them that information, but G2 are just contacted straight up past this one. There's the punish. He's there with the Odin spam.
I like that. It's right as G2 were about to take the timing to re-clear rubble behind the Viper wall. It goes up, Odin spam comes out. And leaving TenZ posted over towards rubble. I know he had that weird situation at the beginning of a round earlier, but generally speaking, TenZ has been on fire this map. And compared to his performance on Bind, I would feel very comfortable leaving him posted. And now you're going into Cypher deadlock.
Only time we saw this was when they got over it before an engagement happened. This time, you're going to have one.
This double setup is going to be a nightmare. TP forwards, that catches Val in. It's a trip intentional. Destroys any player that TP's through. Ground net. It's all being followed through. Nasty stuff there by Sentinels. Flawless in nature.
And we've been praising the beauty of the G2 plays, but there's one for Sentinels as well.
No charges.
A perfect picture painted for the players of Sentinels. That grab net, the kill trip, everything looking marvelous.
One of the biggest reasons that this composition's good is because on the defense side as well, stack the Cypher deadlock utility on one side of the map, stack 3 players on the other. Which one's the strong side? Which one's the weak side? You don't really want to go into either.
G2 struggling here to even get that foothold. Love to have layers and backup plans just in case the initial one fails, but they're not even able to even get over the line over towards A rubble.
Brent, you talk a lot about the pace of G2 on attack sides. The last couple of rounds have felt like they've been in the mud early on in these rounds consistently.
Jonah commits his Viper orb there just to try to threaten across, make it more difficult. Keep TenZ and Zekken guessing for information over towards A.
Placing swarm grenade.
But those are nasty players to get through, especially because the final kill in the previous round was given over to Zekken so that he got Showstopper online. So not only are you having to get through the young superstar duo of Sentinels, but one of them has a rocket launcher.
Just the one sign of that Prowler. Sentinel scurrying back away from that A hold, giving it up now, still with a double setup, but a nade clears most of this one. Nothing to really obstruct. Satchel's through, on top of all of it, Valen with a TP, any sort of punishment, it's not quite there. Sentinel's gonna have to play this up, but a retake and spam from Celsius. Again, high ground position. Line of fire, straight down to him. They want to fight this one aggressively. G2 straight up through into the back of the site, trying to create some space for them. It's a Showstopper now offloaded in response to this pit. Drop down in their faces, not a lot to work with, yet still blindly firing away. Icy cleaned up in the process. Losing players here, but with the pit remaining, Jonah B no longer a problem. He's picked off, and with it, the pit will fall. Leaf has to do a lot. A little bit too much to overcome. Trent, slightly ajar, taps away, no way, forcing into the 1v1. And JoQT unable to even get half. Destroy with a horn stick and half, and swing to deny Trent. A monstrous clutch.
That might be the dagger right there. What in the hell just happened with Trent? They're all stepping up at this point. Just ridiculous, every single one of them.
That wasn't even a good plant for him. He had to get 2 on the cross because it wasn't planted for Mound. He throws the hole towards the end, and yeah, at that point, it's tough for JoQT to play it. But my God, how has he got 2?
Swings and roundabouts here. Second half of Lotus. Heavy stack of the players. 4 from Sentinels committing to this one and trying to disrespect through into the one-way. He missed punish inside Annihilation. Wraps himself around. Trying to break this one, but the punish is still there. Predicted in terms of the movement and the pathing. There has to be a rotation now from G2.
Do you use Icy's ult in this round? You're in a 3v4. It doesn't look winnable for you. No real map control. Are you just trying to look to save that?
He comes from the school of EG, so he might just send it. Despite the situation, Sentinels is fully rotating with the deadlock util put down on A.
A entirely, they just gave it up. Willing to try and fight this one. It's a double, high, low. Needs to be that response from VCT! And that's a rocket. It whistles straight past. Narrowly avoiding falling. 2 to stand here for G2. Tens. Sliders of off angles here, but a Haunt not broken for him. He's revealed, sees now nade, rebounding into the corner. Trent is so damn low. 11 HP still now, sticking in, easily covered. Icy, he will drop and fall, and the jumping peak again paves the way for victory here for Sentinels.
That one was tough to close out. It should have been easier, to be honest, especially considering that the showstopper got nothing. But that's a massive difference. Icy chose to invest it. It was close, but no cigar there for G2. Sentinels bring it back within 2, and they bled out one huge tool to be able to get into sight. Something that the Sentinels even would be scared of playing against, that showstopper. G2 are now going to take a tactical timeout. The big ult that they now have to work with is the lockdown, which is still going to be super useful. Again, if you can find the site that the Cypher and Deadlock are playing on, and you can lock down that area, you might be able to just slowly walk in, get rid of utility as you find it, and set up into a post plan. But their economy is now shot. This is starting to look like it's gonna get really tight towards the end.
A scrappy map, especially towards the tail end. Like you were saying, Josh, I mean, you're looking at back and forth rounds here, teams winning when the economy isn't even looking too hot here, but Sentinels finally feel like they're in the driving seat, but I hesitate to even say that just now. The tendency of these teams as well to just fight back from the brink.
I think the other thing to keep in mind as well is that some of the G2 players have been playing above expectations. And on the other side of things, it's rare to see Zekken having a bit of a quiet game. If Zekken wakes up at some point and starts putting on these monstrous rounds, you might see not just the game getting tight, but Sen start to overtake.
We'll see. The fan base certainly riled up in the audience today. This has been such a good match. Such a good way to close out the Americas regular season here. And we still got a lot to play for.
Those are the stakes that these two teams are playing for. Top place in the playoffs. Yet to be played next week here. Sen a little bit more, I suppose. Just a guaranteed spot at champs if they win this. Nothing big.
And not just the positives for the winner, but the loser ends up playing against 100 Thieves, who I know that they lost today, but they're the winners of stage 1, and at times this year have looked absolutely on fire. There are still possibilities that you could miss out on champs by losing to them in single elimination.
Yeah. Reminds me of last year's LCQ, where 100 Thieves and Sentinels did play in that single elimination game. So interesting how it could end up at the end of the day.
Ten still holding on. Sassy by his side. Horn's going to be broken. Paranoia flies forwards here. G2 running out of options. 35 seconds onto the clock. Where do you set your sights? Over towards B, but already the stack is red here by Sentinels. Make sure they've got plenty of players left to watch this one. Hello, the movement just going slightly ajar. Icy is getting away with murder. Here, John QT, though, finally steps up and around. Dodging, juking, any sort of util that comes his way. And no more time. You don't want to be saving these guns into the next. You need to get that plant down.
10 seconds left.
There's no chance, right? They're not going to be able to get to the site in that time.
No chance.
TP.
Oh, he's got it!
Oh.
He's got it!
We play on. Pulling that one from nowhere, and even an ult committed. There's respect being shown by Sen. They want to close this one.
No
Jonah
way.
P.
John QT's away.
Looking around from behind. John QT. Importance in terms of the fight. 4 in the round. And one still stands between him and victory. The crowd wants it, chanting away. A bit of spam into the corner will seal his fate. Valen just cowering. Doesn't want to give too much away. And finally, it's claimed.
The crowd feels it. It might be coming home for Sentinels.
That's a violation, but I'll ignore it because it's an eye by power race.
John QT is absolutely the fire starter right now. So many huge moments from him. Whether it be with the Classic, whether it be with the Vandal holding down against the anti-eco, when G2 just got 2 kills on the site. And that's Bang's mother praying right there.
I'm not sure who she'd rather see 100 Thieves playing against.
Full frontal aggression by G2. Coming up with the goods with Zekken dropping and falling. Mid a round like this, if you are G2, sets you up nicely. They haven't really been able to hold on to control of A Rubble A main at all. They've been losing that battle, that war of attrition that's occurring.
It's a crazy good opening pick for G2 to get. Sentinels actually got TenZ posted up with an operator on the other side of the map, thinking that this was going to be a lockdown on Sia.
Sassy sees it, catches the contact, lockdown now.
That's breakable with the Odin.
Placed down, thin walls, spamming away and broken. You called it, Anne. Sassy's still able to just hold his ground.
Whoa!
Stand it down.
This is so
annihilation. John QT just missing the read and the timing on this one, but G2 can be a quirky team in that regard. Rebounds off, but no
They were
connection.
in there. He could have gotten that, but he just chooses to fire it off when he knows they should be hiding.
Yeah, it seems like much better to save that for the next wave of attacking utility. But Celsius has got them pressed in at the back. Their only escape option here is over towards B, which I'm surprised that SEN are not looking to try to cover.
Door's been opened wide. Might as well roll out the red carpet.
This looks like it's on Celsius. Do they read his position over towards B main?
Trips down, here's the plan. It's all happening all at the same time here, just trying to catch these low timings potential, just in case there are stragglers from the G2 camp. They've set themselves up now into it. And just in that transitionary period, I mean, Jonah P was not ready for a fight there, but seems like neither was Celsius. He's the one who falls, and is this going to be a save?
Wow, they're going to call the save. Celsius and Sassy without really any credits in the bank. And they want to keep hold of the op, the Odin. Remember, TenZ, I'm not sure he's even fired a shot. Did G2 even know that he has an operator at this point?
I don't think so. I think you're right.
So it's entirely possible that the gambit that TenZ went for, by picking up this op, could still have value in the next round if G2 run into it.
It's super important to keep those guns, and they do. I would love to see that shot from Jonah P's perspective, because it feels like, you're right, transitionary periods when he's not expecting, but he feels like one of the best players in the world when it comes to those moments.
Do you remember on Bind, TenZ got the flank onto him over towards Fountain? Jonah P swings around, deletes him. It's also the movement from Jonah P. When he gets startled, he reacts with his keyboard, not his mouse.
Right.
Dodges the bullet, and then he's able to respond because the other player's standing still.
Always dancing around it here. This is the gambit. TenZ operated in his hands. They didn't want to reveal it. They didn't want to show their hands. He has to get value here. Going to come down to a very precise timing. Double Satchel's play.
He's on top.
Up and above and around. Not quite spotting it. He just feels pressured a little bit too much. He can't remain steadfast.
I don't think Lexi saw it, though.
I don't think so either. I think maybe concerned about the haunt there. Nobody breaking it for him or something like that. And that's still a tough shot to land over the Viper wall.
Calling for the pause, the buffer in the round here for G2. This will throw a team or two for a loop.
I think TenZ has got a very difficult shot to make here because it's not a long sight line in his current position. If the Viper wall goes up and G2 explode through it, he's got to be hitting clean shots with the op.
I also find it incredibly difficult to get off of these A site positions when you have an operator.
Sassy trying to put that pressure and apply it. He's with the heat now. Nightfall has to be respected. Icy, he's fast in the trail as well, sniffing them all out for the back of the site, revealed and spammed away. There's no hope in hell. And Sassy just could not work his way through that one. A nade rebounding forces the satchel away. Once more, 3 players to stand for Sentinels, and a decision is made for them. They cannot play into this.
I think the 10's op is hurting them more than helping them at this point. That's a spot where if he's got a rifle in his hand, his current form on Lotus, I think he's taking one with him. But unfortunately, G2 pushed him into an uncomfortable spot where he's taking close range fights and actually has to swing into them with the operator as well. Even for a player with as hot a hand and as good a track record as 10's there, those shots are just too difficult to hit consistently.
I think you're right. But for this next round, still carrying these 3 guns forward, that operator is going to lay lying on the ground there at the back of the site. And it won't be a problem going forward.
No. But G2 are at 12. Only 1 round now separates them from that second seed in Americas.
Oh, what? That's it. Did he not get the shot off?
Must not.
Barely missing.
It looked like he was still moving too.
30 seconds.
Yeah, perhaps a bit of movement error.
You're completely right, Josh. G2 up to 12. Worries already settling in here for Sentinels. There are no second chances here into this match. You need that second seed spot. Just peace of mind at the back. Just there for you. Either G2 or Sentinels, you can feel it. Both of these teams are giving it their all. And G2 just holding that slightest of advantages.
And remember, because Leviathan have locked in their position over towards champs, that means that Sentinels' disaster situations still exist. If you lose this game, and then you lose out, and certain teams end up not making it over towards the end of playoffs, it can be a disaster for SEN after such a year. The winners of Masters Madrid, who hoisted the trophy, to not make champions after also going flawless, that would be devastation for them towards the end of Americas.
And it's still unlikely, don't get me wrong, but it's a possibility that exists.
Yeah.
And that's the point. You want things to be in your own hands. Sentinels as a team, together, they've had such an arduous road to even get to these points. You think about the run that they made even in Madrid. Always the hardest part for this team, always.
And of course, it would still be in their hands because they'd be going into a single elimination game with 100 Thieves. But that matchup is not guaranteed. You
Never
can pick your favorites, spam it in the chat, but no one really knows who would win a game like that.
Into playoffs with Split out of the map pool, with Abyss coming in. It is upset city in that single elim portion of the playoffs. You do not want to be here, and that's what both of these teams are playing for. G2, one more round away, and they'll do it. This is full emphasis being placed over towards C. Showstopper, it was earned prior, trips into the face as well, but the timing just ducked straight past it. Icy, he's hunting. Hot onto their heels. Tail end of the fuse, just doesn't quite get it off still.
I mean, that's space though.
He's not going to be pushed away from this spot. Sentinels have to answer this somehow. Util into their hands. The Prowler at least catching on to that contact. And a kill. It is there. Icy not able to escape away from this one here. Has to be fast and loose once more from Sentinels, but it has to all come together. G2 entirely off-site. They want to play this one straight away. Winning these fights. Valid brings it at 4v4. Time to get away. Paranoia sweeps its way. 10s. The pressure is applied, but his team needs to at least get onto this here. What is the call? Nobody finding it. Time is ticking. Options escaping. And Sentinels just can't quite manage it. Kills need to be found. Flooding forwards. G2, Patience wins the day.
G2 rewarded, and Trent in another masterful C post-plant situation.
Good shit, G2.
Whacking those kills onto the board. Collects the 4K. Perfection there. Even the Viper Orb applying so much decay. Crazy difficult for Sentinels to get through. G2 in control at every point today.
These are the moments that make teams fantastic, make teams great, putting themselves in position to go on a crazy run here. It does feel fitting that the best team in Americas at Shanghai is getting a good seed going into these playoffs in Split 2. But it's because of their better performance, what feels like one of their best games that we've seen so far.
And
a
another
masterclass. They have been going from strength to strength, the calling, the individuals. It's all on point for G2 right now. This is a team that is tired of being taken lightly by the community, taken lightly by everybody they step up to.
Will you finally respect the name of G2? Will you finally stop predicting against them? Will you finally stop the cope that they get lucky, that they're performing to ridiculous expectations in only the matches that happen to matter? They're here, they're performing, they're always good for it. Doesn't matter if they end up losing blowout maps in these series, but today, we didn't even get that narrative coming through.
Yeah.
They just were essentially in control the whole way.
And honestly, I think those sorts of matches, Brent, the ones where they get blown out early in series are what made it so difficult for them to get that respect. And here, they just shut them absolutely down from beginning to end. Perfect on Bind, perfect on Lotus.
And I think all of that topic about giving respect to G2, also Icy today. He was probably the best performing player in the entire server across map 1 and map 2. A player that's been talked about so often as maybe lacking that firepower, the superstar element.
People are calling to replace him all the time. You can't after that, man. I mean, listen, he's going toe-to-toe with some of the best players in America easily. This team has shown consistency off the charts. And we're going to send it down to Sue as well. She's down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Bren, and congratulations, Trent, as G2 Esports takes down Sentinels 2-0. What a phenomenal way to wrap up the regular season. Because of this win, Trent, you and the boys have now secured second as well as a bye for playoffs. How much sweeter is this victory knowing you did so against a formerly undefeated Sen?
I mean, it was Sen, so we had to do it to him. But yeah, I mean, it feels very good to know that, all of our hard work has really paid off. So we're very happy to be in this situation.
Absolutely. When I was talking to Coach Josh earlier, he said that the curveball on Binds initially took some getting adjusted to, but obviously got the win, especially on that second half. It was very one-sided. So knowing that that was the comp that they brought in, what are your thoughts on Deadlock and the usage of Deadlock overall right now?
They blind swapped 2 comps, so we weren't really prepared for either of them. But I don't think Deadlock's too strong, as you can see. But, I mean, there's definitely counters against it, and, you just got to play a certain play style.
What do you feel about you and the boys' current form? Obviously, last time around, we saw you do very, very well, even getting third at Shanghai. Now you're about to head into playoffs looking damn good. How do you compare the team in its current shape right now?
I think we're doing very good right now. Everyone's kind of found their spot in the team. And, we've just been practicing so hard, and it's kind of all just fell into place. So hard work pays off.
Absolutely. We see that in the games that we're watching, which is very cool to see. And as a last question for you, now with this win, we know what the matchups are going to be looking like. You'll be playing either 100T or SEN. 100T will be interesting because it'll be an opportunity to potentially get revenge for the finals in stage 1. So I'm curious, would you prefer that or a rematch against SEN?
So it's 100Ds versus Sentinels?
Yes.
Okay. Honestly, the crowd was very funny.
Sentinels.
I don't think we really care who we play. We're going to be confident regardless. So.
All right, we love to see it. Congratulations again, Trent. For now, before we head to the post show, we have a little unveiling for you guys to show what our top 6 teams will be playing for. So let's take a look.
And this is what's at stake. The VCT America's Trophy, and the winner of playoffs will take that home and get #1 seed for the region at Champions Seoul. But wow, what a way to wrap things up. I mean, I went into this weekend thinking it was a foregone conclusion that Leviathan and Sentinels were comfortable in that 1 and 2 spot, but G2, unbelievable.
Yeah, all these teams at the top are so close. We have a different champion for kickoff and Stage 1. And Stage 2, the VCT Americas Trophy, it's what really matters for our teams. And I think the field is wide open in playoffs.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you just think about the form that we saw from both of these teams that we thought today. I mean, you said it, I said it. I thought Sentinels were going to win that. Maybe it goes 3 maps, but G2 just continue to surprise and they continue to impress in situations where nobody believes that they can. And honestly, it almost feels like that's better for them. Like that position is almost better.
I think they love being the underdog.
Yeah, like people start rooting for them, and then that's where
that's when it all comes crumbling up. Hey, well, let's go ahead though and take a look at the standings with Stage 2 officially, coming to a close. Here you go. G2 Esports locked that second spot with a 7-3 record, but right above them, 9-1, Leviathan. Both teams, great turnarounds, especially for Leviathan. And well, what we decided to do was have some fun with this because you've seen the standings a million times. Let's go ahead and take a look at our power rankings, shall we?
Boy.
And where things ended up.
Okay.
So let's see. Hey, Stage 2, we kind of sort of nailed it.
Yeah, the top 3 look good.
Look at G2 in Stage 1, number 8.
Oh,
well,
wow.
I mean, that's so long ago.
That
I would just look at Stage 2, you know?
And it is. I mean, Fury and MIBR were consistent, I suppose,
We were
down there.
off on crew
Leviathan,
every time.
I think that power ranking for kickoff was pretty troll. And Stage 1, they actually were way below that number 2 spot, but they've definitely, I think, lived up to things now in Stage 2.
Yeah, wow. And, you know, honestly, the one that really sticks out to me, you know, not to beat a dead horse, is just Loud. They were, you know, we constantly rated them, but then you saw Stage 2, that really begin to crumble. But you know what? Good on them, man. They got that freaking dub today. They got that 9th place spot. You love to see it if you're a Loud fan, though. But yeah, I mean, pretty cool. Not bad.
Probably want them in playoffs a little more, but it is good to end on that high.
I think it goes without saying, right? But the regular season is kaput done. That means, folks, we got a playoff bracket. Oh, man. And when you got a playoff bracket, baby, run that header. It's bracketology time, boo-boo. And we got some of the greatest bracketologists the world has ever seen. And they just came off of work, and we're asking them to do more work. It's Brendan's Sideshow. Go ahead, boys. Take it away.
Oh, I don't know where the camera is. Where is it? I'm not too sure. Josh, listen, I'm not going to have any discussion with you here. Huh? I got 95% of my Preds right for Shanghai. I want to predict the whole bracket.
Okay,
and you don't get a say in it.
Go. Crew.
Okay, Crew, obviously Crew win.
Crew win?
Yeah, Crew win. C9 serial chokers. I hate to say it. Sorry, guys. Oh, the serial chokers. Lev Crew. I'm going to go with Lev.
Yep.
Better than with that one.
I'm on board with that one.
Lev over here. Crew down there.
Lev have played fantastically.
Get to it.
Yep. Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir.
I'm going now. It's been a long day. Come on.
Okay.
Chop.
Now this game.
Get Thieves. Hard one to call.
If Sen lose this and Lev lose both of theirs, Sen do not go to champs.
Oh, that'll be really bad. But Sen, I mean,
you've already got Lev winning though,
and Sen are also going to win that.
Sen are going to win that one. Okay.
Sort that one in. I'm very confident in their Abyss comp. I've watched their Abyss comp quite a lot.
Are you very confident in this game?
In this game, I'm extremely confident. Yeah.
Really?
Sen win their Abyss comp is crazy.
Shut up.
It's nuts. Anyway, G2 Sen at a rematch. I think rematches kind of favour the team that lost.
Oh, G2 were playing so well today. Are you really not going to pray against them?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's going to be changing. I mean, I'm going Sen.
You're going Sen?
Yeah, Sen,
oh, no.
Handerer.
No. He's overcooked.
Down here.
Oh, no, he's overcooked.
I haven't overcooked anything. Trust me.
He's burnt it.
It's fine.
Find
the sticker,
Where's
Josh.
the G2?
Find the sticker. We don't have time,
I've just got blank stickers.
Why are there blank stickers?
I don't know.
No one had
Where are the stickers?
G2. No, I've got G2. I've got
Find
G2.
them.
Quick,
Where are
put them down there. You
G2.
didn't have faith in G2.
G2 over Crew.
You know you guys aren't being timed, right?
We're being timed?
No, you're not.
No, but I'm putting a timer on this because it's been a long day and a lot of tech pauses. We want to go home.
So G2 are in the lower finals over Crew.
Lev versus Sen. I'll give it a Sen.
You're giving it to
Yeah,
Sentinels?
why not?
I can't believe you're playing to the crowd. After they just lost to G2.
They just lost their game. I'll give it to Sen.
Right, so Sentinels in the grand finals.
And
Leviathan versus G2.
G2. I'll give it to G2.
Okay.
I'll give some crazy disrespect to Leviathan with this.
So you're saying that the grand final is the same as the game that we just watched?
Yeah.
But Sentinels have beaten G2 in the upper semis.
And then G2 win.
Right.
In the grand final. So put G2 here, please. Give me another sticker.
Yep, I've got another sticker.
Come here.
Sorry, sir.
Thank you. And there it is. And that's the bracket. It's going to 100%, I think. Potentially 1 or 2.
I cannot, for the life of me, understand how you just saw G2 win today, and then you're just like, nah.
Yeah, I don't agree with
I feel like the big takeaway here is that we've confirmed that Brand is on Raw Moore's payroll. There's really
100%
no other way.
I just love Twitter followers. I mean, I just love
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't I go with
Why else would you do this? Clearly.
Backstory. You lose the last match of your season, you step up in playoffs. Guys, they have comps. I'm compelled by their BIS comp point.
By the way, this
not at all.
This playoff bracket would see 100 Thieves go to Champions as the 4th seed.
That's a bad omen.
That is a bad omen.
Cut away.
That is a bad omen.
That's a bad omen. The Sen Sticker fell.
But yeah, again, bear in mind, 100 Thieves, even if they lose out to Sentinels here, still have a lot of champs points because they won in stage 1. So they're in a good spot, actually. Both of these teams are in a great spot to be the 4th place champs team if a lot of our favorites, like Lev and G2, end up going deep.
Nothing to worry about then.
Nothing to worry about. Only the most high-stakes situation in the entire year, looking to represent your region for teams that have gone deep and gone to tournaments before. No, nothing to worry about.
It's light work.
It's light work.
It's light work.
Just rely on your the other teams to do the job for you.
Oh, boy. All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule for playoffs because we're going to be back on Wednesday, and here are the matches that start all the action. You're going to kick things off with Crew Visa taking on Cloud9, and then it's going to be Sentinels going up against 100 Thieves.
I mean, Crew and Cloud9. A gifted playoff spot for Crew from Cloud9. Now they have to play against each other to keep a shot at going to Champions alive. Maybe a chance to, I almost said get revenge, but it wouldn't be revenge, to punish someone who did something good for you.
It's like, hey, guys, thanks for the solid. By the way, you're out.
A good deed goes unpunished.
Yeah. The other side of it, too, whoever loses the Sen 100 Thieves game, you saw Bang's mom praying in the audience during that game. Actually, every single fan from whoever loses this match is going to be on their knees begging to whatever deity they believe in that something happens towards the end of the bracket that gets these teams on champs points through.
And by the way, that deity is Lev and G2. Please win.
Oh, we praise you guys. Please win. Oh, boy. Well, look, this is going to be exciting. I mean, this bracket, I don't know what the hell's wrong with it.
It's
but
correct.
Yeah, it is. You said 95% correct in Shanghai?
Yeah, I got 2 games wrong.
Good news is we have a clown suit in the back, so can't wait for you to wear that thing on broadcast, baby.
For the cast?
Yeah, why not? Mimi said it was very comfortable.
I'm down.
It was
If
comfortable.
you get the whole... No, why are you...
Are you handshaking?
No.
Handshaking? Handshaking?
I'll take it.
I'm not doing that.
Wait,
Handshake it.
Brad, you're saying if you get any of these wrong, you're going to
No,
cast...
I mean 95%. I mean,
He's allowed 2 wrong.
He's allowed 2 wrong.
But honestly, with brackets like this, then the bracket gets skewed and they're all going to be wrong.
Yeah. So either way, you're wearing a clown suit.
I need basically the ending to go wrong.
No.
I need the beginning to be right.
What we learned here today is that Brenda's going to wear a clown suit no matter what, and it's going to be an awesome day when that happens. But for now, we're going to take a little pause for the cause because we will be back on Wednesday with the playoffs. It's going to be awesome. We're going to find out who our 4 teams are going to be representing the Americas regions at Champions Seoul just around the corner. We thank you so much for tuning into the regular season. For myself, for the entire crew that's worked so hard for this, we thank you, but there's still so much more to come. We'll see you at the playoffs, folks. Take care, everybody. Have a good week. Bye. We heard loud before. They're just going to go into this and honestly just see what happens. But for 100 Thieves, if they win this, they'll be able to, at the very least, give themselves a bit more of a fighting opportunity in the playoffs. It's not much, but you take what you can when you're talking about how competitive Americas has been.
May opt to give this space up and then go for the lockdown for the retake. Oh, you're not getting out of here in one piece. Middle take the 2-for-1, playing off his own paranoia. Unreal. And Carter loses this fight. Stop, it's a gun round, Wyatt. What is going on?
Nice. Good trades.
Guaranteed kill once his smoke starts to come down, and there it is. Now onto the site. Pressure starts to mount. EU cops that one. But Arsenal finds a good timing. Just swings the box, and he's good for 3. Bang, flashed up early. Nice little pop here from the defenders, but Cryo, he's so
come on, man! That is filthy work. I mean, that is an outrageous stat line the Cryo just put up. Now the counter thrash.
So antsy. Boosting just wants to be active. Trailblazer also cleared and Bang unaffected by the paranoia here. He's in a position to do some serious damage. And that's 4 in the round for Bang. EU's got into the back of the A side though. Now can put some pressure on this short position, but Sarhut finds 3. That should not be allowed. But on the corner, and Busio finds less as he makes his way to the site. Now the 1 versus 1.
Oh my God! Coming to life on map 2 are loud. Just needs to survive now. Sarhut picks up a second. Oh my God, a third. Taking straight duels towards Rubble.
Mirror Theft going to reveal the position of this Viper now and make it a 1 versus 1 as Bane looks to take the timing. Less on the defusion, sprayed down. 100 Thieves come up for air at the end of the half.
They just jump spawning, so they're content stacking up here, but Tweez with that first.
3 for 2 years, and it's Loud that exit Americas with a roar. Pen held high after the light had gone out their eyes midway through the season. They bounce back and remind us what they're capable of.
It's our last match of the regular season. Sentinels versus G2 Esports. If Sentinels manage to win, they'll give themselves that top 2. They're good to go. But G2 have an opportunity to take that away from them and be in the top 2 and get that bye. That would be massive for this young team.
3 players side by side, shoulder to shoulder. G2 not giving this one up, but still can they maintain their composure against the right foot fire? Yes, they can. Rocket, earned and sent. Not able to put up a fight, not against IC. There's absolutely no chance, and still, the fight continues. At least with the issues, Celsius. Sky, you gotta pick and choose your targets quite carefully. Right from the side, a second. He will respond in kind. Out wide, snappy. Plant, shutdown, time is of the essence. Deltas just needs to stay alive. Everyone after him.
And perfect as well in terms of that attack side. No Mar, no flaw, perfect 7 rounds in a row.
And tangle with this guy, Leaf. Locking it down to us. Bang! That's rifle aim is sharp from Tens. Just takes tree control. I see a lot's going to be asked of him, and he will deliver. Paranoia glides through. The prediction is elite. A little bit too much to overcome. Trent slightly ajar. Taps away. No way. Forcing into the 1v1. Destroy with a horn stick and half and swing to deny Trent. Watch this one. Hello, the movement just going slightly ajar. Icy is getting away with murder. Here, John QT, though, finally steps up and around. John QT, importance in terms of the fight. Doesn't want to give too much away. And finally, it's claimed. And Sentinels just can't quite manage it. Kills need to be found. Flooding forwards. G2, Patience wins the day.
Crazy difficult for Sentinels to get through. G2 in control at every point today.
Yeah, that's it for today. Right? Tomorrow we have EMEA, so we have like the beginning of playoffs. Yeah, 15. So we have Vitality, Navi, Fnatic, KC. And I've already updated my my pick'ems for EMEA. I will update my pick'ems for Americas later. But yeah, I'm gonna call it for today, and I'll see you tomorrow for the EMEA games. Bye bye.